G-O-A keep time, we don't need you. We the greatest of all, in time you'll believe. G-O greatest don't evolve, happens in the feed. See my gritted jaws, wonder who gon' feed us. Hunger to win, hard pressed to beat us. Hundreds of Tims, hard fresh to beat us. Thought I knew men, most of them was beavers. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius. Where my medal is at, I don't pedal back. I'm too smart to meddle where the fellows keep the medal at. They pedal for the stacks. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettle black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just the rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' hear you roar, time to let go.
Oh my god. God. That's what we do!
Papel, papel, si puede. Papel, papel. Back derecha está muy que este yes. ¡No perdemos la vida, Jorge! ¡No lo perdemos en oficial! Renko que saca vías. Bien, bien. Renko sobre Win. Solo Miguel Cali que muere. ¿Y esto qué va a ser? Ronda 11 para Miami. A ver, qué bien. Va a dar igual. Va a dar igual.
Contest from Nero. This is far from over. Nero 3. That is going to shut it down. We're looking at one of the most ridiculous individual performances we have seen a man have in the league. I thought instead would be. Load it. Load it. Big double, make it triple, make it a quad. As Sib pops on the entire team. And what a series it was. Wake up, CDL viewers, it's Maven Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially the final Maven Sunday of the 2025 season and the last day in the studio. We've got Maven alongside Rosalie, and I want to start with you, Rosalie. You've been here since day one. How are we feeling on the final day of our qualifier?
I'm feeling great. Day one, it was a bunch of upsets, and then yesterday, things kind of eased out in the waters. So today, I'm hoping for some mix-ups.
Maven, yesterday we saw some chaos, and it all played out in the right way for our storylines. Now coming into the final day, we've got teams like Minnesota still knocking on the door to get into champs.
Yeah, no, interestingly enough, that like LAG Optic match ended up making today a lot more interesting because there's 30 points between Røkkr and Optic. The matches are very, very important. Yes, it's all going to come down to Major 4. That's going to decide everything, but it's definitely more interesting today.
Lots of storylines to dig into, but first, let's revisit the best and worst moments of our qualifier. It's burgers and fries, Maven style, and we're starting things off here with some French cooking. It's the fries. Okay. From your Spaniard. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, French cooking in the Spaniard's crazy.
I can't cook anything.
Really? Nothing?
Like ramen?
Not even fries? Some grease and just some potatoes tossed in, dude?
Don't think I could actually make French fries, no. But no, this is, I'm guessing, going to be the Røkkr clinic.
Yeah.
He was disturbingly disgusting. I mean, the 11-12 spree he goes on, absolutely taking over the Hosienda.
His trophy got a kill, guys.
You know, that was so funny. Dude, the spree ends and then a trophy pops up. Joe's like, even the trophies kill people. Like, dude.
All right, our second clip here is a man known for his swimming skills.
No, not my top 10 player, TJ Halley, dude.
What is this play? Trying to get to a round 11.
He's
TJ
with
the route, the positioning.
he just needed to wait like another second, right, for Duo to push up and maybe get some timing. And he just didn't play too patient. Our bad, TJ.
With the bullets, gets spun on and shot in the back. That's TJ with a burger here at number 3. It's Shotzi with the biggest fry. The double wall bang. Optic is teaching us all of the spots on dealership.
This is actually unbelievable. I can't believe they didn't save this for the major. I guess this is something that maybe should have already been pulled out during scrims. Maybe everybody already knew about it, but it didn't feel like the LAG players did.
That way they won the series.
Oh, what happened?
They lost the series.
What happened in this game right here? Was it Johnny?
Oh, we're showing more.
Was it Johnny?
Oh, that dude. That
is it Johnny?
There, I felt so bad for Hercules in that gunfight. That had to be a sick joke from his POV. But no, Johnny had
gorgeous ace to open it up.
I mean, his whole series, though.
He needed
ace,
that
yes, but his whole
series.
series
13 kills in the first search, 9 in the second. That's 21 for this series. Scrap, though, known for some numbers of his own.
What is that, dude? Bro, we were talking about. Oh, dude, is this when he's chasing Snoopy forever?
Yes.
Oh, this poor guy.
Oh no.
And then it eventually ends up dropping to him. No, he does get the kill. Does he?
No.
Yeah, he does get the kill. He chases him forever. I remember watching that, being like, Jesus.
If he ends up getting the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those, like, it just wastes a ton of time, I guess.
Lots of time wasted. Here we got Beans wasting no time with the clutch. 1v3s for Beans. Walk me through it, Alicat.
This was so good. I honestly, the next 2 kills are unbelievable. Like the first guy, that's fine, I guess, but the way he absolutely snaps and burns, I believe it's Neptune at the car. Hold on, we gotta wait till this gets here. I remember looking at you guys and being like, nah, there's no way he clutches this. Like, this is all Vancouver Surge.
Well, the series was. But Beans is demonic. I was just seeing
this is insane.
Reactions popping up.
Watch this. He basically slides, he insta-chows. Unbelievable. Fire shot.
No, that was clean. That was clean.
Fire.
Don't mess with Benjamin. It's his 25th birthday this weekend.
Or it was.
On to our final clip, round 11. The cojones on this crew, LA Thieves, Cloud9 playing for their spot at Champs, Envoy, Ninja Defuse.
That's insane.
Yeah, sometimes people will call like anything a Ninja Defuse. Like if there's one player alive in the Defuse, it's a Ninja. This is a Ninja Defuse. Like this is everyone alive. All 4 are up in the middle of the chaos. Like the last time we saw like a 4 alive Ninja, I don't know. I don't know the last time.
Not at the pro level.
You gotta think he's like, yo, I'm gonna hop this. Do you guys trust me? And they're like, no.
As good as these plays were, we've had a lot of fails, and most of them come from the man on the right side of your screen.
Oh my god.
Why?
Honestly, it's like perfect prom makeup. I'm gonna be honest.
I was talking about the dumb Maven video they opened with. And then I was like, do you guys just have clips of me? And they're like, yeah, we have a whole folder of you being an idiot.
So
Just
unbelievable.
throwing us chunks of cake like seagulls.
You look great.
I'm the ultimate burger.
Wait, this was cute.
I'd eat myself.
I like this.
Yeah.
You'd what?
I don't know.
If I was a burger.
They really
You
got that
would?
on tight.
Yeah, if I was a
You don't
cheeseburger.
even know how to cook. You think you're gonna taste good?
No, probably not. Probably not. God, I really am just an asshole.
See, I got Texas, baby.
Nah, you were vibing. Look, you put the head thing on.
Dude, this
That was good hops.
that
Where's your vertical?
That was athletic. That really was
That
athletic.
was good hops.
But listen,
Clint, as the king of burgers, we got you a little trophy here. Can you just wear this for the day for us?
That is so cute.
Oh, it looks good on
That
you.
is so cute.
Sesame seeds and all, bro. Is this how we do it?
Are we doing it? We're doing it already.
Not supposed to do it yet, but we already did. Let's take a look at some numbers, shall we, Allie?
We're like 5 minutes into the show.
It's our teams. We sorted them out by tiers. We've got 2 in the top tier, 2 in the second, but nobody in the middle as you have shifted Carolina Royal Ravens and Boston down.
It's just weird because you look at Carolina Royal Ravens, right? And yes, they have a top 4 placing, but obviously they've teetered off, right? And recency bias, like they have been horrible. And then you look at the side of Boston Breach, kind of the same deal. Like they were a strong middle of the pack team, then a little drop off.
We'll get there in a moment. Let's start at the top with LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe. There's 2 squads that have won majors so far, and Thieves, they have won the most recent. Looking for back-to-back at Major 4. They've reclaimed the regular season lead by just 10 points. What are our expectations for Dan Ghosty and crew?
I think the favorite going into the major, and maybe the first team to win in the overall CDL points contest at the end of the year. It's been FaZe since the inception of the CDL, so maybe finally that's going to be changing up.
Atlanta on the rally back throughout this qualifier. Draza says there will be no handshakes on land at Major 4 Alley.
I believe that.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's crazy. The no handshakes. So you even asked him, like, is there anything that can happen to make this go down? Unfortunately not, but I was a little bit worried for LA Thieves at the start of this. Obviously, they start 0-2 during this qualifier, but they remedy those wrongs and finish the split out pretty strong. But you look at the rest of the teams, like nobody's really coming close right now. Like
Toronto's close.
Toronto is in the conversation of course.
Miami's 5-0. How is that not close enough?
No, it is, but the issue is you look at strength of schedule for Miami, right?
Yeah,
but
true.
obviously they do have some top 3 placings. They are certainly a contender. And then from the side of Toronto Ultra, like they are the only team that have beaten all of the teams considered in the top 4. They've beaten Vancouver, they've beaten Atlanta and LA Thieves. So clear underdog story there as well.
Yeah, I think this is the one tier I think where like nuance matters to the order of it within the tier. Like it is Vancouver, Toronto, Miami, I think kind of distinctly within the tier, just based on the run that you've had from Surge recently and the one that you had yesterday.
What about the C tier? Because we skipped B. We said no one's in there.
This is the dark horse tier for me.
Yeah.
None of these people
still a threat, but not favorites.
Not even like threats or favorites. Really, like they are not in the contender conversation whatsoever. There is just like maybe one of these teams gets hot and causes an upset.
Yes.
Maybe one of them can make a run like the top 3, but none of these teams realistically have a chance to win an event.
No, you have to echo that. And the reason like there's no really B tier is because you consider the drop off of a lot of these teams and the inconsistencies. Like
there's a massive gap.
Like
there's
Carolina
a massive gap.
and Boston were hovering in that B tier for a minute there, but sense of recency bias, like Carolina and Boston have had a huge drop off, so they're not really in the conversation anymore. The ceiling is still really high. The thing with the C tier though is that the floor is extremely low as well for all of these teams.
Miami is in an A tier. Optic is in a C tier. What is this world coming to? I'm loving the 2025 season, and we've got a lot to chew through today. Maven, what's been the biggest shocker of the year for you, though, org-wise?
I mean, I think you have to say Optic. I mean, listen, they won the World Championship last year, had their most successful year since the Dynasty after kind of years of misery and, I don't know, disappointment for the most part. You had a couple second places, you had one win in Vanguard, but like it hasn't been great. The expectations are very high for them. Obviously, stuff with Pret at the start of the season creates chaos, but how can you say anything else? Yeah. I think that's like the negative surprise. The positive probably Surge Miami, I guess, probably be the big one.
I like those call-outs. Let's keep it moving to our MVP talk because we have whittled down the race to just a few front runners. You and Nameless were arguing it on the last show. Right now, if you had to pick between Scrap and Celium in the AR role, who are you liking?
I think if you had to pick right now, you give it to Cell because they won 2 events.
Okay.
I think it comes down to Major 4. We talk about these 2 players. These are your front runners. These are the clear 2 I think that you are talking about. They have been sensational.
Yeah.
They're so damn
across the board. I mean, you talk about Scrap. He's been doing this all year long, right? Like he had his moments. Like I will never forget how bad he was at Hosienda Hardpoint for the longest time. But he's been consistent for his LA Thieves team. And on the flip side, Celium in the past 4 years is always in this conversation. He is setting the index. He's always setting the bar across the board. And then you talk about numbers-wise. In this split alone, the guy's dropping like 1.4s and 1.6s in Search and Destroy. He's just become a monster.
Yeah, and then I think like Hydra and Symphin are like your dark horses.
Yeah.
Simp has an MVP. You could argue he's been maybe the best S&D player of the year. Maybe top control player through the first 2 stages. They have 2 events. I think there needs to be a second phase player in the mix because you've won 2 events. But I think Simp would have to have like a ludicrous Major 4. Yeah, both these guys. Like the other 2 are your locks. These 2, it would have to be an insane performance that gaps everybody at Major 4 for them to really win the season MVP, I think. And then the only other one that I would say, which we don't have a graphic for, the only one you could make a debate for.
Jonas Thieves.
No shot in hell. The only one you could, I think, is if Neptune, if Seattle won, Neptune won the event. Well, Champs is in the conversation because regular season. They'd have to win Major 4. Then you could argue you've had, what, 2 top 2s?
We'll get there when we get there. For now, let's get to the schedule for today.
Maybe Neptune's in the
Let's take a look at the matches on the docket for the final day of qualifiers. It is LAG. After taking down Optic, is it another green team falling at their feet? We've got Toronto Ultra versus that Optic squad at 4:30. And then the big match of the day. Maven, why is it so important at 6 o'clock for Minnesota to beat Vancouver?
It's literally both of them. Both are so important. Your 4:30 and your 6 slot. There's 30 points between those 2 teams. And why is it important when you think about Major 4? Every single round you get 15 more points, right? You can make up ground with 30 points if you're Røkkr at the event. If you go 40 back, it gets way harder. If you bring it within 20, those 2 rounds maybe gets you a win. It's massively crucial for the Major.
A lot to chew on. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's the first match of the day. Lock in. LAG on the rise versus a struggling Boston.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway. And join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me, cause I walk like a champion. Double helix twist pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody Gaga. For me, fame monster. Sasquatch posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into Major 4, and for the first time this season, it's looking like LAG could somehow steal a winner's bracket spot. It's not likely, Ali, but after beating Optic, a 2-3 could be good enough to get in with an 8th seed.
Yeah, I mean, for LAG, their last matchup, like we saw what their ceiling was, right? But then the question now is kind of going to be that consistency, especially going against the Boston Breach team that, yeah, their numbers haven't been great during this split, but they've had a much harder road of schedule coming into stage 4.
Now, Clint, on the other side, we have Boston Breach also with a 1-3 record, but they only have 3 map wins. So even if they win this match, I think they get 9th in a 3-way tie at 2-3. They're not going to start in the winner's bracket. What do you want to do if you're Boston right now? You're locked in for champs. You're locked in for EWC. What are you playing for in this matchup?
Maybe you just are hoping towards the future. This is your first online slump. Maybe it's your first online slump and your first LAN non-slump. Maybe it's finally perform on LAN.
They did beat LA Thieves at LAN already, so they haven't really had issues on LAN per se.
They can take down the big guys.
You can't put it all on that one win.
No. I'm saying, like, with their top 8 placings, like, they are considered a middle-of-the-pack team right now. And you're talking about conversation of, like, to break into the top 4 for Boston Breach right now, like, that's not looking within reach. Their hardpoint has not been great as against the top 4 teams. But
somehow, no, they probably don't.
Guys, they're playing LAG. Let's keep it a buck. LAG has 5 wins all season. One of them just came against Optic in a Game 5. That should have gone to a Game 5 because, they got it done in 4 with LAG stealing that first hardpoint. Can Kismet keep up the 99 Kiz form that he showed us throughout that Optic series?
Can he keep it up? I mean, that's kind of why he's called 99 Kiz, is because it's those moments of brilliance. It's not usually that consistent of a thing, but this is a different scenario where he's had to kind of carry the load a little bit more versus when he has a Hydra next to him. Like, he needs to be 99 Kiz more often. He has stepped up, but the team hasn't found results. I think this is a winnable series for LAG, though. I mean, it feels like Boston Breach are slipping that much right now.
I don't hate that take. I don't hate it just because of what we saw from LAG, but it requires so much. It requires Johnny to do what he did again yesterday. But from history, like, we haven't seen him do that in back-to-back series at all. We've seen him have a good series, and then the drop-off is insane for all of these players. They have never had any good back-to-back series, and that's the problem, is finding consistency this late in the season. Like, you're playing your chance.
Johnny's winning the series. You see how he drinks this cup? Pinkies up, baby. He is feeling the vibes today.
You know, if you take
LAG's got Rewind, Dealership, Hosienda, and Rewind coming up. What do the numbers tell you, Al?
The numbers don't tell me a whole lot because both these teams do not have a very deep map pool. Both these hard points, none of them really love Hosienda. It leans a little bit for Boston Breach 8-3, but this is kind of the battle of low map pool success.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. For Rosalie,
Bruce, are you
question
kidding
mark?
Me? I'm all the way over here.
For Rosalie, question mark?
Yeah, why am I so close to Chris?
Yeah, I'm kind of really far away from you. That's cute. That
smell.
means we need a 1 right there. I'm going to go with Boston Breach. I don't think LAG can do it back-to-back. I'm sorry. And also, I don't want to jinx it, because if I pick it and then LAG lose, it's my fault.
You pick with your brain, I pick with my heart. I'm going LAG.
I thought I was the only one doing that today. I also believe in Kismet and Johnny. Nameless believes in Gigawank. The fans believe in Cammy. Let's go to Shift and Study for this one.
Than Maven.
Hey guys.
Let's do it. Let's get this thing going. We're going to have ourselves a real fun day today. Again, I think in terms of like this matchup in particular, may not mean a ton in towards of champs pursuits, obviously, but there is a little bit of fodder still out there in terms of putting yourself in position to do well and at least put yourself in a position to start in the winner's bracket at DreamHack, which again, I think for both these two teams, it is kind of building yourself up for the postseason, whether that be at champs for Boston or potentially EWC for LAG.
Yeah, I think Boston at DreamHack are chalked for winners bracket because, like the touched on it, they only have 3 map wins. On the opposite side for LAG, with the W over Optic, the way that they did it, 2 hard points closing out in the game. Number 5, Johnny having an insane performance from start to finish of that one. They actually have a chance at potentially starting in the winners bracket if they can put themselves into that tie with the W here. And I really think that LAG, with the form that they showed versus Optic, stand a pretty good chance of taking down this Boston roster, because still, all throughout this stage, Boston can't figure out what map they want to add to their 3rd map in Hardpoint. They tried Røkkr, doesn't work. They tried Skyline, doesn't work. Now let's give Rewind a go, because they're starting to fall behind in maps that they were really strong on in the beginning of the season.
Yeah, need something. You need something quickly. Whereas for LAG, they've been one of the best hardpoint teams so far this stage, which is again crazy to see. But we got LAG, we got Boston, and we've got Kismet kicking us off with the knife. Let's get it on.
Early action already in towards the Gen side. The ARs from Boston holding down the mid-street area, and they've yet to be able to flip those spawns if you are LAG. But now with the gunny, the S&Gs flying through the middle of the map. They go 3 for 1, make it 3 for 2. Spawns still do not flip, but LAG soaking up the time.
Yeah, really good stuff. Just Kismet right off the get-go, kind of keeping the same form that he had when they'd played up against Optic previously. That's always good to see, I think, especially considering that if there were to be a member on this LAG team that is going to have some extenuating career-long possible championships, it would be that guy right there. 6-1 start for Kismet. LAG off to a strong start, now trying to make their way over to the left side of the map for this P2.
Yeah, looking for this break attempt through the back end. Awakening already starts off with the initial kill. A good stun connects there for Purge, and at least sets up Awakening there for the double. So spawns are secure for Boston. They're going to be able to soak up a majority of this early time, because you can already see LAG on your minimap. They're putting a lot of focus on trying to flip these spawns out, not any pressure through the front.
Yeah, Wake has got himself in a great position on this back corner on the police car. Trophy system trying to keep him safe. Tries to find the timing of LAG's hit. Not able to really secure anything, though. So now it's on to Cammy inside the hard point. Purge assisting on the cut around the back, but he only finds the one. Spawns not moved yet, but Lunar's working on that as he finds another elimination. Snoopy not able to find him. Pistol out, nearly finds the win, but not quite. And we got a little bit of a block of the spawns from the back, while Lunar's is on 3 in a row.
He's still finessing back here. The fact that he's able to make 3 kills out of absolutely nothing, when all of his teammates are spawning all the way across the map, you give your squad a chance to at least not give up that full 20 seconds in favor of Boston. But Purge, the same thing that Lunas just did, he did it on the opposite side to walk away with the jump time. So now off the rotation anew, Boston already have 2 players in the proper position that they want to be, and LAG currently playing from the back foot.
And look at the pinch here from Boston. Complete awareness on where exactly this LAG team is, but they lose out the battle over towards driveway, and now it's just on to Awakening, try to hold from inside the site, and he's got to worry about both sides at the same time. Lunar is able to trade him out of the hard point. Inside goes Johnny, and he'll find another kill to get LAG in for some time.
And that's something about that pinch right there. Like, if you're Cammy, you got to be able to communicate that with your teammates, because if you're going on that route, someone needs to dedicate themselves to blocking those back spawns, because when your teammates get a couple kills in the middle of the map, or you fall on that side, then LAG get blessed with the P4 to P5 chain that they were looking to get. But Boston already find the kills in the middle of the map, able to flip it out with the final 20 seconds still at PS3, and now LAG are going to cut their losses, work through 18.
Yeah, this is a big moment here early for LAG after a strong start. They have been a little bit late on rotation, mostly off of the fact that they just weren't able to get anything going at 2, and then they really weren't able to get a good setup around 3. So this is a key moment here for LAG to get kind of out of this pattern and trend of being the team that has to break. And as you kind of see it in the minimap, Hardpoint opens up, and LAG not able to secure spawn, so they're going to have to break again as we head to beepers.
Yeah, Lunas has got to take his time. Largest player pushed on up, but he is going to get isolated. Snoopy with some great shots. Awakening on 5 in a row. Last 2 players from the Gorilla mates working the way through the 18 Willow. They do get past the first line of defense in Purge, but here comes Cammy, able to line up a double, sets up his teammate for the 3rd kill, and this is looking like a flawless 60 here from Boston.
And Big Wake has made a statement here really since that P2. 14 and 5, 7 in a row. Eventually gets taken down, but again, you see the score. The lead for Boston starts to become astronomical here early as we look to kind of rotate once again. The battle starts to range back over towards that upside dumpsters area, but it's still not going to work out for LAG, continuing to get pushed back, and that's nearly full 60 for Boston.
Yeah, you got to give it up. Now, if you're LAG, you got to bank on a nice gens hold here at the P5 area, pull out an extra S&D trade, a little bit more chaos. But now you're down by 80. A tall ladder to climb yourself back into this game. Long routes being developed on the side of Boston, but they're not really finding kill to successfully set up these pinches. Finally, they get 3 in the feed. Last man standing is going to be Johnny. He's got to do it all.
He gets the first. Fellow trying to cut it back across over the inside of shelves at DVD. Catches one to try to get some breathing room into play here for LAG, but it doesn't fully work out. And yeah, Kismet not able to double down. Allows the SMGs for Boston to break on in, and they absolutely rip apart this LAG setup. Johnny able to keep at least something at the front doors, but Boston's still pretty comfortable with Purge on the pinch. And again, it just keeps reducing this hit for LAG to minimal numbers. Finally, a chance to contest. Maybe one more 1v1. Fellow going to push that one forward, and LAG can get some time here in the scrap 15.
Yeah, but still, it's going to be contested all the way to the very end. And now, with all the fights that are going down, there's only 10 seconds still remaining here at Gen. So Boston doing a great job of just not allowing LAG back into this game off of that money hill. You're currently almost up by 100. We're going into the reset here at P1 again. Boston is feeling herself. Let's step aside and go to listening with the Breach Boys.
Or he's going gens.
See learners, bro.
Red or gens.
Yeah, I'm
coming to you. I'm with you.
okay. I hear him. Give him red.
One shot mid. Lunars on time. One shot on time. Lunars.
He's pushing P2. He's P2 gonna hit blue.
Nice. Lunars on time. P2, guys.
I hear you.
I can cut blue. I'm blue, right?
Deep,
Yeah, deep. I want shot blue.
He backed red and P2, Johnny.
Hey, red.
Pitcher's got red. I hear you.
Johnny and no wrap deep.
Yeah,
I'm playing towards new.
Hey.
Back. Yo, Johnny's in the back, boys.
Mystery.
Johnny's deep back.
Nice job,
They're gonna split though, I think.
Yeah, it might have.
Yeah, Johnny's deep back, boys, okay?
Here.
I'm gonna go through Burger. Come through Burger.
Yeah,
Chop me out. He's red.
Here.
Could go blue, maybe.
Be back, bro.
Listen, bro. One's back DVD. One more DVD.
Back, bro.
Kiss DVD, okay?
Play for us.
Deep, bro. He might have went cube. He might have went cube. I don't think anyone's in DVD. Okay.
I hear him.
I spawned close, bro. They would have spawned out too.
Yeah, I am.
Yo, deep back, boys. Think he's in the cube. I got naded.
Chow time.
I'm going deep back.
I'm done.
Chow cube.
No, you got me, bro.
Close on me.
Yep. This one's really weak.
Nice shit, boys.
On the green crate, yeah. Front side time, boys.
Green crate. And we got pistol.
Yeah, okay. Easy, not chow.
I'm pinched.
All that button nade blue. Johnny's getting nade.
Johnny's mid-street.
One could get that bitch. I don't think he will.
I spawned out one to the back.
Two blue guys, Johnny and Lunar.
Johnny, we got 20 all spawns.
Nice, good shit, boy. Fucking shit.
We're gonna be front.
I'm wrapping left, I'm going left.
Listen, first guy's fellow, fine. Just keep ripping. I have one glass, okay? I'm in a corner glass. They can't be
Fellow on new. Fellows on new, boys.
Can't be P1, bros.
Fellow on new still.
Or J.
Fellow on new. There's two on new. It's fellow and Lunars on new.
On you, Lunars. I'm on series, Ram.
Go for it. I'm one glass. They can be jumping. Alright. They can be jumping. Alright.
I'm in one shot.
Fellow Burger.
Yo, one thing on you, like,
Live, Joe. Live.
Yeah, I spawned out. One Burger on us. I'm rapping.
On time, Lunars then.
Nice, good shit.
I'm rapping Burger, bro.
Try not to go block the spawn.
Yeah, no, we can get away from those spawn. Yeah, I'm one shot, yeah.
Is that one's behind the snow?
I got naded, bro. That's one of those boys. I got deep spawn. Find you Burger.
And one guy's Burger Street.
Johnny, where's the right, guys? I'm working the right.
We good.
I'm working the right, guys.
I'm in over.
I'm mid.
Well, the lead hasn't really moved too much. LAG trying to keep themselves involved here, Jay, but again, they're just running out of time and they have to win this rotation new.
Oh yeah, this is the only way back into this game. You need this P4 rotation, and already Boston have the numbers to bombard their way through the front door. Now it's all on Fellow. He's gonna get isolated, and as soon as that money hill pops, everyone falls at the worst time. Now Boston close it out here at P4.
Yeah, I really like just the route that Boston take there on that break too, just making sure they get themselves not just 1 or 2 members, but all 3 players dominate over towards street. You have a little bit of a split spawn situation that Awakening can kind of follow up on, and there's just never an opportunity for LAG to get a read on how many members are hitting and where they're hitting from until it's too late. So 118, 238, things looking good for Boston. Last attempt here for LAG, shut down largely by Purge. Still gonna join the battle, throw the Semtexes, throw the nade, spam the front door. Boston should be good to take map number 1. And it's just such a weird situation with this Boston team, Jay, because like you said, they need a 3rd map to add to their hardpoint pool. Sometimes they play this map like this and you go, okay, we like Rewind.
Yeah, like you said, man, it's just weird because it all depends on obviously who you're going up against. One of these squads in LAG, they had to have an insane comeback versus Optic 2 days ago where they were down by 100, needed a perfect P4, a perfect P5, and then chained it over to a perfect P1. Sometimes the things are just not going to fall like that all the time. So Boston able to capitalize on it, dominating off the rotations. The one slip up that they had was at the P3 initially when they were pushed up too aggressive. Okami was trying to set up that pinch over towards Røkkr, and then his teammates are just not blocking the back. But still, even when that situation happens, LAG didn't make the most of that opportunity. They instantly flipped back on out, always a playing from the back foot, and just really could not get anything going in that map number 1. The ARs from Boston came out swinging, and when Snoopy is going between the AR and the SMG, putting up numbers like that, yeah, he's a lot to hit.
Yeah, you also had 12 objective kills for Purge with over 1.5 minutes in the hard point. So it's not even just the flexibility that you're seeing from players like Snoopy, but there's also a level of, if Awakening is dominating like he is, the SMGs know exactly where they need to be running around, and that's all on the inside of DVD and in these buildings here. And we saw, I think, Purge really kind of get good information, take advantage of low health pool members that are trying to hit from the outsides of the hills, whether that be at Gens or inside towards P1 at DVD. He's just been right there to make sure that any damage that's been tallied by his teammates is finished off for a kill. So really strong stuff for Boston. It's just such a paradox because when we watched them play Optic earlier in this qualifier, they couldn't hold a candle to what Optic was doing. So it's just, you know, get the reps in, get the experience in, and it looks like obviously against this LAG team, they had everything all figured out.
Yeah, losing is learning, man. Once you play this map one time, you get your ass whooped, and you spawn in the next time, and you're just like, okay, we're gonna make our proper adjustments, and that's what Boston were able to do there. And thankfully, they're able to do that there because this Boston form so far throughout this stage hasn't really been the best. They were 1-4 in HPs. They were 0-4 in controls. These are 2 things that they had figured out throughout stage 3. They were undefeated in controls. They were one of the top teams that we had in Hardpoint. But when you're putting a lot more focus on just trying to expand your map pool consistently, trying to try maps that are not working for you, you're getting a little bit demoralized because you're not finding the success that you were hoping to find. But thankfully, a map 1 like that for Boston, you're going to go into this series up 1-0, and now you're going into a dealership where obviously this is another map that you need to work on.
Big time. And I think the other part about this is that was also LAG's hardpoint map selection. So now they're going on to their search pick. Like you said, though, it is a map that has come with mixed results. Most recently, a beatdown. 06 could not really do anything in their last matchup. They also had a 2-6 loss, I think, when the map had been re-added into the pool. But it's just trying to, again, figure out those little nuances, because it feels like when they play this map, they try to play it with a lot of tempo, but they don't do it in the same way that I think a lot of our most successful teams have. So there is a level of, again, needing to learn a little bit. And on top of that, there also needs to be a level of individuals need to start stepping up, because it really has felt like a lot of these Boston Search and Destroy losses this stage, most notably the one versus Thieves and the one before that against Surge. It was like playing a 2v4, and these numbers kind of support that. Purge and Awakening have not been good this stage.
Oh yeah, and they both have like 2 totally different play styles. Like Purge is the risky guy. Like he's the guy that's going to be the island player, looking for a timing, creating information for his teammates to develop a play after that. And when he's finding success, Boston's S&D is unbelievable. But when he's not, that's when they tend to struggle, always find themselves early into these rounds at a man disadvantage. And then with the way that Awakening plays on the other side, he's the guy that's just trying to watch over his teammates. Both of these guys have very impactful play styles when they are on point. It's just now being up 1-0 in this series, you're going to have a lot more confident going into this dealership search and destroy. So I'm expecting Purge to play as quick as he did and Awakening to dominate over towards his A presence.
Yeah, I think especially with how convincing the kills were for the side of Boston in that map number 1, you're feeling like you're gunning these guys out of their shoes. Yeah. So that has to happen. Other side of this though, and I will say, take some of these records that you're seeing seeing on screen with kind of a grain of salt here, because yeah, there's been some mistakes that have happened, I think, especially around the objective, but their overall record, just 2 search and destroy wins this stage, but a lot of them have been round 10 or round 11 losses. They've only had a couple of bad losses. That was versus Miami at the beginning of the stage. Otherwise, it's been kind of continual heartbreak, usually as a byproduct of making some mistakes around retakes or post plants. So we'll see if LAG can also clean things up, as Lunars will kick us off for first blood through the B window.
And I love the early play call there from LAG. We're taking this B side away from them. Screw mid-map. We will have the angles to attack it. And Lunar is able to find his second on a round. So now Purge and Awakening, the 2 guys we were talking about, you need to improve in S&D. They have a chance to do it here.
Yeah, if Wake can get a read and handle this push through, there's a chance that Purge can kind of burst out in towards mid-map and surprise the rest of this LAG setup. Awakening gets the read, finessing, dancing, not quite able to find the shots. But there's Purge pushing through Garage, and look what that's done. It's completely had LAG on opposite sides of the map.
And look at how they're communicating. Awakening knows he still sort of has this one player trapped in towards the back, but Kismet is able to slip right by. He was trying to set up him and Purge to isolate onto this gunfight, but now Purge left in a 1v2. Just going to try to hit this bomb down.
Yeah, put this 1v2 on your own terms, but Kismet's not going to let that happen. And initially, yeah, I think you look at that from Boston's perspective, you lose the first 2, but you get a good read on the push out from LAG. You just can't quite find Kismet, like you said, just too slippery, too quick, and just, again, playing with a level of confidence these last couple of days that we really haven't seen a lot of this stage.
Yeah, that's an insane amount of finesse right there, because Kismet knows, like, the guy knows exactly where I am. I'm just trying to move, stall all time, hopefully my teammate to help me or for him to simply lose track of me. And thankfully, 99 Kids came out for an appearance. He's able to finesse, and locate 2 on that opening round there for LG to secure the first.
Nade's cooked up here for Fellow and Kismet, looking to get some action over at mid. No defense there. Instead, Purge is trying to break timing, and that's the kind of play that we've seen Purge try to pull off on Dealership, and it's either it's successful and it sets you up for a runaway round, or you just get blooded and it puts things more on even keel terms. But Snoopy Awakening still pushing forward, and they do actually clean things up, not allowing LAG to even look at a plant.
That's such a chaotic round. It's just like, all right, well, like, we lost the man advantage. We're going to try to make up for it by going for an insane chow. Thankfully, Cammy makes it a 3v3. Awakening pops the garage door open, finds a kill before it's instantly traded into a 2v2. And then the gunfight still going down at the A side. Soupy said, no, I want to have some fun. Not just fly out to the site, find the kill, and then we have the numbers to close out the round. That was a mixy A fight. Boston able to walk out on top.
Just kind of 2 stubborn bulls charging each other right there. A little bit of a different look here for Boston on this offensive attempt, just spreading the map and seeing what information they can find. Maybe a little bit weary about how Lunars was able to double up early through the middle of the map. Has Awakening primed and maybe ready for a gunfight from window to window. Don't know if he fully saw Johnny or not. Purge kind of holding his aim makes you believe that they know that he's there. And that's another one of those push throughs that Purge gets punished on, and we've got an early 4v2 for LAG.
Yeah, it's just some of those risks that, like, this is what the guy wants to bring to the team. Like, he's not afraid of the chow. When you're losing those gunfights, it only makes it tougher for your teammates still alive. Thankfully, the movement from Snoopy, 6 HP in a dream. He's able to get out of dodge. Bomb is going to get planted as well. And if Awakening can isolate this gunfight, a lot better chance for Boston to clutch up.
I was just about to say, LAG doesn't know 100% that that's going to be a commitment over to B, just based on where that action at mid had happened. So they're late to the rotation. The isolation does come through. Now we got the 2v2, the rewrap underway for Boston. This is bold. They're going to get Snoopy into mid to play off the window. Awakening clearing out stereo, but no. Kismet finds the kill, just down to Snoopy. Finds one for free. Now it's just the prediction of when and where does Lunars try to challenge this. And Snoopy can essentially just wait until there's only 8 seconds left. And yeah, there's just no way you mantle up against the SMG. And it's another low number situation that Boston make the most of.
Oh man, like that's a couple rounds there down where LAG, especially versus Optic, they found a lot of success in that first blood, but just couldn't play their numbers correctly after that. That's an insane round right there from Snoopy and Awakening. To clutch up in a 2v3, you get the bomb down, you get out of dodge with all the action that was going down to the middle of the map.
For real.
Planted instantly, and then are able to instantly after that find an isolation gunfight onto Fellow. When in a 3v2, you need to be running around with your team to play a trade. But once he gets taken care of, Boston with the reposition through the middle of the map, Snoopy just plays it perfectly, and Boston take the advantage.
Yep. So it's a couple, again, first bloods that have not been converted for LAG. And now they're going to get a 3-1 split off. Fellow will be punished. And again, it's just, you should know the tape by now. I think everyone who's watched this Boston team of this map will know that Purge is going to do something crazy like that. But doesn't get read. And now all of a sudden LIG are a bit stuck trying to play in front of Arches. Just down to Johnny, nowhere to go. Boston just flood through, get the easy win, and will put themselves in a very comfortable spot here early in the search and destroy.
And that's what the rounds look like when Purge is finding success in his style of S&D. Gets aggressive, finds that first blood, sets up the teammates to play the trades over through courtyard. At that point, you know that you have them isolated on this side of the map. We just keep on flying on in with the numbers advantage. Are able to secure these rounds with ease. 3 in a row now for Boston. And if you are LAG, this is sort of like, well, you just have to slow down the game because Boston are doing whatever they want, just running at you. You're gifting it to them.
100%. And again, they found first blood in the majority of the rounds, just not quite able to hold on as we get a mid-stripe kill feed over the top of the B point. Kismet still a little bit deeper, and wow, just a mixy battle again. That's just one of those things that I keep talking about. When you watch the teams that have been most successful on this map, you look at like your Miamis, your Atlantas, we just don't see rounds like this. And I don't know why that is and why, Boston and LIG continue to try to just run into each other the way that they are, but it's chaos here, Jay.
Yeah, so far it's worked out 2 times now for LAG. That's sort of like the way they like to play it over towards this B site. It was the opening defense, so Lunas finds that double through the B site. That time they send everyone through the courtyard again and are able to walk out on top of the engagements. It's able to stop the bleeding. Now going back on the attacking side where realistically you're just looking for where Purge is going to be. This time he's going to play it a little bit safer. Has Cammy watching over him with the trophy system to keep him alive, but a lot of attacks getting invested on this side. The rotation, the comms are coming in for Boston. Yeah, and again, the island player often has been Cammy over the top of this A site. Our CXD has also been earned. That will be spent late just as a way to get Boston even further forward past this A site, and Fellow's not prepared for that timing. Taken down by Purge. Kismet trying to flip the script by maybe trying to break this defense over the middle of the map, but he's been seen and that play is no longer available. He just keeps on running. Boston is on the hunt. Where the hell did Kismet go? But now they locate him. Bomb is going to be down. Johnny, last man standing. He gets taken care of. And Boston right now on their defensive setups can currently do no wrong. They gain the info. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of attacks. Getting invested always is A side. Cammy, get your trophy down. I got Purge just in case they get aggressive on me. But once Cammy's able to find that first blood, once all those attacks get invested, it just makes it a lot more difficult for LG to do anything else on the map because you have no attacks to enter anywhere. Then you don't have the space on the opposite side of the map to clear it out or have the time on your side either. It's just perfectly played there from Boston.
And every defense has looked different, which I really do appreciate, I think, from the Boston side of things. Now, this has been the side of the map that has led to just absolute TDMs in one part of the map or the other. Looks like Johnny and Kismet, may want to try to stun nade and see if they can push out Awakening on the backside of the dealership, but instead going to back up as they know that Purge is playing on top of the A set with that stun that does connect onto him.
There's a trophy system down on the driveway. Cammy just trying to watch over. And it's Kismet able to strike for the first blood and get out of dodge. So now if you're Boston, you're at Awakening, potentially taking some space to the middle of the map, but with 50 seconds to go, the play has to commit over towards B, and Johnny's in a perfect position to at least find one.
Kismet was thinking about trying to take over that A elbow, but instead LAG don't want to separate themselves. Will all back up over towards the defensive spawn and just play reactionary, with Kismet in a position to idly check over the B site if he needs to at mid-map. I love this. Snoopy gets forward, has Fellow weak for a moment. Follow-up from Kismet, also weak. Pistol finish off one, but then there's follow-up help just behind him. So yeah, good stuff there from LAG, not allowing Boston to play with that same level of aggression that we've largely seen on every single one of their attacks.
Yeah, they almost caught them off guard though early into the round because there's 3 LAG players ready for that mid-map pressure. And Purge was able to take a lot of space over towards A, but once that stun is able to connect, they get the read that the play is going to be on this side of the map. Kismet cracks the door open from the garage, finds that first blood, and then they just play their man advantage to their advantage to secure the round. Now down by 1. But this is where they truly need to lock in because Boston have been able to find a lot of success early on through this mid-map, and already on this round, they're sending everyone through court.
Yeah, that'll work. Just pop the door. Have Lunars on a pre-aim, deals with Cammy for first blood, and this is where you just need to take a moment, take a breath. You've got great position on the map through mid. You can follow up by either taking the bomb B or A. You're just kind of like one of those dealer's choice type situations, like force Boston to have to come and get you. And that's exactly what LG are trying to do, but Johnny's in trouble. And that's just a moment that, again, you're in a 4v3. We just got to do better at keeping our advantages.
Yeah, he was just trying to play his life. He didn't think that he was going to get sniffed out in that corner, and now Fellow on the rotation back to his teammates with the bomb in hand. Gets caught, and now Boston instantly have the numbers, and I love the way that they're playing this. They know we have a 3v2. We can give it the bomb plant and retake whichever site we want.
This is just such a Boston way of playing the search and destroy. Just hitting something weird at a timing that you just wouldn't expect, in a place that you just wouldn't expect. And you can see it. Yep, Purge and Snoopy behind this play. Any reactions here? No, Kismet's gonna drop. Same could be said for the last member playing inside the small room, and Boston will put themselves on map point.
It's so crazy, like how quick they are in their decisions makings. Like they isolate onto that gunfight onto Johnny, and they're like, all right, it's a 3v3. They're most likely showing a lot of presence around that mid-map area and also courtyard, so let's just push on through the A site. Thankfully, when they make that commitment, they catch Fellow with his pants down. They don't have the information that is going to be the bomb carrier, but as soon as they find that kill, it's like, all right, we're in a 3v2. Everybody back up. We'll retake something together.
Yeah.
And it works out for Boston and now be at game point.
I feel like Fellows had a really frustrating search and destroy. Just like continually getting shot from behind. Last one left, he gets caught isolated. Like it's just been such a game of timing that has not gone his way whatsoever. And how about this? Snoopy is the bomb carrier. Going to allow this little man cave room over towards the top side of the map to be taken by LAG. He's aware of this because it pops the door. A couple of shots are out, and Snoopy realizes I'm in some big trouble here and will just bail out and head back over to A, where his teammates have already pushed off Fellow again.
Yeah, it took a lot of space. Look where Purge is already at. He's gonna find that first one onto Fellow this time. 5 HP. The Dream Bomb is also gonna get planted. Trophy systems are down. And now you just gotta hold in your post plant.
Yeah, Cammy off the regen, able to take over the corner. Looks for one more, that's prone. Kismet able to at least keep that player safe. But there's no follow-up there initially. It's just down to Kismet. Has to be a 1v3 and an ace to get this map a little bit further. And Purge and Awakening are essentially just playing crossfire positions. Door will pop. Awakening a couple of spray shots from the corner. Purge right there to finish it off at a very comfortable search and destroy for Boston.
Oh man, I love the play calls right there from Boston, man. To slow down some of these attacking rounds early on. They started off with the aggression through the map, but then they realized LAG are starting to try to play catch up. So they're gonna do a couple of things that potentially could throw us off guard. So in that final round, just slowing down their approach on their attack. Last time they were on that attack, it was just Purge solo-handedly trying to take space over at A. But this time they go for a 2-2 split. Snoopy gets info of at least 2 players pushed out over towards the B site. They're already taking space at A. Purge gets into aggressive angle to find that opening first blood, and as soon as you do that and you have that bomb down, that's going to be a GG. But if you are LAG, this is going to be a tough one to look at because you found 5 first bloods and you could not find a lot of successful round wins after that. That is unacceptable on a map like Dealership, where if you usually find the man advantage, you cannot let these rounds slip.
Well, in particular, it's not just that they find first bloods, it's that they find a lot of them in the very beginning of the search and destroy. Like at the beginning of the map, the first 4 rounds or so, I think they had 3 of the first bloods.
Yeah.
Not able to take down 2v4 moments is just unexcusable. And I think there is a level, again, like you look at how teams have played this map, again, talking like your Atlantas, your Thieves, your Miamis, definitely a level of like they're playing some intricate chess, and Boston's just like flip the board over. We're just going to run at you and see if we can catch you in some weird timings. And this time it does work out for them as we head back to Maven Sunday and the desk.
Game's in, and Boston is looking good, Allie. I was a little confident in my LAG pick.
I wasn't confident in it at all. But I
That's insane.
I didn't feel good. You felt good about your pick?
I felt good about Kismet today.
Oh, I didn't feel good about it.
Felt like the Bulldog was going to bite.
I just want to be different than if it was Ryan Alex Smart.
Yeah, well, it didn't work out for either of us. Let's take a look at what happened in these first 2 games. Starting with the Dealership Search and Destroy most recently. Allie, the dismantling. Purge first bloods. Who's doing the work?
It was all over the place. I mean, talk about Search and Destroy. I think the first bloods from inside of Boston Breach were great, but I mean, it wasn't even really these opening duels. It was just kind of like the decision making. I think a great example was that last round once they got the bomb down over on that A site, like they were pushing and flooding that street out, right? Like not giving any room in the middle side of the map for LEG to push through. And then obviously Snoopy going 12 and 5 is going to help you. I always talk about it. Boston Breach kind of, I don't want to say live and die, but once the system is doing what they're supposed to do, it allows Snoopy to relieve so much pressure, not only off of himself, but for his teammates and play his game. And that's when you get series and maps like this.
Well, I think if you told me that Johnny was going to go like 5 and 9 and Snoopy had 12 kills, I'd be real confident Breach won the map. You know how important mid-map control is, especially those SMG players that lurk around mid. Snoopy had his way. Purge had a solid map as well. Listen, Breach are the better team going in this. No questions asked. They've just been something a bit as of late. This is a team they should beat, and they're handling business now. Unfortunately for them, they just got out to such a poor start in the qualifier. Not really a chance to start winners bracket.
Unfortunately, LAG not playing the same way against every green team. It looked like they were trying a little harder yesterday.
Well, to be fair, it was the rewind when they went down 100 to Optic and came back and won the map. So when they were down 100 on rewind, I looked at it, I'm like, maybe it's going to happen again. Maybe they're going to turn on the Jets. Unfortunately, the Jets are empty of fuel and never came on.
All right, well, this is the match that kind of doesn't matter. We know both these teams might be in the losers bracket at the start
we're getting to the next two.
major.
Yeah.
But let's jump into a game here, Allie. Before we get to a game 3, this is from our friends at BreakingPoint.com. What are we about to play?
We are about to play a game called Gridlock. Essentially, I don't know if you guys know how this works, but we're going to have these 3 categories at the top, and we also have 3 hints on the left side. And essentially, you're going to line them up on this grid. So like at this top, 1+ wins, and on Toronto, we're going to guess a player. And then you move over, teamed with attached in the CDL and has 1+ wins. Same thing. It's where they're going to cross when you move those connections.
Can you read those top 3 for me? Because my eyes are nameless level.
So we're working with Toronto, teamed with attached in the CDL, and at least 26 years old. That's going to be our top 3 categories. Now on the left side that we have to make the match, 1+ wins. Now this is going to be like chips, events, wins.
Oh, that's what I was.
Not series. Yeah,
I was thinking series. I was like, what? Okay, that makes way more sense.
I was like, series would be
Can I fill in the bottom left, or do I have to fill in top left first?
No, you don't. You can go wherever.
Envoy.
So this is Envoy or Scrap. This is, I was thinking about this earlier. It's probably going to be Envoy or Scrap on Toronto and on LA Thieves. You want to go with Envoy first? We can go with Envoy first. I'm already spelling names wrong.
Are you good?
Yeah. Looks so weird. Okay, Envoy is right. Envoy is right.
All right.
Okay, that means, wait.
50,
I'm thinking
left side.
Scrap's got to be. Has Scrap ever teamed with attached?
Wait, so it's I see. It's a Steve's player.
Oh, and it's on. It's all of CDL, by the way. So it could be any variations of the LAD's roster in the CDL era, and any variation of the Toronto.
Can I fill in the Toronto England? I'm gonna go with Jamie here. It's not Beans.
Oh,
we're going Insight first.
Going Insight. Insight's correct.
Bam! On fire. All right, let's do this.
Okay. One more on Toronto. He has a chip. That means it's got to be Kleenex, right?
Well, only got
Kleenex
one plus.
Scrap.
Does that say 1+?
Wait, can there be repeats or not? Can't be repeats?
No repeats.
No repeats.
Yeah, let's go Kleenex.
You're gonna go Kleenex? Okay,
Yeah,
we're gonna go Kleenex. Whoa,
Yeah.
we're 3 for 3.
Okay. Nice job. I haven't done anything, by the way. I've done nothing.
Okay, we're gonna come back to this later. We're 3 for 3 right now.
The whole time I've been thinking about the Thieves attach one.
We're gonna finish out the other 6 boxes. Chat, do you like this game? You can play right now at BreakingPoint.com. For now, though, it's time for the pro players. They are live in game number 3. Shift and Study on the mic.
Yay! Hey guys! Round of applause to BreakingPoint.gg. That is, I mean, I know that. Well, I actually remember you guys were doing this in Saudi Arabia last year, like trying to put them all together on the bus when we were going from the venue and stuff. Super cool idea. So kudos to BreakingPoint.gg. I got to get on that.
Those things take forever though, bro. I'm telling you, like they only got 3 answers. They needed a total of 9. If you're not super locked for those things, if you're not timed, at least you could be there all day. But I expect us, when we come back out, once the series is done, they're gonna fill in those boxes. But enough of that. Let's get back into this series because Boston are looking completely different. They have been all stage long. They're currently up 2-0, which they haven't been all stage long. And now you have a chance to go for a 3-0 and win a control, which you haven't done all stage long. Let's see if they can do it here, Alan.
I mean, that's kind of the story for both teams though when it comes to winning a control, because it's been nothing but a drought for LAG since like the beginning of Major 3 quals. Hosienda has not been kind to this Boston team, not lately, not in this stage. They've played it 4 out of their 5 attempts now through the qualifiers, and all 3 that they've played to this point were 1-3 losses. And if you kind of just reflect and remember back, I can think of a multitude of times where Boston just can't get out of spawn. Their breakoffs had just been punished so much by some of their top teams that they've played against this qualifier stage. And that's been the biggest point here for Boston is, I know I said it a lot last stage, they had a really easy qualifier schedule.
Yeah.
And it's not been the case here. They have played a juggernaut of a schedule. And you can kind of see, for LAG, it hasn't necessarily been unique to their camp either, because they've also played a very tough schedule since the roster moves, and it has not benefited them much in Control.
Yeah, this is only for stage 4, so their record is sitting at 0-9. I mean, even if you did this from stage 3, they've been sitting at 1-9 overall, which is not very good. Their attacking side is abysmal. They can't really figure out how to get kills as a squad. A .79 KD in Control, you're only averaging 1.3 ticks on your attacking rounds. That means basically if you're going to round 5s, you're the team guaranteed on offense. But a majority of your controls, you're barely going to round 5 because you haven't been able to figure it out in the slaying department. And the same thing could be said for Boston. So far for this stage, dead last, 0-4, 20% round win percentage. Defenses are abysmal. Average ticks on the defenses which they're giving up is 5. Nothing is going right for either one of these squads. You just gotta get your kills and you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, and I think just kind of reflecting on this Boston team, not just with what they've done, in their qualifier run from last stage or how they've started here, or even like the isolated moments you look at them when they've beaten like LA Thieves, for instance, on day 1 of a major. It just continues to be the situation of if you can't find consistency in search and control, you're going to be subject to getting absolutely ran through by the top 4 teams in the league. Maybe you catch them, one of the 2 of them off on a bad day, but for the most part, it's just been a little bit too hit or miss, I think, for this Boston team across the 2, 3, 5 throughout this entirety of the season. So need to kind of figure that out and try to find that form that they had at the beginning of Major 3 quals when they actually looked really solid on Control for the first time this season. See what they can do. And they're going to be on the offense here to kick us off.
Yeah, they went undefeated in Control in that stage, and that was because everyone has stepped up tremendously. The ARs were slaying, the SMGs were finessing their life, but obviously going into this stage, you have a little bit more of a tougher schedule where you're playing some of the top teams that we have in the mode, and they've been able to make you look very, very easy. But so far into this round, you go split in the gunfights, 2 for 2. LG walk out on top in the numbers. And now if you're Boston, at least you still got Cammy stalling out time here at B.
Yeah, Snoopy, quick route back up to office. So even though Cammy will drop, maybe a chance for Snoopy to cause a distraction for the defense, but he's quickly traded by Kismet. Good read from Johnny onto Awakening, and wow, okay, a little bit more than maybe Fellow could bite off there, but still finds the win. And again, the break off for LAG, solid. Good response to the initial attempt for Boston.
Yeah, not a single segment earned yet on the side of Boston, but a lot of map control. They can just find a couple kills to go their way. They can get something done. Thankfully, Awakening through the mid-map is able to find it. Double Snoopy stalling the game clock here at B. Just finessing. Hoping for his teammates to eventually get back into the play, but now he's going to get isolated and LAG shut them down again.
Yeah, I like this, though, from Awakening. Put a little bit of pressure over the top at A. Try to move around the back. He does have an SMG to play with. Has to wait for help, though. Split spawn situation for Boston, and Fellow gets the read towards that back office stairs, turns that into another at the front. Doors and Purge can do nothing to get on towards B, so LAG is starting to run away with his defensive side as you've got streaks for Lunars, possible streaks for Fellow starting to build. And Boston, kind of like we mentioned at the setup of this map, they are subject to being spawn trapped, and that's starting to come through again.
Yeah, they just can't find any success in the kill department. Already losing the 2 initial gunfights. Now Snoopy is going to get isolated. They're surrounded by the players wearing the purple bright.
Wow.
With only 3 seconds left, you're not going to earn a single segment here, and Purge also is going to earn a kill on that opening round. LAG dominate on the opening defense.
Yeah, Fellow able to get some of that frustration from the search and destroy out there at the end. 6 in a row, getting it done with the SMG and a couple of tight little, not really full turn and burn moments, but 1v2s to try to avoid getting traded for sure. So that's nice to see from Ty, and an opportunity to see if they can carry that long streak into maybe a Hellstorm and something to kind of get your offense going here early in the second round.
Oh yeah, realistically, all you got to do is get a couple segments. Like, you were able to shut out Boston on their opening offense, so that was just, let's set up a good team push. The break off needs to go in our favor if you want to have the best chance of earning any early segments. Now you got trophy system, make your well approach a little bit easier. Fellow on 6 in a row, Lunars on 5. They're going to take actually a different approach on this.
Yeah.
We're going to take Ross control. I've never seen this kind of break off before.
No, me neither. And you can see Boston are going to say, all right, well, I guess that works. I mean, if you're going to take everyone down towards fences, getting back into the hallway is not easy to do. Fellow's streak will end, but Lunar's doesn't. He's on 7 in a row. First tick of progress looking pretty much like a guarantee onto A, unless someone like Purge from the low ground can clear off both, and he does. That first tick not fully locked. Kismet waiting for the timing to at least jump on and secure it, and he'll be able to do at least that.
Oh, thankfully that first segment got locked, because I thought it was everything that you just did turned out to be basically perfect on the break off. And I thought you were going to get nothing from it, but at least you secure that one segment. But now with 50 seconds to go, Kismet's still the farthest player pushed on out. He's trying to look for an opening kill, but everyone else on the side of Boston are just playing a conga line in your spawn.
Yeah, a little bit of a backpedal here from Boston, just trying to contest the time here on the B point. Kismet in some trouble and loses the first gunfight to Cammy. Johnny able to come back through to keep the play alive, but he's by himself, and Purge is right there to work on that crossfire. So again, opening break off from LAG, different, definitely unique to be sure. Gets him at least one tick at A, but any attempt towards B has been absolutely suffocated by Boston.
Oh yeah, now you stand no chance on this round. Only 25 seconds to go. Fellow has a little bit of presence here towards top hallway, but does not have the numbers to play with, and Cammy still gunning. Slides, locates him. Find a player to find was Johnny. Now everyone off of the respawn, and LAG with only 10 seconds to go. Need to put the game clock at a pause. Looks like Kismet might have slipped by to at least touch B for now.
Yeah, still a couple of Boston defenders nearby though. And with the life lead where it is, you just want to make sure no one else can try to join Kismet on the point. Here comes the jump out. Snoopy gets the kill. Last attempt would have to come from Johnny. He finds the first nicely, but there's no chance he wins that gunfight versus Awakening. So Lunars will be the last chance with 3.3 on the clock. Trying to keep something going over towards A. It pulls the focus around a touch here for Boston, so maybe a chance for Fellow to get one more segment before this round likely comes to an end, and that will be the case. So 2 ticks of total progress earned, but still I would give an edge to Boston just in how they played that defense. That was still pretty solid.
There's definitely a solid defense to manage that opening break off, because that definitely caught me off guard, and it definitely catches the players off guard. You're expecting pressure through Seeker, you're expecting the pressure through Well, but that time LAG a little bit different of a show off. Able to at least secure 2 segments on that round, and Boston was still able to stabilize after that. Now you're looking to make up here this next one by 2. Break off wasn't the best. Hopefully we can turn that around here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even necessarily say like the break off was miserable. It was just getting through the 50-yard line of the map onto a point never really came through, because like you weren't able to get office and the zone, or you only had the zone, or you only had office, and it just was very difficult for Boston to stay alive on the B point. So see what they can do this time around. Trophy system to allow them over through the archway. But Kismet, that is a big first win. Awakening able to get the trade, but you can see what LAG is doing in the minimap, just trying to get the high ground control back into play, as Boston will at least stabilize some sort of an effort on the B point, stopping the clock.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 right now. Purge is trying to keep Snoopy alive. Snoopy knows that there's pressure in towards 10, but the wall bang's good enough to take care of Snoop, and Purge falls at the same time. So now Cammy working on this pinch, trying to find an opening for his team. He's getting the comms from Awakening that there's a lot of pressure through top secret. Let me just set up a free pinch. That's already 3 net in the feed. Last player to find is going to be Johnny, and he's trying to time this repinch from Well at the right time.
Yeah, they know that he's behind him, but look at number 5. Purge is just going to watch this cross through Boathouse, and he's got an AR to work with. Takes care of Kismet. Can't finish off the kill on the Lunars, but Cammy knows how to keep his gun up. And yeah, now Johnny just has to make his play. Snoopy's ready for him, and that will be a very easy B point with that little split focus with Purge watching the cross the entire way while the stack was in play.
Purge now has office control and almost finds that second kill onto Lunars. That would have been a massive one, so you can chain that potentially over towards the B point, but now you got Snoopy filling in that gap. At least finds a double to alleviate the pressure of your teammates coming off of the respawn, with Awakening now got his hands full on the opposite side.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble for Awake. Steps away, trying to pass the baton with Purge. A little stun off. No, not going to happen. Johnny able to find the kill. Cammy going to try to re-wrap on, put the trade onto him, and that will work. 16 plays 18, though. Boston, a mere life advantage of 2. But most importantly, after these kind of weird, stringy 1v1v1 situations in the gunfights, LAG are still trying to play forward to put pressure on the Boston spawn, and finally Kismet's able to find a kill to make that worthwhile.
Yeah, thankfully Kismet is just finessing around their spawn. His teammates weren't finding a lot of success off of the respawn, and now this falls into the hands of Kismet again. You gotta wrap back and try to assist your teammate to get some offense control. Game clock was currently going to be at a pause, but Boss is still with the live advantage. Just want to keep on playing trades.
And Kismet, good read here on Awakening. Lunar is right there with them to work for the team shots. 2 life advantage still what is in play for Boston, but Johnny shuts down the fireplace hallway. And now he can start to get to work. Yep, doing just this. Moving the spawns around a little bit and seeing if you can just get this clock bled out without any more segments getting ticked up.
And with 30 seconds to go, Johnny might have set this up to be a round closing play.
Yeah.
Gonna set up the repinch through bottom spiral, finds a freebie, gives the comms to his teammates. There has to be one more at least on out. But that's already 3 dead. 3 players coming off the respawn. And now it's Snoopy just single-handedly trying to get something done on the opposite side. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's an opportunity. 3 dead, trying to play that top spiral spawn trap. Snoopy's able to get on to stop the clock at 11.9. Awakening 1v1 with Fellow, waiting for help. They find the kill. Now you can get back over and really put your focus onto the 8-point. Purge off the pinch, able to find 1. Team shots are good for another. Second tick of progress looking likely. 5v4 may be the determining factor of how this round ends, though. And LAG are stuck. They're trying to play over towards Connector. There's a second tick of progress. You've got to go. You've got to chail this. The pinch is on. Awakening able to keep the play up, but it's a 3v3 with 8 seconds left.
And they still know that there's at least one more in Connector. 6.5 seconds. Lunar's able to find the kill. Awakening with the trade. Someone's got to get on it.
Last 1v1 though, and the kill comes through right at the end. Last couple of seconds. The pressure was there as LAG were able to keep the clock moving, but just not enough lives to have that be win condition and Boston get the offense.
Yeah, that is disgusting if you're LAG. Like, what are we doing? Like, why do we have to commit on these gunfights right here? Because we know we're still looking for at least 1 player in our spawn. But the fact that you allow the players that are coming off the respawn to be more impactful than the guy that was still alive is unbelievably detrimental. That cannot happen if you're LAG. Someone's just got to camp a corner, value your life a little bit more, because Boston were able to find 3 kills in sync and instantly put the game clock at a pause because Snoopy, the only player out, jumps on the objective. LAG are going to be beating themselves up for that one, but now you got to potentially win back-to-back offenses here.
Yeah, that's just a state of a game lack of awareness moment. It's like there's only 30 seconds left. You don't have to play for full spawn kills. Like, just make sure they don't get on the zone. Huge mistake by LAG, trying to make up for it here as they're right back over towards the A zone with a different look. They don't get that first tick of progress though, and Cammy's actually going to stay on, fully deplete it, and Boston have done a really nice job of clearing out all the effort through mid and can take their focus back over to B.
They know that they have the numbers advantage. Fellow eventually is going to be trapped between a rock and a hard place, and now Johnny's going to decide to move and instantly get spotted by Cammy. So now the players off for the respawn for Boston are not going to really put focus on him. They're like, all right, cool, you can stay back here. It's fine. You can win the one-on-one gunfight. We got everybody else trapped in their spawn.
Yeah, this is a point of view that's just going to be Johnny trying to pull the defense back. And this may allow some of that to happen. First tick looking good, but Boston, again, just do not care. Trying to keep LAG in the spawn trap, and they've done a nice job at that to this point. They also get Johnny off the point simultaneously. He's only able to get 1 tick of progress done, and you've got a 5-life lead with only 40 seconds to defend if you're Boston.
And a lot of map control to go with it. Awakening already spot. A couple players working their way through bottom secret. That first segment does get locked in at A, but time continues to dwindle on down. Boston is just trying to play the trades. You turn it into a one-on-one. Lunar is able to pulse it at the B point, but now it's on Cammy to just keep them in their spawn.
Yep. Trust that your teammates off their spawn can just overwhelm the 1 member here. And that is what the game plan looks to be. Lunars will drop, and now you're in the last 30 seconds of LAG potentially playing online for the rest of the year. 20v14. Cammy in the back, just trying to keep pressure on the Fellow. He will fall. Last one left alive that really could make a play towards B is Kismet, but instead decides to jump back over to A. And he's got some pretty quick help here, to be fair. Awakening off the pinch, doesn't see Kismet in the corner, and hold on a second. 13 plays 15, and that's going to be an extra 60 seconds with the A zone being captured.
Oh, LAG with the late round heroics. Able to extend time. After securing those segments there at that A point, and already find himself in a good transition over towards B. They're just looking for 1 wave of kills, and Johnny and Luna's already find 2.
Yeah, Lunas wants more than that. He finds the 3rd. Purge, last one left from the front, only able to find 1. Double stack is in for LAG. Second tick of progress should be good. Trophy system is in play right now for LAG, with maybe another to be thrown if they need it. Cammy just dives on in though, finds the first. Kismet there to supply. At least the support in the stack is good. LAG will push us to a 5th round.
And they are the team on defense. Toss off of the segments that they were able to secure. There was a shutout in round number 1. You were able to get 2, so you're going to be the team to set up properly on this defense, and hopefully you don't throw away that same situation that you just had away again. You want to try to force a snap number 4, but just a late round heroics. They know that their final push has to be committed over towards A. I feel like Boston were playing too antsy in that situation because Awakening, he just found an insane opening through Rock. He spots someone going through hallway, but doesn't take his time in his approach to try to take down those players in towards A. And then once he falls, the stack goes in, and then LAG with the map control just able to hit the rotation over to extend the game. And now Boston have to figure it out on their attack again.
Same break off though here for Boston. LAG gonna give it some respect. Kids are just gonna play on the brick wall heady. Help from Fellow up top. Good opening shots from Cammy. Not enough to find the kill, but it allows Purge to surely take care of it. And now you've got 2 down. There's the third. Should allow at least a double stack on to B for some early success on the zone.
Yeah, and Johnny's looking for a spawn kill on at least one player. I would have liked him to come back into that play because, you know, even if you get this one kill, it's not going to be very impactful. You don't have the man advantage, and you're going up against Awakening, who's going to check every single corner. So Johnny does absolutely nothing with his life there, and now his teammates are going to feel the repercussions of it. B is going to be done and dusted, and now Boston have a 5 life advantage with 2 minutes to work with.
Yeah, I really love that little micro moment from Snoopy's perspective. Diving out of tin as one player. He doesn't finish the kill, but he knows that there's more there, and he's able to allow the successful capture to come through, trusting that his teammates will find the follow-up eliminations, which they do. Purge stops LAG from getting forward on their defense. Minute 50 in the clock, but again, the big difference here is in the life count. 25 v 19. Purge seen and dealt with, but maybe opens the door for Snoopy to get a read on where this LAG defense is, and he wants to hunt him out.
He's like, come here, come here, come here. I know you have an AR, fellow. I'm going to commit on the gunfight. He wins the one-on-one. The AR spots every other kill on the map. And now this is where you just got to stack. Second segment already locking. I don't know if LG are going to be into play.
It's going to be a mad dash and try to get their way back in. Purge trying to play on top of the vines, but it's Awakening to line them all up for 3. Pistoling on the corner. Can't touch in time for the contest. And Boston will close things out in convincing form. 3-2 in the control, but a relatively comfortable across the board 3-0 to get their win versus LAG.
Yeah, it's got to feel good if you're Boston Breach. Finally a W here is stage 4. Add that one to the tally right alongside of the Optic Texas win. But this one you got to be feeling good about because you did it on the opening hardpoint where obviously you're trying to add a third one to the mix. You dominate on the rewind. You get to the dealership search and destroy where it can basically be 50-50, and you're also able to not really find a lot of success in the first blood, but still find a lot of success in your clutching rounds to dominate there.
Yeah.
And for a Hosienda Control, which was their bread and butter, their go-to all throughout stage 3, you were walking into this one on a 3-game losing streak. Couldn't really figure it out in the slaying, but that's where everyone just stepped up tremendously. Everyone had their moments. They're able to clutch up on not 1, but 2 offensive rounds. And if you're LAG, like, where was the teamwork, man? Where was the teamwork in this series?
Not there, and that's been kind of the story about this LAG team that has really persisted across the entirety of the year, no matter what the roster change has happened to be. But that's the last online match for both of those two. Again, not much in stake in terms of where they're going to be putting themselves in terms of the major bracket in particular, especially with that loss for LAG. Both teams will be in the lower bracket, but Boston, a moment of kind of momentum to get yourself built up before DreamHack as we head back to the desk and get us wrapped up.
Gentlemen, another Boston success story. Maven, how are we feeling about this?
I mean, that's all you could ask for, I guess. We kept saying there's not a lot riding on this series, but at least as they were discussing, it's something positive to take it to DreamHack. Maybe you can be that dark horse team that makes a run because, yeah, we were worried this is like the worst performance they've had of the year, really. This slump they've been in. So a nice little 3-0 to get them feeling better.
Yes, it brings them up to 6 map wins, Allie. So you're still looking at an elimination bracket most likely at the end of this, but a clean win is a clean win. What do you take away from the Breach's performance?
I take away Awakening. Had a really good series. You know, we've been kind of hard on him, I feel like, for the past couple of series because when you have a Slayer like Awakening, you feel the difference when he's underperforming, right? When you're used to a player averaging even and he underperforms, rocking like a 0.7 as he has been doing, you're going to feel it on the rest of the team and the rest of the core 3. So for Giga, I think this was a great series for him. And we saw what happens when that system is in place, right? Snoopy also had a fantastic classic series. Granted, you can say, you know, it's versus the LA Gorilla Mates, one of the worst teams in the league, but we just saw LAG finally get a win through the hoop versus Optic Texas. So take it with a grain of salt for Boston Breach. I think this is big for vibes going into DreamHack.
Big vibes going into DreamHack. You needed a win, you got it. Boston, best of luck moving forward as you take a look at the final round here in Control. Snoopy played incredibly well in corners.
No, he really did. Now they can just be that threat in the sense, like, you're going to have 4 teams and losers, obviously. They'd probably be the one at least want to drop down and play.
Yeah.
They get better on LAN, I feel like.
Yeah, yes and no. I don't know about that. They've had some nice online stretches. They have, but, like, they do have those moments where they can really pop off. So, hell, I would want to be playing them. I wouldn't.
Let's take a look at where they're at right now. It should be good enough for top 8 momentarily. Actually, still on the outside with the tiebreakers there against Cloud9. Boston Breach would be in 9th seed. That would play the winner of 1st versus 8th in the opening round of the elimination bracket. Right now, joining us live in the Monster Winner Spotlight, we have the one and only Purge. And Purge, I heard you know the places to eat in Texas. Where are you feasting?
I've been a few times. I mean, there's a couple good spots. The Henry's a good shout. Got some barbecue, you know. It's going to be a good time. Excited for the food there for sure.
Allie, you're up.
For sure. So I want to ask, you know, obviously Boston had a little bit more of a struggle in this online split. Like, why is that? Like, has something just kind of fallen short in team chem wise? Are other teams catching up? What was Boston Breach's struggles during stage 4?
Yeah, I think the game changed a little bit, and we failed to adapt a little bit, to be honest. I think we lost some teamwork, but we acknowledge that, and we've been going hard to fix it. So I'm excited for, you know, the event and the next events after that, because, you know, I'm still confident regardless of how we perform this stage.
Yeah, you know, she kind of said you've had some slumps. This is the one online struggle where you're not going to probably looking at a winner's bracket start. Does the mindset change at all going in, thinking you're at a loser's start, one elimination away from being out? Does it change anything for the team?
No, I mean, we're all confident. We got trust and belief in each other. We've been seeing it for a long time, so, you know, some struggles were bound to happen, but, you know, we're excited regardless if we're losers or not. So.
You know, I'm a big fan, brother. I hope you guys can make a little bit of a run, make it interesting with these 2 final events.
Final question, Purge. Are you bringing your family to DreamHack? They were in Miami. They were awesome.
No, unfortunately not. They're not going to be here at this one, but it was dope having them there for sure.
All right. Papa Purge, Mama Purge, and the whole fam, much love. We'll see you online. Purge, we'll let you go tonight.
I appreciate it.
That's Boston Breach with another dub. They finished 2-3 on our qualifiers, and they are guaranteed a spot at champs. Who earned their scuff play of the game, though? It's Snoopy.
I'm not sure. Tell me,
It's the Snoop Dogg.
Here we go. It is the search and destroy. Allie, he's pretty good at this game mode when he finds his flow state.
Yeah, he's pretty good. 12 kills under his belt. I mean, and it fits his playstyle, right? You're talking about dealership in the middle of the map. I mean, this just was Snoopy's playground throughout. And this is big for Boston Breach to be good at search and destroy because control hasn't been their strong suit. And when we come to those top teams, you guys know I love to say the top 4 are godlike at control. So for Boston Breach to be good at search and destroy, it should hopefully help them heading into DreamHack to push some limits.
Think about the turnaround for him. I mean, how much criticism was on him last year for not knowing the game, like not knowing rotations. He really came under fire. People calling him like budget Shotzzy. Now he's been like 4K Shotzzy. He's improved a lot. His in-game sense has been a lot better. Happy for that young guy.
Well done. That is Snoopy with your first scuff play of the game, but we're going to have 2 more throughout this show because coming up next, it is match number 2. Optic Texas potentially on a bubble if they don't get a win against Toronto Ultra. Currently 3-1 in our standings.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro. The 2025 Optic Texas Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this vinyl proving your membership in the Alien Task Force. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We've seen those before. So now Optic decided they're going to LAG their own LAG. Right. See, yeah. You said who could LAG harder? Well, it's Optic. 4v2 for LAG. They'll hunt it down. How? Are we not looking at the minimap? Win that nobody saw coming. Finally, something to be fired up about in the LAG camp. Johnny, what a series out of him. And for this new look Optic, I don't know. It's like you lose to Breach. Okay, well, what to do? Then you win that 3 over Carolina. It's like, oh, great. But this
Welcome one and all to the CDL. The Call of Duty League for Black Ops 6 is coming to an end. We have just one major in champs, and of course tonight's qualifier matches. 2 remaining. For Optic Texas, this may be the biggest one of their whole qualifier. After falling to LAG in a shocker, Clint, they are still just 30 points ahead of Minnesota Røkkr. With LAG falling in the most recent match, we know our elimination bracket is set. So Optic and Røkkr will start in winners at Major 4. The question is, which one finishes top 8 to get to champs?
That's the interesting conversation now. It's been narrowed down to sort of the champs picture. So for Optic fans, this match is massive. In a perfect world, you go into the major up 40 points. Worst case scenario, you lose today, Røkkr win, you're only up 20. The reason it's so important, because how the major works is that you're looking at the bracket. Each round, you get an additional 15 points, right? So the good thing is if it's 30 points, right? If you both win today, if you both lose, you hold the tiebreaker over them, you beat them 2-1 head-to-head. So you're in a pretty good position if you're Optic. You just don't want it to be a 20-point separation. You don't want to lose today and Røkkr win. That's worst case scenario. Because then if Optic finish top 8 and like Røkkr finish top 4, they're in champs, Optic are out. Optic are in the driver's seat. They control their own destiny in many ways. Yes, it'll come down to the major, but they're in a good spot. It is just way scarier because of that LAG loss. It really is.
Allie, this is going to be a terrifying matchup too because Optic is playing against Toronto Ultra. When it comes to individual matchups though, we've seen certain teams have each other's number. Yes. We don't have a ton of footage here with Mercules in the mix for Optic, but who's had the advantage in the meetup?
In this specific meetup, Toronto has 3-1 going up against Optic Texas, and Texas haven't beat them since all the way back in Qualifier 1, guys. We're talking January. So again, this is a little bit of a newer roster. They're going to add in Mercules, but I don't know if that really helps them because we're talking in 3-0 fashions. Optic Texas have not beat them in a control. I will say it over and over and over again. Control is so important, especially for Optic Texas, who just lost 2 hard points to LAG in like the most insane fashion. They started both of those hard points so strong. They had the rotation, they had the fundamentals, but the issue is that the second LAG started shooting back and getting momentum, Optic Texas could not put themselves back in the game.
They outslayed and still lost the game. Optic Texas going to be the underdogs technically on our standings. I know a lot of the fans will have their backs tonight. Let's take a look though at Toronto Ultra real quick, because Mercury's played for this team. He's already gotten to know the 3 players that helped him get a top 3 finish. What have we seen though with Beans back in the roster?
I mean, you see the core team back there. Okay, it looked like a team that could maybe make a run and win the event. It would be one of those top teams going in. The loss yesterday didn't look great. Obviously, you get a tough loss to Surge, but they still look like a top-level team. They just need to handle business here, win this 3-1, 3-0, be in control. They're still okay.
You know, they're still fine. I mean, I think the thing that really saves them is their Search and Destroy is still solid. I mean, they go all the way to round 11 versus Vancouver Surge. And in that series, though, like, it really could have gone either way in multiple of those maps. And you look at Toronto and talk about Beans. Beans loves this matchup versus Optic Texas. Like, licking his lips, loves it. A 1.29 overall in the last time they matched up. A 3.3 in that Search and Destroy. So that is going to be your player to watch if you're the green wall.
I saw something funny. There was like a comment on social that was like, well, if Mercury's got a top 3 with Ultra, if they don't get a top 3 with Optic, you know that the Ultra system is better. I was like, well, no, we already knew that answer. we knew that answer. That is an interesting way to say it, but I think we already knew that answer.
Just look at the CDL standings. Toronto's pretty consistent with Insight and Kleenex in the mix. Vault, Hosienda, Protocol. Walk me through the first 3, Ali. I know you got the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Who's got the edge?
100% on the side of Toronto Ultra. The fact that we have to play Protocol Control instead of trying to slip in a Hosi or Vault for Optic Texas is not great. It's their worst control. They ban it 44% of the time, so I don't really know why it's even in this series in the first place. Scrims must be going well, but those first 2 maps heavily favor Toronto Ultra. Optic Texas got to steal one to force a 4 and 5.
Quint talking with Neptune in Vancouver yesterday. He said he loves playing Toronto because they played the game the right way, but Vancouver plays it with some ego chows. A little bit of extra chaos catches them off guard and gives them the advantage. Says Optic have that same edge today.
I think that is an interesting point. Optic can catch people because there is a lot of talent there, but they don't play the best fundamental cuts, so they can catch people. And sometimes when you're a player that really understands the game, you expect a person to be with a specific timing, and that's not what happens. It can really catch you off guard. So yes, there are some things here that can catch Ultra, but I think Ultra's a nightmare matchup for Optic. I do.
Yes.
Are you going Toronto?
No, I'm going to go Optic just for fun. I'm going Optic for fun.
Optic
Because their fans hate me, so I'm just going to pick Optic so maybe they like me.
There you go. Get some more love.
Yay, green wall!
Rosalie, I'm going with Toronto Ultra, so ball's in your court.
I'm 100% going for Toronto Ultra. You're talking 10 and 3 map count across all their series.
Mercules.
Mercules, miles to chance, Mercules.
Yay! Let's do it, friends! It's our last series of the Black Ops 6 online year, and wow, man, yesterday was something. Today is not going to be the same. Let's get it, brother. Optic, big one for them. Toronto, the way they looked in yesterday's matches, hot, strong, confident, good in the clutch. Just couldn't quite close out against a superb squad. Optic, let's see the goods. You're wearing your Sunday whites, the Sunday finest. Let's get it, baby.
Yeah, and you are a much more positive person than I would be. I would imagine from Toronto's side, they're looking for the bounce back because they got ran. Like, yeah, they had the clutch in the map on, but after that, they just could not compete and got completely dipped in the series. So they want to bounce back and sort of prove themselves going in the major. Hey, we still got it. We are capable of dominance. And of course, on the flip side from Optic, well, they want to rebound off of the loss to LAG, which is just a tilt-worthy loss. So both teams on the bounce back, ending the online stage to the year, end on a positive note. You feel good going in the major.
Trying to anyway. Hook's Hardpoint, stage 4 at least, and Hardpoint has been solid. I think you brought up Chance's record against Ultra, also pretty solid. If Ultra like to play well against, you know, more structured teams, Hook, the unreadable, has a great standing against Ultra as we go into map 1.
Yeah, he can sledgehammer his way through. Of course, Optic have, you know, taken on Toronto with many different rosters, but when Hook's got his hands on him, does quite well for the opening break. Hook able to get 2, but ultimately Ultra come out on top of the trades. Now Shotzi absolutely running at him, being a nuisance on the flank, and he is attracting 2 different players. So his teammates then bought a little bit of space, and he's still finding the impact kills. There you go, perfection. Great route, great timing. Optic in the hill.
They are running absolutely all over Ultra. wicked start here. 20 seconds ago on P1, looking at P2 also. That's where Ultra's got their eyes. And for now, again, Shotzi doing everything he can to hold these members of Ultra at bay. Not going to happen just yet. Joe punches a hole. They want to follow up? Yeah, surely. Get those players off time. Mercules goes down. Opportunity to get a little bit of this P1 before we get the rotation. But a sneaky Shotzi. Oh, he was praying for a few more rounds. That's still going to be Ultra in control going to P2.
And it's an awkward timing. I mean, you talk about how Toronto love to play structured and Optic don't necessarily adopt the same policy when they play. Yeah, they let Insight just go on the full route for absolute free, and it sets you up for plays like that. Shotzi, last man in the back line. Gonna be blocking the spawns of Kleenex and maybe making amends there with the gunny on inside. Of course, he gets the kills. You don't yet have the time, but they're ready for the break.
Oh, fantastic hit through the front as well. Kleenex from time into feed gets at least one. The back line loses that fight as well. So now Joe from the front, Optic spawning in the back. Here we go. He's on a 6th spree. The young demon, under the coverage of his teammates, is staying alive for now. Can he hop out and get another from time? Yeah. Onto Hook. No. Desperate for the Bellstorm. Nearly called it a cruise. There it is. In the back.
Yeah, and Joe Deceives 10-1. We mentioned how Hook thrives in the matchup against Toronto Ultra. Joe Deceives has dominated Optic all year long, so his KD has been outstanding across all game modes. And, well, he's going to be padding the stats in this moment as well. 50-point lead that they have, and, well, Joe Deceives just wants to play keep away. Get these guys out of the time. He will be unable. And sort of an interesting moment. If you got the Hellstorm, P3 is never necessarily ideal, but you want to break the spawns eventually. Ultra going to have to do something big.
Also providing a ton of information for you guys who may be trying to flip. You have to guess less on the approach towards the art building and that P4 building. No guessing about it though. Mercules from that top perch, letting everyone have it from balcony. He's not delivering a sonnet. He is letting it rip with his aim. Still with a good lead here from Ultra. Expect that to turn around in a big way going into the next hard point.
Certainly going to need to for Optic. You got to be delicate though. That's 3 down, and 2 players going to be in the back, and 2 players are going to spawn out. So a delicate moment now in the back line. Shotzi and Mercules need to clutch up. Shotzi wins his gunfight. Joe Deceives maybe could be the man to break it down.
Oh, they find a pick. So now the opportunity to close ranks on Optic. Good job from Joe, checking all the angles he can. The 2-man hit towards the backside of the hardpoint. The foot race is on. The reinforcement from the old hardpoint spawn. Beans leaves a gift. Causes damage. No kill. Joe trying to keep these members of the reinforcements team at bay. Don't let them get into the fight. There we go. Another set of clean kills, but Optic still with time and a scrappy hold at that.
Yeah, not exactly. They're like half getting the back spawn and collecting maybe a little bit, but Joe Deceives, he has been playing his life back here for the past 25 seconds. Now his team hitting the front door. This is about the timing. Doesn't check the corner, but Kleenex with 2. Is it going to be enough for the break? It's one man standing out from Optic, and it's going to be Hook keeping the back spawns alive, but not exactly keeping the time up front. Toronto, they are making a money hill scrappy.
And he really has been running around. 15-7 for Hook. A menace. Finally brought down. The spree is over. Insight now on time, and this is what you wanted. Better late than never, but still Dashy with a late break is going to get himself a couple of kills. And again, 10 seconds that you don't want Ultra to get. This was a very, very mixy first set. And the stat lines are wild across the board there for Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, look, Hook 17-8, and then he got Joe Deceives trying to match him at 15-6. Kleenex is running it down with 28 engagements, and Beans and Insight, well, maybe struggling to contain Hook and Shotzi. They're shooting everybody in the back, but back towards P1, at least Optic, they didn't get the money hill they were looking for, but still, it's been a slow trickle closing the gap, and around P1, they've been dominant. You see Mercules pulling out the Jackal, and that is a clean 4-man wipe in the feed. They don't have the spawns, but they've been soaking up on P1.
Whoa, Hook, it's a great POV right now. 22-8, another huge spree. 7 can't get streaks, but soaking like this, he certainly will. We saw Mercules do it the other day, and now Hook's lining up, and he has stepped up to the plate and some. What a P1 this has been. Lead changes there.
Yeah, and they're forcing 2 of the players from Ultra to spawn out, so Insight has to run for the hills and try to do it. He does best, just be annoying, but Hook, yeah, thinking about hunting him down, doesn't want to go through the broken door. He's taking an alternate route, and Joe Deceives in the meantime making the Hellstorm investment. Team kills, but at least gives you 1 extra on Dashy and Ultra. It's a clean break, but they do not have the spawns.
You'll take the collateral damage at that point in time because, yeah, you've absolutely broken it. No spawns, though. You've got hardpoint control. Here comes Hook. The immediate counter cruise. Will it be as successful? They're tight in there. Oh, only catches one player out. Is that enough to send the boys in to pick up the pieces? Indeedy, no. Joe Deceives traded out on time. Last man Shotzzy wins it and gets it. Optic are in.
And you'll take that. This is some PEMDAS kind of stuff, right? The Hellstorm just cancel each other out, and then Optic end up coming out on top. So beautifully orchestrated. Shout out Hook for the bailout plays, and honestly, a final 15 seconds absolutely worth soaking for the first time since the first P1. Optic Texas have taken the lead.
Yep, taking the lead. Over to P3 we go once again. This was a good hill for Ultra. A lot of time garnered last time round. Again, what a stat line across the board. Hook finally enters the double-digit death front. But 25 kills still to his name. 3 dead now for Optic Texas. A perfect opportunity for Ultra to run it up.
They're certainly a team that when they get a 4 down, you expect them to be able to light the kill feed up. But Optic slowly breaking out. And in the meantime, they were actually the ones that are getting on the P3 time. So that's a 4-man wipe from Ultra where they don't get anything off of it. And now they're very turtled around this new time.
Still vying for control over the bite. P3 way out in the open. Alongside the pillars, another 3 dead. So very successful war of attrition right now from the Ultra boys. They are winning the kills front, but can they get themselves a little bit more time? Right now the answer is no. Oh, big wins out of Joe's Deceive. Optic still with the lead. A slight back foot moment. Let's go for a listen in.
One single.
I'm gonna try and get around.
Top art, beats. Top art. So weak.
Still top art. You one shot. Bottom. Close guard. One shot. Yo, one shot on me, front door.
Easy. I'm not sure.
At least back left guy. Try to play your life if you can. What they're in the back left? Not hit me. Crossing cat. What do we hold? I'm holding my top. I didn't see anything. Alright. You saw me? I crossed the left. Another one in. Top, Joe. Kleenex. In the back inside.
In the back of me, dead.
Nice, good win. Yo, Kleenex to top. Last guy. Spawned out. There should be spawning P2.
He's probably top.
Should be spawning. Yo, absolute dirt door. This one. Dirt door, Joe. We're in the back. On the cross, Beans. Watch out, take my top. That's one. On the cross, one shot, Beans. Deep right. What's up? Beans. What's up? Good up. On time. Weak. He jumped out. Cider. I have your right cross.
Oh my fucking god. More cider probably.
Right, crossing right, inside. I pushed up long end. Yo, he's left. I need your right. Soak this time. We're at deep right. Yeah, try to get it. I need front door. I'm getting wall banged. I'm one shot, bro.
I have you.
I'm gonna go hookah.
And you inside.
I'm gonna go. I got time. Yeah, one still hookah. I'm gonna go you, yeah.
Check right side you. Okay.
He's right side you. He's in on me. He's gonna chop me close. Close inside then. One guy's
pitch pad. He's going back to pad.
Top cat, I'm behind him. Open. I don't see him open. Sean's you, right? Nice. You want top cat. I'll pick up con. Get my cat.
Cat inside.
I'm gonna shout your con. No con. Money. One shot. I pinched.
More cat.
He's dead.
Top cat.
We flip. Open up. You want time? Beans is weak. I'm going cat fast. He's already cat.
Open pillars.
I'm one shot. I'm going back money. I'm trying back. When is con?
Yo, close inside.
Close open Beans. Close. One shot inside. Could be through Ivy. Inside. No. And one guy top cat. Turned on.
Last guy close.
Last guy's close. Yep. Close got me. Nice hand. That's gonna be you. I am right. Open up pillar. Nothing right, boys. Close really. I'm holding right, okay?
I've got.
Right dead. I'm gonna look, he's soap new.
Yeah, grab
They're gonna be money. He's seen me cross back.
One top cat inside.
Nice. Could be pull. One was money. I got ripped. My bad. He's out. I got a pull. I killed him. I got time.
Top cat. Half up.
Top cat. T3 one shot. Inside sneaking T3. I can grab time. He's T3 still laying down. Dead. I got time. Just stay down. I'm trying to block. Could be blocked. We're good. Ivy cross. I hit him with an T2. He's laying down. They're T2. Okay, guys. Ivy cross. He's still laying down on you. One shot Beans outer. Use your cross. Use one shot. Beans is already crossed. Close front. They're gonna hit your front. Hey, I'm here. Chop. Right side time. Nice. Good up.
Yo. Short the front.
I got you. We got time. Yep. I went top cat. Save time, mates. He's top cat. Use hold middle, guys. Hold middle. I got still gonna spawn there. Another one cat steps on me. He's there, you. Nice.
Little crazy chance, a little chaotic. You cannot deny the Optic Texas skill.
Yeah, we've had maybe 4 different moments of them just absolutely slamming players. Like, we watched Joe Defuse get a world star, and Joe Defuse is 32 and 26, so he's playing well. Optic boys are shooting.
Yeah, shooting real hot. Dashi joining in the fun now. Over 200 points we go. This has not been a fantastic hard point for the Optic boys, but right now, Beans battling his way into time. A wicked spree here. Joe picks up the flank, and that is keeping the Optic members in spawn for now. Superb damage, great shots, not enough time.
Well, this is going to be the vault special, right? 20 seconds on scrap time. I think both teams just sort of happy to play keep away on it. The name of the game is going to be this rotation. Hook already trying to see if he can go for the route. An insight in Joe Defuse slammed that door shut, but for Optic, a break here at all or just mixing this hill mixy, you should be good for the game. Ultra, they're looking for the dominant, and Dashi just ripped it away from him.
I think Insight might be completely out of ammunition. He's had to resort to the Strider at that range, so now Dashi, nearly a one-man army. Sends in Mercules, picks up one. The trades are now taking place on time. Hook down, Ultra in control.
Well, it's a little mixy. You stripped away maybe 10 seconds, so you'll take it. But obviously from Ultra is still a clean 45, and it'll be nearly tied up. So Optic, you're not in a hurry. You just want to be a nuisance and strip away a few more seconds. And looking at the kill feed, it's not happening this push.
Not at all. Wow, that's going to be 30 seconds to go here on the money hill. Will be absolute cash right now for Ultra 2 Dead. That's going to be up to Kleenex now. He's the next man in time. Reinforcements fall through the front door. Oh dear. It was a messy engagement. Not a clean entry onto site, and that is going to sting. Kleenex 5 spree, Kleenex streaks.
Yeah, that's great work by him too. Being aggressive on the time when your teammates fall, and he's calling in straight away, so they're going for the P1 break-in. For a couple of these Optic members, might be nowhere to hide. And you see all those purple arrows. They are swarming to get in position. He finds Shotzi. Hook wins his gunfight, but the cat control to Ultra.
Ultra have been here before. Game clock goes red. Optic on time. Toronto with the numbers. Mercules with the kills. Can Insight find 2 here? Can't even get 1. You've got yourself onto the hard point. You have to hold position here. Look at the red clock. 15 seconds to go.
Ultra, they need the time. Optic, you just need the kills. Get the kills, get them out of time, you'll win by the game clock.
They're trying to win by the game clock right now. Insight has got to go absolutely huge. You have to get on time. You have to clear out the power positions. 7.8 stopped. A big win for Kleenex. Hardpoint open again. Beans, can he get 2? Can he get time? Yes, we're alive and kicking still. 3.2 to go.
Everybody's got a soak. You can't let him get close. Can't let him get close by the time, and they're squaring up.
They're squaring up through the door, through the hot gates. It's going to be a kill box. Beans trying to keep him back. That's game nearly Joe. 0.9 off time. Optic somehow close it out.
Typical from Hook and typical for the entire team to manage that chaos in the moment. And they absolutely delivered. That is a battle. And look, they lost to LAG. That could be a devastating loss that like scorches the end of the year if you're losing to a team towards the bottom. A win against Ultra will get you right back, as we know Ultra deliver phenomenal teamwork, great players as well. You capitalize against the second best hardpoint team in the game and get them back on Vault. Well, you're starting your series right. Optic Texas looking good.
That's a great way to win the map. Ultra, no strangers to a photo finish at P1 on Vault. We've had far too many now, lads, in the last month alone. Sadly, that one does not go their way. 41 and 27 from Hook. Massive work. 36 out of Shotzi. Dashi pulling out 32 as well. Unreal performances from everyone across the board. The kills department, the damage, you name it. 220 to 216. Game clock deciding it. What a start.
Yeah, and listen, it was getting spicy for a while as well, right? At the start of the game, we're watching Shotzi. Couple bad moments, that rotation of P2. Insight just gets to do what he does best, but that was at the start of the game. The end is the only thing that mattered. In Optic in these situations, the only thing they need to do is get kills. And frankly, for this team, that is when they are at their absolute best.
I mean, really, Mercury's nice 2 there of him. Shotzi playing this double door perfectly. And again, it's just patience. Optic, don't panic in this moment, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do. That game clock ticking away, the literal ticking in your ears. sending the heart rate up, forcing those players to make mistakes. Ultra know the desperation is there. Two things to really manage: the kills right now of the power positions that are hurting you the most, and maintaining time to stop that game clock. So difficult to do in this moment. Optic play it great.
And especially right here where Hook is taking the long routes, right? No one needs to die. You need to make sure everyone gets ready and grouped up for the play. And then as it strikes, it's the full collapse and you just get to be annoying. You have to play your life, let your teammates get to work, and Optic do it flawlessly towards the end. They only lose one player. So that shows off the resolve to go into a moment like that, to not tweak out, to keep your eyes on the game clock and able to clutch up clean and efficient work. And frankly, for how close this was, we could break down any number of plays, but even towards the money hill, like loving Dashy's two-piece, he gets in just at the very start of it to sort of strip those 10 seconds away, which obviously is a massive impact in a game this close.
It's all coming down to literally the wire there, folks. Wow. 220, 216, and maybe the end of Black Ops 6 online play, but it's not. Disappointing. I take it all back. I thought yesterday might have been the peak, folks, but today looking good so far. Hosienda, Search and Destroy on its way now. Chance, given what we've already seen of Ultra, given what we've seen of Optic so far, and again the time they're getting with Mercules now with the practice, how are we feeling about Search and Destroy?
Well, for this map specifically for Ultra, it's one they like really need to add to like the map pool. They play it a ton, but they have a 4 and 5 record. So there's a few maps where they've achieved dominance in S&D, but unless they develop their map pool a little bit more, they're never going to have a strong advantage in the pick and bans. That's why Hosienda continues to roll through. So it'll be Optic's map pick. And again, obviously in the game mode, Kleenex is a god amongst men at this stage. He's getting a kill per round, which means he is a literal guarantee. And the fact that Beans is up there with a 1.46 as well. Strength in the north, strength in the game mode, just not on this map specifically. They haven't looked as good. So Ultra looking to clean things up on Hosi. And for Optic, just looking to capitalize. You're getting Toronto on not one of their best maps, and now you got them down after you beat them in the map 1. Keep the foot on the neck.
It was the skin of your teeth you won map 1 by. Keep running, keep moving forward. Optic sorely needing the 10 points. They are the gatekeepers of 8th place. They are the gatekeepers of champs right now. 10 here against Ultra certainly helps. Positioning of themselves going into the major as well, depending on what opponent they're going to get. At the end of this weekend's play, we will have the bracket absolutely set in stone this afternoon, or this evening, or this morning, wherever you are in the world. And that might decide how things go, because the race towards champs is still on. And now the race towards probably the B-bomb site.
And that B-bomb side is wide open, ripe for the taking. And Optic, I mean, taking it quickly. You're going to have number 3 Insight potentially in the rat back, but no, he's playing in the top hallways, not top office. So Røkkr found himself an aggressive spot. Ultra trying to square up and go through the tiny door. Not an ideal situation. Optic get the bomb down for free.
No trophies. Going to be a problem. Guns are up at the ready and no one there from Ultra making a move. They've counted as many red dots as they can. Yeah, they knew something was up, but they didn't account for the position of Shotzi, and he slips into the fight. Traded out immediately. A couple of big kills going the way now of Ultra, and they've got the advantage. Oh, dear. 25 to go. On towards the site we go now. The bomb is within sniffing distance. Big kills from Optic. Last man in the 1v2. Down and out. Beans gone. Optic take the round.
Absolutely clean there from Dashy. Those are electric shots. And I think that might have been a small moment for Optic. Maybe Shotzi just doing a little too much because he makes a great flank play. And after that, in my mind, that'd just be time for Shotzi to disappear. But he gets traded immediately after. Great news for his teammates. Dashy absolutely has the ice and able to clutch up in the 2v3. So time on their side. They thrive in a very strong opening round.
They're gifted a wide open bomb site, no one home whatsoever there from Ultra, and their recovery not ideal. Their turn to attack now. 3-1-ish split through the middle of the map. Oh no, 2-2. It was so close I could barely tell. A lot of members of Optic towards the A side, and that is going to be a fight, folks. Looks like they've shown face. They've backed up quickly. Røkkr gets away with this. That great dodge. 20 HP. Run, Joe.
You can dodge the bullets, you can dodge Semtex. Ultra, though, have read the round, right? They respond to the pressure, and they're getting down the bomb at B. So very similar shades to what we saw from Optic on their first attack in the round. Ultra, though, a little bit more aggressive on their defensive end. You see Kleenex is swimming towards the boathouse. Beans is playing a cheeky spot, and Joe Deceives gets to be the island boy.
Oh, that's ideal from Kleenex. And again, I don't think there's a lot of tacticals or lethals to be thrown at this side because I think Optic used all of it by A. But there's one stun. That's going to help. Yeah. Can you press off that? You sure can. Hook's in. Great coverage. Lovely positioning from Insight. And it's a 1v1. And it is done. Insight. Good reads. Good timing. Ultra level it up.
Yeah, those are good moves by Inside as well, right? Gets Dashy tagged up one shot in the hallway and just does the loop around the rock, trusting his teammates to sort of pick up the gunfights. And Hoop traded out his boy, but he was there for the trades and maybe a spicy round when Joe Deceives gets picked in the meantime. But the Danish, boy, can they swim.
Yeah, he was, I mean, was it swimming or was he crawling along the lake floor there? That was about as low as he could go, trying to stay out of line of sight. Great stuff there from Kleenex. Doesn't always pay off, but he works away with a boathouse kill. Love towards the B-bomb site here from Optic, but no bomb in hand.
A lot of noise, though. I mean, this is every tacky nade being thrown. They're just going to back this out and let the bomb go down for free. And Hook is doing, I mean, not even checking Dark. That is zero fear. They're trusting that bait to pay off, and it absolutely does. Perfect execution. Clean bomb down, and Ultra have to retake this nightmare situation.
It wasn't good the first time round. Try to outscore your opponents now in every possible way. Good timing. Joe finds Shotzi, the shadow, eliminated now. That should be Joe. Perfect fight for Joe to find himself in. Huge advantage for Ultra.
20 seconds left, and wow, what a breakout. They just found everybody and executed them, and Mercury's the last one to fall. I mean, listen, the opening break strat, absolutely calculated, awesome. Done to perfection, and then players just get hunted down one by one. And honest to God, maybe another situation for Optic Texas where players are just trying to do a little too much, a little too quickly. Dashy wants to go for the re-pinch, but he got up close and personal against a Jackal. A lot of jokes and propaganda being pushed about the different weapons, but the Jackal at that range is unstoppable.
Exactly. I mean, look at this. This is the kill on a shot. See, again, great timing. It gets a little bit damaging initially. And Dashy, look at that. Not a hope in hell. Joe down a half HP. Doesn't matter. Right gun, right place, right time.
And yeah, if you get the bomb down, like the clock is going to be your best friend. You don't have to really force the issue situationally, but now it'll be Ultra's turn to the attack, and they're doing a similar strat. We're squaring up on the right side of the map. Bad idea. They're going to be a man down, but they can get this bomb down. Not really for free. They exchange some lives. They're not going for the plant. They're playing for the kills.
It's the plan B bomb this time. Oh, Kleenex might get caught here. Possibly spotted. Not a huge amount of movement, but that bomb has gone wide and very deep. Back into the spawn now of Optic. We're going to reconvene. Rendezvous at the B bomb site.
Well, the longtime duo, they've been in situations like this before. Their communication and natural chemistry, certainly not something that's going to be questioned. Still, though, such a difficult situation. 40 seconds is a good chunk of time, but Optic thus far have made zero mistakes. Seems like they're leaning towards A, happy to play for the retake on the B bomb site. We're going to test their metal. And with the plant spot Insight is grabbed, though, as far as a 2v3 with bomb down goes, Ultra, they have what they want. Still going to be difficult.
Yeah, real tough. Insight from Boathouse, Kleenex from a corner. He has his Centix. Oh, and a frag grenade to work with as well. So, a couple of lethals to play here. Shotzi clears out the bomb. Nobody home. The timing on this might be fantastic. Kleenex, as he stays safe and hidden. He sure has. The hit and run. Another man on the site. And now it's a 1v2. Mercules holds it down. No nade, no shenanigans. No problem. Optic equalize.
Yeah, and that event, very difficult sort of retake on the site. Kleenex and Insight, the opportunity to make the play, and they were running out of time because of how patient Ultra was. But firm execution across the map, and Hoog out there making plays as well. And Merc, we have learned we can absolutely trust him in these moments. Kleenex not a hope of hell in winning that one after his teammate dies.
Yeah. You read the position the bomb's planted for, you think, all right, it's either going to be top office or it's either down low. They clear out top office. A great win from Hook on the other side of the map against Insight, so he cleans out the boathouse play. Optic numbers worked out. Wonderful search and destroy so far.
I think Ultra don't want to have to retake A again. They're tripling up down low. Insight spots them out towards the middle of the map, so they're going to know players are going to connect. Their bullets already being exchanged, and Hook slides into war.
Now that is a great start from Ultra. Can we get any trades here for Optic? Mercules gets some damage in a shot. He throws a sweet peach from way over. Oh dear, Mercules. Yeah, that's not a fight you want to be staying in. Gets away, gets the regen. Another great set of nades now, all down to Mercules. The trophy's going to eat that one alive, and now his teammates are gone. 1v3.
Let this man get to work. We've seen what he can do. He is an extremely capable player. He also got spotted by Insight. Okay, yeah, Insight doing his thing. So
I was trying to wonder if Insight had seen him in the top corridor, because I didn't see a lot of movement from the other boys. This is Insight's POV. Yeah, he saw him. Dead to rights.
And again, Insight as like the facilitator of information. I mean, only 4 and 2. It's not like that's anything completely bonkers, but just getting that information of like, hey, guys in the middle of the map, he's sliding in towards connector, and everybody on Ultra there, the rest of the team ready for that fight. And as you say, Hook is unpredictable. I don't know how many players in the league, when all those bullets are being exchanged, want to slide straight into it, but he's willing.
Willing and able, and you know, it works out
sometimes.
And that's why he keeps doing it. Stun connects. Insight knows he's got to get out. There could be a big wrap happening here. Sure it is. Shots, he's all the way to the driveway. This could be a free kill. Backs up. Insight, good comms as well. He's going to pass that information over. And now the setup, you have to really worry about that tin push.
In Optic, it's 2 players, coming in through tin, the other 2 through the top hallways. They are working on the swarm. They do have to go fairly quickly. Joe Deceives, the island player, his job just got made easy. Dashy shoots top flat. Joe Deceives gonna hunt him down. Kleenex get the information, and he's got the teammates support.
Uh-oh, 1 man left now, and it's Joe. The bomb being defused. Shotzi's on it. Are we gonna check it? Are we gonna have the time? Joe? No, equalizer once again found with the defuse.
Broke him down so quickly. I was looking on the minimap. Joe Deceives was playing like top office, or maybe he was bottom fire. You can't actually tell, verticality. But either way, Dashy makes some noise top flat. Joe Deceives get active immediately. But because Optic as a full team were swarming all over the site and did not waste any time is the reason they won that round. So they knew what the game plan was. They stuck to it and executed it to a T, and a great decision to hop the bomb, because we've seen a lot of clutches from players in Top Dark. If they make that call a split second later, they get punished for it.
7-4 from Big Bruce on a 3 spree right now. We're going to give Shotzi the bomb this time. He's going to contend with a lot. Kleenex might just fly through under the cover of his teammates. You've got mid-map absolutely on lock.
And Kleenex with the spot he's playing in the mid corner, his teammates can leave and just trust him to have sort of eyes on everything. When you're forcing towards the A side, they don't have dark control, they don't have connector control. This is going to be a tough work on A.
Oh, nice hit with an aid. Mercules get some damage in. We've still got a trophy system at play there on the A bomb. And we are trying to exhaust everything here.
Oh, Hook's chasing.
Time bought, kill acquired. Hook strikes with an immediate trade.
Hook also faked the kill cam, so Beans is going to be chasing a ghost. Still though with 3v3, 35 seconds left, and Beans is chasing a ghost, but he's making the read. They have Hook actually dialed in it by the looks of it. But now the bomb wrapping over towards in between Beans. Joe Deceives find a kill, and Joe Deceives guns him down. A mixy round, tough to calculate and track these players, but Ultra maybe the finest in the game at that. Execution, and you see the heads-up awareness. They knew where Hook was the entire time, so good reads on the post-juke of the kill cam, and Joe Deceives getting his back.
Yeah, we don't see Beans pick up that player trying to reinforce. I think it was Mercules who does get bomb. 1 more man making his way to the B-bomb site, so Ultra just managed to cut off every avenue. The Optic flooded through there. We go back to back. Blow by blow, we roll through this Hosienda. Optic looking towards A little bit more, but the 2-2 means you're going to get a lot of presence upstairs. Stun will connect. How many players, though? It's caused them to scatter. Uh-oh. Presence showing shots. He first blood out of nowhere.
And he's gone. And now from Ultra, where, I mean, they're wrapping the bomb over towards A, but Hook is posted. And Hook, yeah, by the looks of it, spots it out. And he's repositioning over towards 10. And now those white arrows maybe starting to wrap back, or... Yeah, there you go. Starting to make moves. A 4v3 retake over towards A.
Yeah, last man on that side of the map, Mercules. Will be the tail of this snake. Shotzzy again with a great position. Here comes the bomb plant towards A. Down a man. Trophy in hand, though. Sneaky Hook. Wait for the lads. And push together. Here we go. Opening rattle. A big win. 2 down now. Man advantage Ultra.
Just like that. Trades, though. 2v2.
Mercules strikes. What a kill. On a Hook, on sight, finds his. The second! No, he shouts for it. 1v1, and Beans is on the run. Gets away with his life now on a full regen. Beans has to check it. He knows he has to check the bomb. It is now being defused. Beans, will he play the man? Will he play the bomb? He's now gotta go, Beans! God, what another sensational defuse from Optic.
Hey, rookie going against one of the more clutch players we have in Beans in Search and getting it done. 2 sneak defuses like that. Ultra making mistakes, but Mercules, you see, he just makes the perfect call. And this is maybe 3 different rounds won by Optic, where if there was just like 0.5 extra seconds from Ultra, Ultra would get the wins. But Optic right now dialed in. They're making the aggressive play calls, and it has absolutely been paying off.
Yeah, the man-to-man play as well. I mean, that kind of 1v1 moment is insane. Dashy v Insight, another big one there. First blood to his name. B-bomb site once again wide open, but Ultra, they've learned this one before. Here we go on the rapid attack. Oh no, not enough to get the kill. Joe, can you find anything here? But under a hail of gunfire from Optic Texas, they send it, bring him down. And then it's like map point. A desperation play from Beans. Could not get across the map fast enough. His RC does, but that is that. Optic take control.
I imagine the 1v4 clutch with an RC car. That's hysterical. What a waste of utility there. And then on the flip side from Optic, again, aggressive play calls. Like we've seen Insight on these defensive rounds. He'll play from the hallways. He's oftentimes just looking for information, but he gets baited out. Dashy zaps him for the first blood, and then Optic again, not wasting time. Everybody towards the bomb site. The man planting the bomb knows he has to pay attention to that mid hallway as well. And everybody on Optic jumped on top of those trades. As good as it gets right now in this S&D, Optic are playing this extremely well. Still got to close out, though. Ultra on the attack.
Old Faithful here from Optic. The battle once again upstairs. Another first blood. And Mercules deals a huge amount of damage to Beans. And that's the bomb carrier backed up.
It's also funny, when you hit somebody with a trophy, it does like a good chunk of damage. It's like 10 or 15 HP. It's not just taking away 1. So Beans gets an assist on his teammate. And another 3v4 and Insight dead to rights.
Yeah, gone. Absolutely gone. Does not check the corner. He's out. 4v2 now. Optic, this is your round to lose. Joe and Beans. And we've checked everything. It's all been checked. Where do we go with the bomb? Beans is alone, hasn't made a move. A map-winning moment. Beans now left alone in the 1v4. There is no way at all he could get this done. And Shotzzy, are we going to do it with a knife? Or are we going to wait for the lads? Optic, Texas. The round is theirs. The map is theirs. And a 2-0 lead. Oh my God.
Yeah, and from the Optic perspective, playing really good Call of Duty, sort of making adjustments on the fly, and some of the, opening breaks they had. I love this strat of making all the noise towards B and letting Hook solo plan on the A side. They lose it after the fact, so certainly there's still a few things they're going to want to clean up, but ultimately, very well played search game against a really good S&D team, but as stated from Ultra, Hosienda is not a map that they truly have in the bag for S&D. Now it might be both a short-term and long-term problem as they're down 2-0 in the series.
Tough one, real tough one. 2 fantastic maps so far. From a viewership perspective, this has been wonderfully competitive Call of Duty. Can Ultra turn things around now, going into control? Force at least the map 4. Optic, champs is the goal. Champs on the horizon. Still trying to maintain that 8th place, and 10 points here will certainly help. That's that going into the half. Optic with a fantastic 2-0 lead. Myself the chance to now take a break. We go to the desk.
Crazy stuff through 2 games as that first one. The time counts down. Now we see a round 10 going in Optic's favor. Clint, you didn't even believe in yourself when you picked Optic to win this series, but it seems like the Optic of old, yeah?
I thought it was possible. I didn't think it was like a nightmare matchup, but like now with Mercules in the lineup, I feel like we're gonna have the Optic that we've had so many times over the last 6 years of the CDL.
Okay.
They are gonna be a team that can lose to anyone, a team that can beat anyone, a team that can get a top 12, or a team that can maybe win the event. We might be getting back there, bro. We might. They just come in and win. They lose to LAG, then come in and maybe 3-0 Ultra. Like it might just be that type of mix again, which I think for like the Optic side, that's probably good because at least you can make competitive runs if you're getting towards that. Whereas, I mean, the rest of the year, I mean, she's been kind of a consistent top 8, which is not what you want.
I will say, for me, this S&D was extremely impressive from the side of Optic Texas. This is a map on Hosienda that, like, they haven't had a lot of success on. 4 and 8, like, it's kind of middle of the pack for them right now. And when it comes to map pool, that is extremely important as we head into DreamHack because a lot of top teams have some of the deepest map pools in the league. It's where their strengths lie. And for Optic Texas, I mean, the first Bloods were phenomenal. I think the way that they played the map was incredibly well. And when it came down to the wire and a lot of these 1v1 situations that you see on your screen, they're clutching up, which is huge if you're an Optic Texas fan. I think this was a fantastic search and destroy from them.
They're all smiles right now. Toronto, not much to gain in this series, not much to lose in this series, but Optic, they definitely know what's up for grabs. A spot at champs is on the line. They currently are in 8th place, trying to hold the door. They win by 4 points in the hardpoint. That's going to make life a lot easier. Now, we're going to play a game, Maven. I know you're ready to talk about this match, but I'm going to turn you in another direction.
Sure.
We're going back to Gridlock. Ali's got the teleprompter.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm ready.
She has made this fantastic Wordle for God.
Okay, so I didn't mean to cheat, but I did work through my brain on the one I was thinking about.
What do you got for me, Ali?
I got to do the one that I thought about because I was thinking about when we left, so it can still count. But I think the bottom middle one is Kremp because Kremp was on that Thieves team last year.
Teamed with Attach and on
that should be Kremp because then Kremp is.
I swear, Maven did not watch any of the hard point. He was still answering these other 6 boxes.
Oh,
yeah, so
that's right up top.
That was the one I was thinking of.
I want to move left, at least 26 years old, because that kind of that pushes it down a little bit. I'm thinking like Kenny, Slasher, and Priest are those options in LA Thieves.
I say Slasher.
You think Slasher?
Yeah, Slasher from the Cold War team. What was that team that wasn't very good? It was like Tim, Slasher, Kenny, TJ.
Slasher's dropping a 30 bomb here.
It was a Thieves Cold War team.
Oh my God, Slasher, let's go.
That Thieves Cold War team. I only remember this because Joe and I talked about it recently.
English kids that played with Attach. Give me an afro.
Is it active CDL players? I don't.
No, I hit up Easy Mac because this was one I was confused about.
In the CDL.
Oh my God, that's right. Let's go.
It'd be afro.
Okay, so they can be inactive.
It'd be afro or Bance.
Okay,
would be the two, I think.
At least 26 years old from England. Show me a Bance.
Oh, that's a good call. Because I'm still thinking active.
Show me a Swanee.
Oh my God! Good job. Okay.
Oh, that's
right. +1 win from the UK. How many teams have a win? I'm going inside again. Top right.
Well, you can't put people twice.
Player. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't put people twice.
Well, you just put anybody. It could be anybody.
That's good. That one with the
sorry, 1 win over 26 years.
Oh, not anybody. You have to have a win. You have to have a win.
Are you saying Clay?
Why not?
They won that Røkkr event. So who was the team? It was
Oh my God, that's right. We're nasty at
Cammy in the middle.
Cammy or Kenny?
Cammy.
What is the middle
one? No, what was that Røkkr team? Not Cammy.
Team
what was
the Attach in the CL.
And they won.
1+ wins. Remember, won an event.
Didn't the Røkkr team come back on Ultra? Wasn't Cammy on that team? It was it was Afro, Bance, Attach, and
We're trying Cammy.
I'm gonna let you two.
You have the team wrong. Is it Cammy?
If you guys lose it, I'm gonna be furious.
Wait, we got it!
Bam. 3 minds combined. We got the dub, Ali.
Oh, we
close it out and showcase the glory.
That was when they were down 0-4. It was the best comeback ever.
Wrong guess.
We don't fail because we get paid to watch Call of Duty for a living, believe it or not. We're going back to our casters who get paid to talk about it.
I'm nearly finished.
Hey, what's up, dude?
What are you
eating? What are you eating, bud?
It's none of your business, you nosy kids. All right, here we go. Chance in map number 3. I am excited to see how this one goes down. How are you feeling? Hands are up.
I'm feeling good. I mean, I would say for Optic, this is a huge match because Minnesota played their final one of the online split in the next one against Vancouver. So it's just about how big of a lead Optic can get in the CDL point category, right? Because even if they bomb out of the major and get top 12, Minnesota would have to get at least top 6. But if they win this series, Minnesota don't, then Minnesota have to get a top 4. So like Optic are just putting themselves in an incredibly good situation. And And you got Mercules with a 2-point KD in stage 4 in control. And Dashy and Hooker number 2 and number 3. And Shotzi's only getting outpaced by Cell. So great game mode right now from Optic. They can definitely slay.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I think Mercury's stats are a little padded from the last time they played Vault, which was amazing. One of the most incredible individual performances we've seen from a rookie, let's face it, which was super impressive. But hey, Joe's not been bad in control whatsoever here in stage 4. 3rd overall. I don't know, man. There should be a war. There should be a true battle. And we need to see the goods, Toronto. You don't want to be going down 3-0 on the way into the major. Give us a game. Push it to the red card hardpoint at the very least.
It's also worth pointing out, though, from Ultra, they lost this map yesterday to Vancouver Surge. And while Vancouver Surge is an incredible team, they've been horrific in control. So Ultra, not exactly coming off of a hot streak. Instead, they've been iced out very cold, and Optic an opportunity to take that momentum and be scorching hot off the opening break. Things looking good. You get the kills, but Shotzi, rare moment of bad movement, ends up getting chopped down.
Tripped over his laces, maybe. Tie them up. Mercules gets tied up on point. Not able to get too much more out of that. It's a smidge of a capture on A. Jamie Craven leaves the S&D down and out, but sits on a 4-0 so far. Shotzi screaming for the one shot. He's going to get it. Great stuff. Over to B.
Traded out instantly, though. Yeah, Joe Deceive, just good route off spawn. A lot of trades, though, coming through from Optic, winning the gunfights at range. And once again, they're attacking from down low. Kleenex there to meet them.
Great dance from Shotzi here on the A zone. He's going to get at least one. Keep the capture alive. Beautiful stuff. Finds another in the feed. And Mercules keeping his spree going as well. I mean, this is super annoying. You send in Hook and Kleenex somehow gets it. Kleenex still alive down there. I mean, all this doesn't really matter too much because the second segment A's gone. Optic with a stack.
Yeah, you're happy to waste Kleenex's time in this moment, except they let him through. Joe Deceive's on the pinch, able to get one before he falls, and you do have to secure the A zone. Ultra still have players here. Everyone, though, has died, and Kleenex trying to make the big play, and they might deliver. You still have not converted this A zone. So close to falling, and Dashi can't get it done. Optic so close, and yet so far.
We need to get somebody on that point right now. There we go. Drain that. I feel like the boys of Ultra were so concerned about the kills and the pressure from Optic that they just would not get near it. And now you got a little bit more work to do. Inside has to win a big one here. He has to get Dashi off. And he will not yet. Uh-oh. 2 dead in the feed, though. Surely Optic, a massive turnaround here. And another awkward gunfight. The Hook wins.
I mean, hello. And yeah, a solo capture on the B zone to where now 2 ticks of progress. Well, nearly 2 ticks of progress. But you got one by yourself. So Ultra drop the ball in that moment. And Hook continues to fry. He does get cut down, but that 5 spree enabled him to get the A zone. And is giving them a 2-life lead, which is starting to get cut down.
Yeah, that's could change very quickly as well, especially with the pressure you've got from your spawn now from Ultra. Kleenex hit and run, gets away with his life. Mount on the inside, finds another. So that's going to be 3 dead for Optic. Life lead change. A minute to play, though, still.
In a moment where lives matter so much, we're just sliding in with pistols, praying for kills.
Hook's not going to... Oh, he might be waiting for another kill a little bit longer. Inside with great positioning. Up over the top goes Kleenex. No lives left, Optic.
And now they slowed the pace down. They had a minute to work with, and they just ran out.
A little bit back and forth. Insight v Hook. Oh, you nearly had that one. Great awareness. We lose to Dashi, and now all down to Mercules. First round should go the way of Ultra. The young Mercules has been given an opportunity to cook.
It's not going to work out. Yeah, they're just going to have them surrounded. Now they got the intelligence, and those purple arrows are going to be swarming.
And they have swarmed indeed. Well, it looks like Mercules went to the culinary school of Maven. Couldn't cook a thing there.
Yeah, and that's a very sort of a scrappy round, if you will, where Optic really were applying the pace and then just like not being able to get the final cap on the A zone. It feels like it's going to be a bad situation. Hook goes on a 5 spree, though, while the solo capture is happening at B, and all of a sudden, they're making the best of something bad, turn into a lights-out moment, get a 4-life advantage, you capture the A zone, you got a tick of progress on B, and then they just absolutely sprint into death for the next, like, 30 seconds and drain all of their lives very quickly. So, easier said than done, but a moment where you really need to make sure you solidify those trades, and Optic unable trying to capitalize, at least for the first round, but defense does be like that sometimes.
And 4 Kleenex, 10 and 9. Hook Tyler Garland has yet to take his foot off the gas when it comes to these respawn modes. Joe's dead slide finds him die, and still under great coverage here. Optic have got top mid covered.
Also get the pinch covered. Hook's going to be able to find their route through. And this is a lot of damage being done by the Toronto members, but they are not getting any of the kills. Now inside last man standing. He knows his nightmare's coming to kill him. At least gets the read on Hook, but still everybody else in spawn.
He's got a jackal now too, so inside's going to be sitting pretty up here. He does have a player nearby, but yeah, we'll see if that becomes an issue. That's below him. Not a lot of progress gained here from Ultra. They have been certainly trapped in spawn. Shotzzy, he has the hit point advantage here on Kleenex. Mercules flies in to find these kills, and you have not been able to escape. One man gets through Beans, and thank God he stops the clock.
Well, this has just been an incredible job of playing the pace right now from Optic. They've only lost 4 lives, and a minute of the game clock has been burned off. So they're incredibly efficient now in getting the trades now. So the switch has been flipped. Toronto, though, trying to find the bailout moment. They've made it out of their base. They've made it to the A zone. A little bit desperate, though. Time is not on their side.
They got trophies, though. 2 mans now through the outside. Optic trying to get back into this real quick. Trophy should be done any second now. Beans is going to go big. Can they bring down Shotzzy from the top window? Can do indeed. Looking for the stack as well, potentially. Dashing back up to a top spot. The 2 ARs now working from the inside of the A zone, and that should be the capture. That's all it takes. One decent opportunity, and Ultra back in this.
That's how you work for it. Still down 4 lives, so long term that's going to be a small problem, but in the immediacy, you get Kleenex behind enemy lines. You're going to have insight sort of around the work with, but Shotzzy gets them both. That's 4-man wipe, and look at the setup Optic already has.
And you've already got Mercules really in position. Wait for a moment or two. Hook's going to give him the red dots. Now Mercules, go! Send it, finds at least one. Shotzzy gets the other, and Ultra are still on life support. They are bleeding out here in round 2.
These Ultra arrows are just spinning in circles in their base. Couple trades rolling through, but they're going to need a couple more.
It's possible. Last man Dashi. Worth the weight of 2 men right now as he finds a big one. 8 and 12 overall. Not going to matter if he keeps this round flowing the way of his team. Great coverage. Shotzzy now trying to get involved as well. From down low, the reinforcements can't get close. Perfect nade, dealing more damage. Over to young Mercules. Can he keep insight off time? And it is still anyone's game. As soon as you get in there, the opportunity is on, but no cover. Dives on in, stops the clock, and that should be it.
Yeah, great plays by Mercules. Good positioning, nice little cleanup, and now from Ultra, it's just going to be a last-ditch effort to try to get any semblance of control, but Optic not going to give it to him. Dashi on point, leaving Kleenex as the last man in a 1 versus 8. That is a beautiful bounce back round from Optic Texas.
Whoa, wicked work. I mean, if not for losing the A zone, it would have been outstanding stuff. You kept Ultra at bay for what felt like an eternity. They managed to get that one little window open there, and they sucked all the air from outside, and they possibly could make a sprint for the A zone. Gets the job done, but great work in the kills department as well. Optic looking solid. And it is perfect map coverage here on Protocol. These boys cooking.
Yeah, and I think especially the way Optic was playing that round at the start. Like, I think it was Shotzzy that was playing in like bottom spiral when they had the map control. Nobody tweaked, nobody overcommitted, and you had Ultra just playing so slow, waiting for like some degree of scam from the Optic members. They didn't give it to them. And then by the time you captured the A zone, you'd still lost a substantial amount of time, and Optic obviously had plenty of lives to play with.
Opening fights have basically been going the way of Optic. Hook's trying to be sneaky about it. Shotzzy is going to be sneaky about it. He's going to be up in behind these players. Great read. Not enough on the melee from Beans. Now in trouble you go. Timing off, though, in this moment. So Shotzzy's not going to find anyone. Dashing the other side of the map might. A single bullet in the Kleenex is all it took. Life lead Optic.
Well, because Shotzzy's behind enemy lines, Ultra are going to be in a bit of a precarious situation. Insight does get one before he falls, and Shotzzy does get traded instantly, so not ideal, but you still have a little bit of pressure. 2 in the feed there from Optic, and the Ultra players spawning out.
Yeah, that's nice. Great work as well on the stack. Trophy and everything, you name it. Hook immediately hits Zip, immediately gets into the fight, and that is going to be another freebie. A 2-0. Kleenex now fighting forward. Upstairs, downstairs, doesn't matter. Mercules on a 5. Trying to get these kills from inside his zone as well. Big points. Big points. On the way towards the Hellstorm.
This is an interesting moment, too, because I'm already hearing the narratives. Maybe Ultra shouldn't have let Mercules go, but they do at least take him out of the A zone. And hey, you win a big 2 on the fight. So once again, Optic so close to capturing A, they don't quite get it done.
Close, but terribly far. Hook, once again, down low, hits a wrap. This is basically what he has been doing all map long. 30 seconds to go. We got to make a decision here. We're looking towards B as well, so that's where most of Ultra's looking out. Jodeceivs are still way over by Heli. An opportunity now on B. Trophies in play, everything working out, and Hook. Oh, he could go big here, but sadly, spotted out. Still a segment completely cleaned up at A and a B.
One segment. Now they're playing for kills. Still got to actually seal the deal. And there you go. Shotzi with the final one. Interesting moment there, but they wanted to just make sure they get the guarantee to add the time to the clock. But this is an 8 life advantage that Optic had. Now it's down to 3. Make it 2. This is shades of round 1.
Good kill so far from Ultra. 2 dead off rip. Beans surely not long for this world. Gone. Pressure now is directly towards the B zone. Just under 50% of it captured so far. And Optic, they're starting to move. They're starting to flow forward. Can they catch these kills from spawn? First in, Hook. Second man on point is going to be Joe. And he's looking the right way. 3 dead again.
Huge win there from Joe. They're trying to desperately hold on with only 5 lives remaining. Make it. And now only 6 from Optic. You need to trade these kills out. If you're Optic Texas, 30 seconds is a decent chunk of time.
There was a moment there. Yeah, let's go top. No, let's go bottom. Let's go top. Oh, we're going to make a decision quick. 25 to go. And we are looking towards zone. Beans. Caught unaware. No lives left, Ultra. Who can Dashi get theirs? Last 2 men. Cut down from spawn, and Beans might as well not even be present. We're going to capture this zone. Hook's on it, and Beans desperately trying to be the man to be felled. You don't want to give the segments away. But at this point in time, I'm pretty sure Optic are getting defense regardless in round 5.
Yeah, and Optic right now are just looking like the straight up better team. I don't know what's going on in the Ultra camp. It's been a very interesting stage for them where they still had a good deal of success. Like their hardpoint has been more or less like a standout mode for the team, but a couple losses, they get beat down by Vancouver, and now might get 3-0 by Optic Texas just to end the online year. A delicate moment indeed, of course. Game's not over. Still got to close out. But nonetheless, they're looking good, and I mean, calm's flowing.
It's really turned around at exactly the right time here. Well, Ultra, this is far from over yet, as you said. It always starts in control, folks. Those big old reverse sweeps. That's the way we do it here in the league. Joe cutting his way through mid. Nice shots. Not a whole lot from his teammates on this side of the map just yet. Once again, it's Optic winning the gunfights.
Yeah, winning the extra gunfights as well. Got the extra man and insight back in his home. This is where he's going to play the entire time. So while he has 16 deaths, Jodeceivs has 27. Certainly a dynamic in a mode where kills and deaths matter. And okay, for Ultra, winning a couple of the gunfights, insight, making his home to good use. But Ultra are just continuously stuck around this Trips area. They are struggling to get out.
Yeah, they're so worried. Is he zip? Yeah, he is. He's upstairs. Insight gets it.
There
No, 3 dead. All right, stack it, boys. Jump on. 1 segment, nearly done. Keep it going. Ultra now with a stack. The front man, Kleenex down. Over to Beans. Trophy in play. Desperation nade over the top. Connect. Second segment in the bag. He's the last man left alive, though, so it's done. And now the pressure from Optic. They have sent it forward. Who with a spree?
And Ultra just, I mean, they get the 3-man wipe and they just don't move. The last comm they had was we're missing Hook, so everybody just freaks out. You think is behind you. Ultra just do not seem to have it on this map and mode whatsoever.
Oh, they've got to find something. They can't even get up the stairs. They can't get inside the armory. Oh my good God. Last man dead. Hook's on a wild spree. No more lives. No more chances. That's it, folks. There's 5 seconds to get to B. You might touch it, but Schotzi's in position now. Can he get 1? Can he get 2? Holding it all together. Jodeceivs finds another. And I take it all back. This map still rolls.
I mean, you finally get out towards the A zone, but 2.3 seconds on the clock, and you're not going to have Maybe too many trophies, but the A zone, well, it's gonna maybe get secured. No, last ditch effort. There you go. Finally, Optic Storm and get the game. A 3-0 before going into DreamHack. Optic taking down one of the top teams.
Top dog neutered. Days before the last major of the year. Scary prospect for the team in purple armor. For Optic, a blessed 10 points goes their way. The bank is starting to feel a little safer. Thousands and thousands of voices cried out in terror, especially from Minnesota and C9. As those 10 points hit the bank, Optic find themselves that bit stronger. Great performances from Shotzzy, Hook, the endless flanks. Protocol goes their way 3-1, 3-0 the series. GG's.
Yeah, a fantastic moment of redemption there from Optic Texas, but I'm thinking about this from the Ultra perspective. That does not look like a fun way to end your qualifying stage. Lose 6 maps in a row. I mean, they get obliterated by Vancouver and then sort of get bullied out by Optic Texas as well, where Optic just straight up looked like the better team. So it's great news from Optic, but Ultra, I gotta be worried. You might have let someone go that you shouldn't have.
Well, that's one thing. I mean, right now it's close but no cigar indeed for this roster. They've got so much talent, so much capability, but unable to really find those big wins. Well, for now, it's done. Chance and I will see you on land, folks. Over to the desk.
Let's eat some brisket, boys. See you next week. Dallas, welcome your team into the winner's bracket with open arms. Optic Texas, never a doubt today. Woo! Even the fans picked Toronto Ultra.
No, I mean, there was definitely a doubt, but you just made up for the blunder, right? Like the lost to LAG, you get the big win here where you probably weren't expected to. It's a very weird qualifier for Optic. Like, you lose to Breach, you lose to LAG.
You beat Carolina.
You beat Surge.
You beat...
Oh, Carolina doesn't matter much. You beat Surge. You beat Ultra. Unless I know the Mercury's move happens in the middle of this, so a little bit of wildness, but it's a weird one. You look at it on paper, it is a weird one.
It is definitely a weird one. I mean, and again, going into this, like the fact they were able to win protocol control also shouldn't happen again. That's their auto veto. I mean, they've banned it almost 50% of these series, so clearly something has been going well in scrims, and that's kind of the light at the end of all of this, is because they're playing things they weren't very comfortable on. They're going up against Toronto Ultra, who, despite their last series versus Surge, has been a very strong top contending team looking to push that top 4. So for Optic Texas, going into DreamHack, this is good news across the board.
And the 10 points are massive. As we talked about, like, the best case scenario now is that Røkkr lose, you got the win, you're up 40 points, and you're in the driver's seat. You're in a very good position to get top 8 for champs. A Røkkr win makes it a little bit more interesting, but we'll see. Actually, I guess it won't really matter all that much, because it's going to be 30 or 40 points regardless, and Optic have the tiebreaker 2-1 head-to-head, so Røkkr going to have to make a crazy run the major.
The road just got way harder for Røkkr.
Yeah,
a lot of math still to do, but if you're an Optic fan, you are breathing a sigh of relief after fumbling the bag against LAG. The 10 points have been reclaimed against a team that is currently in the number 3 spot. So Optic now up to 165, as you mentioned, 15 points each in our winner's bracket and losers bracket on land. Minnesota still with an opportunity to score 10 points. Of their
Wait, they should be at 40 now, right? Am I hammered? They should have 40, right, with Røkkr? Weren't they up 30 before this match? I believe they should have 40 now.
I think we gave the points to Røkkr.
No. They should be 175. Okay, I looked at that. I'm like, that would change the story entirely.
We forgot to update it for the right team. All right, we do have Minnesota playing, and they do have an opportunity to earn their 10 points in just a little bit. But first, Allie, we have our scuff play of the game. Who do you think got it this time?
I gotta say maybe Hook, but I don't know. Now at number 3, it might have been Shotzzy, or it's just the end. It is in fact Hook in this closing from Optic Texas. This was the start of the run, right? And the reason this is also so important is this map 1. They have been on the losing end versus Toronto Ultra in map 1s. 3-1 in their series that they have matched. So the fact that they cinch out this big win to go up 1-0 in the series gives them so much momentum heading into that map number 2. And in that P1, that Optic Texas actually particularly struggle in, and Toronto Ultra typically are very well. And that was Hook the Nuke takeover. I mean, they could not kill him in this top hallway.
Clint, did they clutch or did they not choke in your eyes?
I think they clutched. Okay. But also the thing in my head that's like funny, I don't know how many total games or hardpoints have gone to time this year, but I want to know what percentage Optic's
in all of them.
Because I'm pretty sure I can think of like 3 or 4 off the top of my head that are at Optic. I don't know what that says exactly about the team. Well, to be fair, they play Red Guard where it happens for the most part. But yeah, they've had a lot of these, bro. They go to the clock that are crazy.
As soon as they touch the hill, they got to get out. A bunch of Dylan Rexes run around this league right now. We got to take a look at our standings, though, because Optic Texas is currently comfortable in 8th. Where are they looking for Major 4? Well, they'll be starting in the winners bracket after this one. So 175 to 135, a 40-point advantage as Røkkr tries to keep pace later. For now, though, we're joined by the one and only Kyler. Hook, welcome into the Monster Winner Spotlight. It's good to see you with a dub, a clean one, though, today against Toronto, which many people expected would have to come into Game 5. Why were you able to get the win in just 3 today?
I think we just locked in. It was obviously one of those we need to win. So I feel like there's no other thing to do but try and fucking close them out as fast as we can. Well, that's what we did.
The 3-0 map count is definitely going to help in the tiebreakers as well.
All right, Hook, I know you've been part of this Optic team multiple times over the years. I swear to God, when you're in this roster, well, not always when you're there, but like it feels like you guys could beat anyone or you could lose to anyone. This 5-stretch qualifier is a sign of that. Like you lose to Breach, you lose to an LAG, but then you beat a Surge and you beat a team like Ultra. Is it something to do with how you think you guys are playing the game, or do you play up and down to your competition? Like what leads to that?
Probably a little bit of both of what you said, but I would say just leadership. I feel like we never have someone that's like a
dominant voice kind of in moments.
Yeah, essentially we just need more of that, and we've been talking a lot about it, and everyone is stepping up when they have to, including myself. So
sort of leadership by committee.
We know that's what we need to move forward.
Okay.
And kind of bouncing off of that, when you do beat these teams, it is in 3-0 fashion. You 3-0 Surge, you 3-0 Carolina, you've now 3-0 Toronto Ultra. Is it just a momentum thing? Do you need that hot start at the beginning of this series? And what is it going to look like? You know, talk to me and the fans about it. Should you go down 0-1 in these series and have to kind of fight your way back into these series when it comes to LAN?
Well, it's a good thing that we're able to 3-0 like that, but whenever we're deep in a tournament, we're definitely going to have to show some resilience and even if we lose a map 1 or whatever, we're gonna have to be able to bounce back. And looking forward to these next 3 events. Obviously, if we make, fingers crossed, making champs.
True.
The next 3 events, we're gonna need that to make a deep run. So
And where do you think that's going to come from? Do you think it's just going to come from all of you needing to have a big bounce back, or is somebody going to be kind of leading that front line of that regain when it does come through?
I think we're gonna need a little bit of both of that.
For sure.
But yeah, at the end of the day, we're all world champs, and we got the new guy Rookie. But other than that, we're all world champs, and I think once we're in those moments, we'll be able to hopefully, make something.
Yeah, trying to turn the Rook into 1-2.
Yeah, it's a great mentality. Hook, you got your mind on right. Excited to see you in Dallas for what could be considered another home major.
Good luck, bro.
Appreciate it. Peace out, guys.
Optic Texas, the fans are already swarming down. Dallas kicks off next Friday for DreamHack, but we are going down on Wednesday. For now, though, we have one more match in our qualifier in this Columbus, Ohio studio, and it's the Minnesota Røkkr trying to keep pace. Well, Vancouver throw them a bone. We're sending them into the Riptide. Stay tuned. It's a
Oh my god.
Keep shooting my body.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable, oh near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 Minnesota Røkkr Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators as well as a weapon charm to keep the competition on ice. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Stack it up.
Oh, this could be huge. Kenny on the flank. Kenny gets the pass.
Keep a bang, roll with me. Stack it up. Big bang.
Astrio still not missing.
He's looking real solid at the moment.
Stack it up. Big bang. Break it up.
Not enough to win the gunfight. Copy on shield. The reads on the next one, able to win the 1v2.
Break it up. Big bang. Only hunters, no 50.
Me too. You can do it. 1v1. 1v1. The Emperor.
Nothing changed but the change.
Vancouver Surge hit with the event sickness like LA Thieves immediately after going to a grand finals. They started off slow, but now looking to finish strong in the winners bracket. Both them and Minnesota are guaranteed a spot in that winners bracket. The question is, which seed will they get, 5th through 8th?
Yeah, no, but you made the perfect comparison. Like Thieves just came out slow, 0-2. Now you've 1-2 straight, maybe 3. I thought the win over Ultra looked really impressive last night, but then Ultra's match today, I'm like, okay, maybe Ultra are struggling a little bit right now because Ace got smoked 3-0. But they're just trying to be in tournament form, and when I mean tournament form, make a run to another final, and maybe try and improve upon the fact they haven't been able to win a map in either of the last 2 finals. But I'm excited to see what they can do.
My biggest thing for Vancouver Surge right now is just kind of questioning their map pool. I think a good thing for them, though, is they've started to win a couple of controls. They won one versus Boston Breach, which, I don't know, we saw really good Boston today. We didn't see a great Boston last week, but then they were able to take one versus Toronto Ultra as well, and that was respectfully on Hosi and Proto. So Scrims hopefully going well in that category, because that was what was holding them back versus Atlanta and LA Thieves.
We got standings to take a look at here going into Major 4. What's on the line? Seeds. We have 1st through 4 officially locked in. 5 through 8 is up for grabs, and it all comes down to map count. You want to finish with a 3-0 here if you're either Minnesota or Surge. Minnesota, I think, will be happy with just a win any way they can get it.
Yeah, try and stay in the hunt, and it comes down to the major for them if they're going to qualify for champs. This team has been, they are frustrating to watch. It is actually painful because they are so good at times, and then I want to drop kick all 4 players at times.
Absolutely. I can't echo that enough because you look at the statistics for Minnesota Røkkr, especially when it comes to the respawns, they're top 5 in almost every single category, but they're 10th overall in the league in win percentage. So I'm looking at it, it's like, my God, we say no ice, but like, I can't stress it enough that when it comes to closing out these maps, they just fall completely.
They see a few ice cubes, just a few ice cubes. Not a ton of ice, just a little bit of goddamn ice.
So Clint, one more time. They need these 10 points. That would put them 30 points back of Optic starting Major 4. They're both starting in the winner's bracket. So walk me through the scenario. If I'm Minnesota, I want to dethrone Optic. What do I have to do?
Okay, I'm going to try and keep this simple as possible. The reason the 30 points is so important is because each round is 15 points at the Major, right?
Yes.
So you can finish 2 rounds past Optic and tie. The reason you want to be within 20 is because if you're tied 30, it comes down to the head-to-head. Like if you end up the same points, right? They get those 30 points and Optic and them are tied. Optic are in the head-to-head 2-1. So they somehow have to play at the Major and Røkkr would have to beat them. And then it comes down to map count as well. It's so much more complicated. It would have been so easy if they were in 20.
Nailed the breakdown. We got our maps and moves.
I don't know if I did. I'm just saying stuff.
Qualifiers ready. Vault, rewind, protocol, red card. Now we can me through the numbers.
I really hope there's another one of those. Because you know what? I was really looking forward to doing
Can you beat these?
All right. I actually am really happy to see red card because Surge have not been allowed to play red card search and destroy forever. Literally, they ban it 0% of the time. So if we get there, game 5, you got to lock it up for Vancouver Surge. Across the board, though, protocol is going to be great for Minnesota Røkkr. If they get there, rewind's going to be great for Minnesota Røkkr. They love playing that map. So I think this vault is really important for Surge.
Scuff Pick'ems, the teams that need the wins are getting the wins today. I'm going Minnesota. I'm going Vancouver Surge.
Get that. Why are you doing that?
Why not? He's a cat of a human. Maven, I need a blue or purple answer from you.
I'm going, I want Røkkr to win, but I'm going Surge.
I'm going blue as well. Allie?
I'm going Vancouver Surge for sure. For show.
Nameless.
For show.
All 5 of us are going Vancouver
Minnesota
fans.
Røkkr.
That means it's a Minnesota 3-0 on the mic. We got shift and study
Congrats,
for you.
Kenny and Co.
Yay!
I feel like that moment right there was like the equivalent of Maven eating paint chips. Just chewing on confetti. I don't know where this guy gets off doing stuff like that. But this is a big matchup. I think it's more of the implication about the points for Minnesota, the ability to set yourself up at DreamHack to where you may have the ability to have an opening head-to-head versus Optic. But it starts to try to also prove that you can hang with a top dog squad that after a slow start this qualifier, they've really picked it up in the last 2 matches.
Yeah, it's just so crazy to think like Minnesota Røkkr losing to Vegas might potentially be the reason why they don't make it into champs, because that extra 10 points right now would be a very, very big part to your potential chance, a higher chance of you making it into champs, because now you're down by 40. The death sits on it perfectly. With Optic getting that 3 over to Toronto, Minnesota, their road only becomes a lot more difficult, and it has to start by taking down Vancouver, who are one of the top 3 teams that we have in the game. Thankfully for them, you go up against Carolina, you look great. The opposite side though for Vancouver, ever since they started off this stage 0-2, they've looked fantastic in their last 2 matches. So both teams are guaranteed winners bracket, but I know Vancouver got a little more inch in their gameplay.
That is so true, and I love the fact that we're kicking this all off on a Vault Hardpoint. Both teams are going to love to see this in the pool to kick off this series. So here we go, the final online qualifier matchup. Vancouver taking up against Minnesota. Let's get it on.
And let's get it, Mr. McLeod already starting off with a perfect start, 3-0. Spawns in control of Vancouver for that P2 side, and 0-4, already creating extra layers over towards line, just finessing with his life. Extra shoulder, I got Nasty watching over me. Doesn't get any better than this for Surge.
Absolute perfection. Not a single kill thus far for Minnesota, and the setup around P1 looks pretty darn complete as well. Kenny up top maybe creates an opportunity for Extrial Nero to pinch, but it all gets red received, and now it's just Geo, the last one left alive. 23 opening seconds. Vancouver feeling a little bit of pressure over towards poolside, but they're still picking up all the kills they need to be comfortable.
And now there's only 5 seconds remaining here at P1, and you have the rotation already over towards the next hill at P2 with 0-4, creating extra layers, being a nuisance behind enemy lines. You have not been able to sniff the hard point right now for Røkkr. And like, if this is the form that they're going to play today, yeah, let's just move on to DreamHack, because this is not even close so far.
Jay, sniffing the hard point would be a luxury accommodation here for Minnesota. They've barely had any kills. Finally, an opportunity here. A little bit of a late wake up as Minnesota will get a break from the front, supplant the spawns, put themselves in a position to try to get to work early on that opening deficit. But nades, action across the middle of the map, all turning up in favor of Vancouver, leaving Extrial by himself in the back of the hard point, and he is going to be chased out, or little bit of respect given to his position for a moment, and in that moment, it's Kenny and Estro to find 3 and a rebreak on the hard point.
Oh, I like the play right there to 0-4 to instantly cut like straight to the hard point and allow Minnesota to still get those back spawns. But we can't allow Estro to stay alive the way that he did. That's the only reason why they get swarmed by the ARs off of the respawn. And you allow Minnesota to walk away with at least 25 seconds here at P2. But this is where Vancouver find themselves to be one of the best teams on ball. This P3 to P4 rotation is usually locked and loaded for this squad, and they already find 3 kills in the feed.
Estro just trying to keep his life over towards vault stairs. The chase down is underway. 0-4 able to find that kill as Vancouver continue to get the traits that they need to at worst keep the hard point open, but at best control the middle of the map, control the favorable side of the Sons, and now start to make your play forward onto the hard point. But as they do, Kenny and Euro find a couple eliminations. You can see what Vancouver are doing, backing up, making sure they can still spawn good.
Yeah, everyone just making sure you play this a little bit safer. Now we're going to that crucial time on this P3 where there's only 25 seconds remaining. We want to be the team to dominate over towards R, and that's when you allow the SMGs to roam around the middle of the map. 0-4 finds a double. Eventually does get shut down, but he's at a 9-4 start. Vancouver still soaking up this final 10 seconds. And even if they're not, they have the spawns that they want for the next money hill.
Is this such a weird opening to this vault? Because it does feel like every time we get pivotal moments, it's Vancouver running away with them, but it's only a 25-point game, and Minnesota is going to get blessed with the spawn around the back. Problem is, Kenny cannot get the help he needs to really do too much, and now he's been seen. Shots are out. The chase down should be here by 0-4. Nice stun, though. Gives Kenny a chance, and he's able to finesse a little 1v2. Now he can get around the back, trying to block the spawns, and Kenny is able to keep his life a little while longer to get Minnesota in from the front.
That's a big-time player making a big-time play for his team to simply not give up all this time here at this P4. But on the opposite side, Nasty does the same exact thing. He lines up 3 through the back end. It's Kenny again trying to block those back spawns, but still Surge holding on into time.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that every moment that you see Minnesota starting to open things up, put something into their name, they can't quite get that last layer completed, that last obstacle to be hurdled. So Vancouver will technically win out this first rotation by about 30 points. Rotating back to P1, though, this is what you have to be afraid of. Neptune watching on one pinch. Nasty for a moment was watching on the other. And this is opening time for Surge on P1.
Yeah, and if you're Røkkr, you need your SMGs to find some success here. A 4-9 starter at Astrial, a 6-13 starter at Nero. Both of these guys love to have this action around this mid-map area. Last time they couldn't get a single second off of this P1, but now they have pressure to go with it. Astrio finds one, a boozer there for the trade. Kenny walks out with the numbers on top in favor of Røkkr. They should be able to soak up time now.
Yeah, definitely back in this game after what was essentially a minute worth of only finding 2-3 kills in total. Nero shut down from getting any action towards pool. Astrio finds one trade. Kenny working on this pinch with an SMG up. That will work. One more in front of him, though. That's where his streak will come to a bit of a pause. Nero trying to still play through this P1 and get behind the second hard point, but he's been read. Vancouver in a good position of control for new, and now it's just about trying to finesse the last 5 seconds at old, which they'll do that as well.
Yeah, just reinforce it with their numbers, knowing that they have the advantage still around the mid-map area, so gonna be uncontested here at the new HP off the rotation. Now it's Neptune's turn to do the same exact thing that 0-4 did the first go around at P2, which is just create an extra layer. That's already another 4 dead. Spawn so damn far away because you got a boozer just licking a wall back there. I got the black spawns, guys. You guys can continue to roam.
That's exactly what the case is. Neptune, you saw him playing forward. Now it's 0-4's turn. 4 in a row for him. Give him number 5. Doesn't even worry about number 6 and number 7. He's gonna trust that his teammates can handle that. And this is what we're talking about with Vancouver, just putting so much tempo across the map, so much pace across the map. If they're always just trusting that someone else can pick up those kills that get through, this may be a bit of a costly decision here. Those Minnesota are taking advantage of the last 20 seconds of scrap time, but even still, from the front, pressure being asserted by the Vancouver AR line.
Yeah, 0-4's not going to give this up for free. He still knows they got these close spawns, but I don't want to allow them to walk away with a full uncontested 20 seconds. So let's just make it mixy at the old R point, so my teammates are uncontested off the road out of new. Gonna be almost up by 40. Same situation for Vancouver. Early off the rotation over towards P3, but this time they're looking for a better response off the chain at P4.
Yeah, Minnesota's been hanging around, but you can't just hang around in a map like Vault against Vancouver. You have to try to dominate a certain moment, and I think this upcoming 60 seconds is an important minute for Minnesota to try to turn this thing into a position of control. Neptune 4 in a row. Off the pinch, there's number 5. Trade is out. Minnesota will also stay in the hard point at the same time. just comes down to, again, in these next 30 seconds, we need to see them getting win map control back and actually flip these spawns around.
Yeah, we need to start getting aggressive with these kills. We got to time it to perfection. The nade almost connects on 04, but he's just going to dodge that. Now create more space over towards the street side. Vancouver dominating the kill feed. The last player to account for is going to be Geo, and he now has to cut his losses and work through the middle of the map. But every kill he finds is massive because Vancouver now not going to have fully set up over at the new HP.
Weird gunfight right there. Even 04's like, what just happened? Kenny getting around the outside towards Dumpster as Minnesota are again looking to flip this hard point open. Kenny opens the hill and a chance for Røkkr to go into a listening to see if they can secure P4.
We free back there. Okay, that's that boost. Right there. Okay. Big break right here. Yeah. I'm pulling right. Top part. I'm looking at it. One shot. Okay. I need top part. One shot skirt, bro. One shot. One shot. I spawned on I'm top hole. I'm in both top. I'll get him in there. Alright, they want to go. What's that? Yeah. There's one hour. 04 and 2 I have off the top. 2 right quick. I'm off the top. We can see you on one job. We can shake. Did he jump on two, bro? That's my bad. 1, 2 on you. Okay, we're good. One sitting out gold. One's gonna throw. I'm trying to get deep right. Okay, go to me. I'll see if I go. I think you just look at the con. Flip card. Flip card. P4 square. I square another. All it over. All eight. One big door. I'm alright. I'm going hallway. They can go front. I'm hallway. I'm pitching for door. Door. One shot. I'm pitching for Hall again. Double. One shot. I got down. Down. One bullet. One shot. They're both one shot, bro. One time. I'm behind him. He left that time. Okay, this one's back. L4, there's 2, bro. L4 the bullet cube. Lay a bullet. Pull quick. Only one time, I think. One shot. Back that time, Nancy. 2 right. You went clear. One shot front. There's 2 times. I hear you, bro. It's on 80. I'm with you. Oh, that's down. I'm going right. Lego. 4. Oh, it's not new on me. Last guy boost. He's deep. One shot here. I take it down.
Well, Jay, this is the epitome of one of those 40 for 20 exchanges where we talk about Minnesota being down 20, then the next hill they're down 30, then 40, then 50. It's just like keeps tallying, and that's just a byproduct of Minnesota continuing to not find a way to win rotation.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. You can't win rotations versus Vancouver, and even when you find yourself in the driver's seat to do the rotation job directly, just gunfights that go down in the final 5 to 10 seconds of that old HP don't go your way, and now you were not fully set up off the rotation. And every single time Vancouver have been able to capitalize on it. They only need 27 points. Again, they find themselves in a situation where they're the team holding down Art with only 25 seconds remaining here at P3. Let's just stay alive on this side of the map, and this map one is ours.
Should feel like a very comfortable finish line is in sight here for Vancouver with all 4 players over the 30 kill marker. Meanwhile, Estriel's 16 and 26 just has not been able to get into a rhythm in any form. And yeah, Vancouver will, for the 3rd time, win the rotation over to P4, this time for the most comfortable setup that we've seen to the point. And yeah, 04 is going to stop one on the close corner, Abuza on the other side, and they've got a read on where Estriel is. It's going to have to be some sort of a hero play for Estriel, and he's just stuck at Art right now. We got to make a move.
Oh, yeah, you got to go quick. You know that if you are 0-4, all the press is going to be through the map. Let's just throw a stun, keep them at bay, pull their focus on my end. My teammates are watching the cross, and Vancouver looking to close it out.
Looking pretty good for it, but Gio's double tries to create something over towards the side door. Gio will catch 3. Pistol out, can't quite get the 4th. Neptune 0-4. They will finish things off in, again, a map that you could just categorize as Minnesota not winning rotation, battling for the last 20 seconds essentially of every hill, and you're just not going to win a hard point against this Vancouver team playing like that.
Absolutely not, man. And just the way that they play all the other hard points as well on this map are beautiful. We're talking about to start off the game, it's a flawless 30 seconds of P1. Don't even get contested once. Now you're off the rotation over towards P2 where you're fully set up, but your SMGs now can create those extra layers of space. We're taking catwalk, we're setting up pitches through poolside, and we're just not allowing you to get close. And this is why Vancouver are just one of those tough teams to handle, because they're always staying consistent with their movement. Their ARs are set up in those power spots. That's why it was difficult for Estrio and Nero to eventually find any openings, if they found any on that map, number one. But it's just easy for Vancouver when they manipulate the game the way that they do. Win early rotations, find kills on the final 20 seconds when we don't have the roto, so we can set up for that new hill and just always be the team the majority of the time, walk away with the majority of the time at these hard points. It's textbook from Vancouver. They go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I think the other way to kind of talk about this Vancouver hard point, just like, again, no matter what the map is, the things that they do well, you can kind of take in stages. Like stage 1 is win the rotation, get the setup that we want. And if you have that, then you send someone forward to essentially dismantle a break setup before it can even get put together. Like a couple of clips where you see Neptune and 0-4 do exactly that. But as the hardpoint setup starts to break down, maybe you lose spawns, maybe a break attempt from the front is contesting inside the hardpoint. Their ability to set up these little mini pinches to where they get out of the hill, re-wrap back around the front, get a couple eliminations, and then someone else picks up a crossing angle that you had to give up. It's just, they're covering at each other's bases so quickly. It's just so difficult, it feels like, for low number situations for any opponent to handle where Vancouver is at any moment in time. And again, just kind of talking about that 40 for 20 exchange, you see it again, 20 points at the beginning and then a 30 and then 40. It just grows and grows and grows as you continue to see these exchanges, 40 for 20s across these hills.
And the thing that's also like very scary about this Vancouver squad in hardpoint is that even if situations where the first person dies off the rotation in the final 5 seconds, and now you're in a 3v4 setup, you are still set up in that situation to walk away out on top. Yeah. You got the proper crosses being set up. The guy who spawns all the way out knows what angle he needs to approach to help his team into the play, and they just have hardpoint basically locked up so far in this game.
It's such a dangerous team, and I think the thing is, let's just take the conversation away from this particular matchup. If you're Vancouver, the desk was touching on it briefly. 2 straight grand finals appearances, but 0-8 in overall map count. As you start to look to how do they improve, how do they possibly win a championship, I don't necessarily look at their hard point. I do look at what they do in the search and destroy, though, because that is, I feel like, where they start to lose composure in those grand finals matchups after emotionally charged map 1s that they've lost narrowly. Then you start to see them making mistakes, I think, in the search and destroy. So this is the mode that I really want to see Vancouver really improve on in this major, not only to potentially win a championship there, but to have a favorable outlook towards CDL playoffs overall.
What's so crazy about this is that stat on the right side for Minnesota Røkkr just stands out way more than the one on the left, because the fact that you are finding yourself in multiple situations where if we get the bomb down, we're going to walk away with pretty much a W. Yeah. 85% post-plant win percentage is insane, but the fact that we don't really like to work the objective is what's throwing me off. You're going into a map on Rewind where you have had a total of 8 reps, and all being with this lineup. We need to try to figure it out, like, very, very quickly on our offenses. Like, if we get the bomb down, post plants are good. On the opposite side, though, if they allow the bomb to get planted, our retakes aren't really the best. So bomb plants, offenses for both squads are going to be the biggest key here.
I think the thing too about that is that you have a situation where it almost feels like Minnesota play for kills too much in the first minute of these search and destroy rounds, because their first blood percentage has been fine. It just feels like they don't get the bomb down unless they have a 4v2 or they have significant numbers advantages. Like, the objective never has really felt like the win condition for some of these rounds. It usually comes as like an extra bonus, like an icing on the cake on rounds that you feel like have already been won. So that's maybe a part of the problem as well. It's like Minnesota, like, if you're in a 4v3, we still have to be using our numbers to get those bombs planted and again trust our post plant, which has been so successful. And how about it? Let's do it right now. 4v3. You've gotten street control with that win onto 0-4. We should be looking to get this bomb planted.
Oh, yeah. Man up advantage. We already have a little bit of presence through the mid street. Kenny's giving info. At least a couple players sitting towards the mid courtyard, but I don't know if he's going to be able to spot that door being open. It doesn't matter, though, because he lines them up regardless. Kenny with the beamer. 1v4 now for Neptune.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Now it's a 4v1. Damn. We're going to plant, and we're going to win the round. So it's just one of those things that First Blood is obviously overemphasized here with the 3 from Kenny, but the statistics often come by way of moments like this, where it's 4v2s, 3v1s, and then we're planting the bomb late. Neptune, little pop over the wall. Maybe sees Kenny, who's working on the opening round ace. Kenny will give him a little bit of space. And, ooh, yeah, I think he may have just saw the slide across. Now you definitely hear the sound cue, and Kenny's going to find all 4 to get us kicking off in this rewind.
Dude, that is unbelievable out of Kenny. To find the first flood onto 0-4, the freebie on the nasty, but then to get the jump on a Boozer when a Boozer had to jump on you and Røkkr with not really many bullets in your clip, he's able to snap onto a Boozer for 3 as we take a look back at it again. I don't know what Nasty was doing right here, but a Boozer, we gotta get this trade, baby. Quavo Ken makes an appearance. Minnesota secure the first round.
Huge statement. I think in particular because we've seen this Vancouver team on this map love to do what we just saw right there. Play kind of a double up over towards Røkkr. But now a quick action from the SMGs. Neptune for the first, trying to slide away from Estriel, who does get the trade. Follow up though, good for 0-4. Still action, backside shelves, and a little bit of crossfire with Gio and Kenny working together. And they will win the day over the top of the A site, leaving Abuza for a 1v2.
Yeah, if you're 0-4 Nasty and Neptune, they're sitting there like, Abuza, I thought you had our mid street. These guys are shooting me with all the AR presence from those mid angles. But Minnesota, don't start off with the first blood, just have better positionings. And big shout out to Gio right there, because he was the guy who usually camps around courtyard, instantly finds a trade to make it a 2v2, and then is able to get out of dodge, set up Kenny for that kill to make it a 2v1. And then isolate onto the final player in towards Røkkr. Vancouver loved those rounds though, Alan, when they can just be in the mix. Is just right there. They didn't have every player in the mix, and unfortunately comes back to bite them.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And that's kind of, again, talking about Vancouver, we've spent a lot of time mentioning what Røkkr's kind of, well, either pros and or cons sometimes come from. But for this Vancouver team, in particular on Rewind, it's been a pretty successful map for them, especially lately with that round 11 win versus Toronto. But they have been subject to getting a little bit over aggressive and being punished for it, as Kenny's RCXD will come to a pretty anticlimactic finish through the middle of A. Doesn't even allow the bomb to really get through, but Gio has gotten a look at 0-4, and they know that Generators is not safe.
Yeah, and this is why they're not being super quick in towards the safe site. They use a lot of attacks, they use an RC card, but with Gio having that info that they have an angle to shut us down here at the A site, we got to try to find an opening, and Kenny's able to strike again through the mid street. Nero finds a second, instant 4v2. Let's get the objective down.
Nasty, good timing with a little pop out to find at least one kill onto Nero, but yeah, Kenny has just not allowed anybody to move from Røkkr through that street in any form. 8-0 through 3 rounds. Nasty little shot punch come through, but there's Kenny for kill number 9, and we may have some record-setting pace here out of Quavo Ken.
Yeah, this guy might be employee of the month over there in the Røkkr town. Every single kill that's going down on that side, it's always been one in favor of Kenny. A 9-0 start. Hellstorm already secured in the back pocket. And for Røkkr, looking for some kind of life. Obviously being down by 40, but Optic finding that W in their previous series versus Ultra. You need to try to make up some. Kenny's at least having the answer here in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, he had it in the hardpoint too, let's be honest. He was the one keeping Minnesota even remotely in the game early. So heck of a series from Ken to this point, and at a certain point, you might even want to think about, like, let's just let Kenny just go kill things, because he has got triple the number of kills as the rest of his teammates. Vancouver going to really just, again, appreciate and respect the fact that Minnesota will meet them to fight inside of A. Will toss their nades and get out of there. But look at this, 4-man wrap for Minnesota, and Vancouver have no idea about this.
Yeah, they're doing this very, very quickly, and they already spot these generator doors being open, so you're not going to expect a re-flank through mid-zig, and that's going to allow Estriel and Nero to line up the first 2. This sort of looks like the way that Vancouver are playing this, the way that Minnesota like to play it early on, which is just slow as hell through gens, and if that doesn't work out, then we're just going to get collapsed on 1v4 here for Abuza.
And Kenny has, I'm sure, some idea that Abuza likes to play towards this outside street. And the more that they wait, the more that, well, this could happen. Hi there, how are you? Kenny's got double-digit kills, 10-0 start for Ken.
He is Mr. Burger. Mr. Burger time right now. He's found at least 7 of his 10 kills on this side of the map. And that one couldn't come any easier. Walks right into the butt of a boozer, shoots him in the back, and puts him at a flawless 10-0. But this is where Vancouver just need to start to step up their pacing now. That's 4 rounds in a row where you're just allowing Minnesota to dictate how the map is going to be played. And when you're not really playing for info early on into these rounds, they are just catching you off guard with their mid-round investment. So Vancouver need to step up the pacing here.
Oh, look at the respect. They don't even want to challenge Kenny anymore. They're just going to put a Booza on the corner barrel. Let all the SMGs just play over towards Gens. Gio's gotten the read at this, though, with doors being popped and nades likely coming through, and Gio will find the opening first blood. Vancouver just looked completely distraught without their ability to play through street, legitimately.
Nothing is currently working for them. Picked off again, now in another 4v2 round again, and now another 1v4 round for Neptune, technically on the cards. And Kenny trying to find kill number 11.
I think there are some Call of Duty aficionados that are sitting here saying, we want this game to go longer because we want to see Kenny continue to do this. 11-0. And there may not be enough rounds to play for him to break the record, but in terms of flawless search and destroy, you're getting it right now out of Ken.
Yeah, he might end this map with the highest S&D KD that we have on the season. So far, 11.0. Kenny, yeah, I'll be smiling too, man. The search and destroy cannot get any easier than this. And keep in mind, still, he has that Hellstorm in his back pocket. You're probably going to use it here to try to close out 6-0.
Yeah, why not? Not many words that could be saved here. Ooh. Maybe a little screen shake takes him away from the last bullet. Needed to find first blood for kill number 12.
No way this their play
yeah,
ball.
Apparently it is. We're just going to go all the way around the outside over to B for a quick plant. And you may beat the timing of the Hellstorm here if you're Vancouver, but the retake could be difficult, I would say, to try to blast through with, yep, this happening. The Hellstorm's in. You've got all 3 Minnesota players playing inside. And now it just comes down to the timing of when they want to try to crunch in towards Gens. Astral trying to make the first move, doesn't win the first battle. Follow-up is decent. Nero, one more. Yeah, absolutely. And now it's just down to Neptune 1v2.
Time is on his side, though. 20 seconds. Well, you just got to locate a 1v1, but Nero prepared with the snap through Gens. And Quavo, Kenny, smiling from cheek to cheek. Yep. That's a clean 6-0 from Røkkr with a flawless S&D map out of him. 11.0 KD. Very, very typical out of Quavo.
Yep. It's that smile. That damn smile. That's where the trouble began. On the search and destroy. Wow, quick one here as Vancouver really take control of the Hardpoint in almost immediate fashion. But Minnesota, a dramatic bounce back. And even with a 1-1 map count, again, like Kenny played really well in that first map, keeping Minnesota in the game longer than you may have figured considering how it was going. So 11-0. I mean, scuff play of the game, just send the Kenny montage because that has to be it.
And we should have known, Alan, like right off the rip of the game, when he lines up 3 the way that he does. The first one's cool and all. The second one's great. But this snap onto a Booza is unbelievable. That just gives you full momentum, full confidence going into the rest of the S&D map. And yes, you best believe that is a new S&D record. Previously held by Attach with a 10.0. This time, Kenny won up some 11.0, a little bit better.
Unbelievable stuff. I'm telling you, I kind of wanted there to be more rounds of search to see how high he could go because he was finding, legitimately, it felt like multiple kills every single time he had a 2-piece in front of him. He was finding both. But there's that infectious smile that Ken brings to the table, the energy that Minnesota's looking for, immediately found in the rewind search and destroy. So now we look at this series maybe a little bit differently because the protocol control coming up next is, well, to be fair, it's an interesting one just because Vancouver at one point in time would just run and gun you on this map. They've been held back just a touch overall, but it still feels like a mismatch just kind of looking at Vancouver's ability to play control compared to Minnesota's. But I don't know, could this be a career series out of Kenny that could get them a chance to try to, again, keep that deficit between them and Optic a little bit closer for a spot at playoffs as we head back to the desk.
Bro, I swear to God. But no, I want to know, okay, I'm not like, I didn't star in Beautiful Mind, or I'm not a mathematics genius, but a 10 KD is 10-1, correct? Kenny went 11-0. I don't know what that is. That's like an infinite KD. Have we seen? I don't know the last time we saw someone go double digits and 0.
No.
I know Thanos is kind of slashers thing, but I feel like Kenny might become the new Thanos in the purple jersey. Take a look at the perfection from Minnesota as you blank Vancouver. Clint was freaking out when Kenny was at 9-0, and then the number kept climbing. And now you are probably the biggest Kenny stan. Formal being on front of Kenny on your favorite humans list. But what are we feeling about Kenny's team as a whole?
Formal was the love of my life. Listen, this is one you were feeling really good for Røkkr. I think it'd be a 6-0, but this was a pain point for Surge the last major, especially in the Thieves matchup. And where did they get beat up? They got beat up on Street and Burger, where Hydra and Scrap kept finding openings. They could not deal with like the street side plays, and that's exactly where Kenny found openings. So am I shocked that's the case? No, but I guess I would have hoped Surge may have improved a little bit. But they just got destroyed.
Yeah, they just got destroyed. I already said when we were going into this Minnesota Røkkr, if they're going to find anything, it's going to be in that rewind, just because it fits their play style really well. And Surge just found some struggle, but nobody could have seen Kenny going 11-0. Nobody could have seen that coming.
Easy Mac, let me know what the most impressive, most kills with 0 deaths in CDL history is, because I got to find out. I don't know.
I'm going to go ahead and say it was probably Attach's 10-0.
He was probably 10-1 though. Was he 10-0 or 10-1?
Dehum's 10-0, because we don't have the official numbers here. I just see a KD.
You see a 10, but that's 10-1.
I know we have a telestrator. Let's get to it. Draw me.
Yeah, we're going to do it. All right, so I'm going to go back to this map number 1. I would be shocked if we see Surge play Bolt Hardpoint ever again. They're so good at this map, and the reason being is just the decision-making and the teamwork from the side of Vancouver Surge. So we're about already through most of this game. They already got about a 30-point lead here, and this was an opportunity for Minnesota Røkkr. They broke into this P1. They did the hard work. They had the spawns for the P2, and this is where it gets blown completely wide open. And it's mainly off the back of Neptune being that opener. So we're going to open into this mini-map. We're going to play it out just a little bit. So it's going to be Neptune. So you'd pause this, right? And you would think that the first engagement, when you go into the overhaul, you think the first person that's going to get this kill is probably going to be Nasty. He's going to be that front line. Or even Abuza, because he's already in a gunfight trying to push through this main entry. And it's not. It's actually going to be Neptune, who is over here. That's going to be number 4. He's going to go top hallway. Now, what is Nasty going to do? Nasty is going to go underneath into Vault. And Nasty is not going to hop up. He's going to trust his teammates in this situation and wait for a pick. The communication is on point. He's going to sit here. Neptune's going to find the opener. Abuza ends up going rogue on Estriel. Nasty hops up, cleans up the rest of the kills. So already we're getting really good P1 time. And off the back of this, you would expect Vancouver Surge, obviously they're going to want to push these lanes. They're going to want to go for these P2 spawns. But they decide instead, because they already have such a huge lead, to take their time, to soak this P1 time. And suddenly a flip comes through. Vancouver Surge don't get spawned, but Minnesota Røkkr sure do. They're going to play spoiler, but what does Vancouver Surge do? First wave doesn't work out. Bam. So what are we going to do? We're all going to group up off of this little couple seconds of scrap time, and we're going to send all of these players towards this top hallway to try and break over towards this P2 from the front. This is something Vancouver Surge does incredibly well over and over again, is abusing their numbers when they have it. So playing it out on the mini-map, you're going to see number 1's going to get taken down, and it's going to be Neptune once again that is going to make the decision. You saw him, instead of pushing the same route, tries to go through the backside, catch the player off guard. And what is so important about that in this situation is that Neptune, instead of turning for the player that traded out his teammate, goes for the player in hill and trusts the people behind him to clean it up. And that allows Vancouver Surge to continuously run with Vault Hardpoint. Their decision-making is on point.
Bam! Vancouver's Hardpoint is on point, and that is going to be game 4. You want to do this last one?
Yeah, wait.
Hold on.
I would like to say that was Kenny Surge was the first flawless on the season. So whoever put 11 KD, wrong. First flawless on the year. It's not how math works.
KD. Kenny.
Put an infinite symbol and then put God and then put Kenny.
All right, we're getting out of here. Back to the cast.
Oh, that's true. I guess it doesn't look like that.
What is happening in Columbus? What is happening in Columbus? Crazy scenes. But hey, again, we kind of framed this up as we were going to break. Skirt it all you want. We are going to have at least 4 maps. And this control, I think, really, if you were to look at Minnesota and tell me that they deserve to make playoffs, this is the mode that I'm looking at for them. Like, they have to be more consistent across the board at what they bring to the table in map number 3, because against some of the top teams that are out there, they've really struggled. Like their win percentage versus the top teams in Control is pretty down there. Yes, they've been decent this stage, but this is where I think they need to prove that if they want playoffs, they need to be better in Control.
Hey man, it needs to start with the slaying. Like if you're gonna have your SMGs or roamers who love to create space, who love to set pace early on, Estrio and Nero sitting right now in this stage so far like a 0.9 overall. It's not really the best. And then when you're going up against the top teams who can definitely outslay you, you're not going to have a good time. So this is going to be the map right here that really decides this entire series, because Vancouver recently, they've gotten like 2 dubs in Control, but this has been the mode that they have been struggling a lot ever since stage 3. So already going to be the team to start off on the defense. The break off is always going to be the biggest start, and at least for Kenny's sake, we're finding a lot of success early on towards B.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Kenny's he wants playoffs. I think that's the veterancy that you're starting to see start to come through, stepping up in a big way. 2-0 start for Kenny. Still flawless if you combine map 2 and map 3 together at the time being. Whatever you want to call that from a KD standpoint, you can call it that. But on A, go Minnesota. Vancouver trying to play for spawn traps. Nice shots though from Estriel. Almost finds another, but the trade is out, and Nero doubles down, leaving Abuza as one of the last one left. But Nasty actually spawns like right on top of him over towards that top ladder position, and that's enough for Vancouver to get the defense back into play.
Yeah, Vancouver are not going to allow throughout all the chaos, at least segments, to get away from them. The first one now is going to get locked in for Røkkr. They have a double stack going on, but you were surrounded by Vancouver players. It's just no one is finding a kill. Kenny off the respawn is able to line up a double. Second segment already locked in time. Realistically, should already be extended.
Yep, Estriel just going to stay down. Kenny watching over the top. And Vancouver have chalked this point and are now going to try to get the defense forward on the other side of the map, but not able to do that either. That's going to be 3 dead, and now you've got a route for Estriel. He could really foil this defense. You find these 2 kills, you're on to B for some significant pressure, and it's just down to Nasty. Last one left, but he clears off the zone, stays alive, finds a Semtex kill, and Vancouver will save the B point for now.
Yeah, and that's where Røkkr just got to play it a little bit more patient. Wait for Estriel, who was going to be the game changer right there on that pinch. Just keep them sitting on the backside of tower and allow your SMG to create the play. But you drop from the front. Vancouver eventually walk away with the numbers, and now they're able to stabilize on the map for a little bit. Minute and 20 to work with. You're currently down by 3 lives, but Nero trying to catch the timing on the pinch.
Yeah, this is going to continue just to put a lot of pressure on Vancouver from the live standpoint. And now you've got 3 dead rather, pardon me. Nasty will make it 4 dead. 2 members on the B point. Gio going to watch the cross up top. Everyone else just has to keep their guns up down low. Kenny going to watch the opposite angle of this. Abuza the first one to show himself and the first one to fall. First tick done, second on the way. Nero stuns, nades all being thrown his direction, and he's not quite able to stay alive. Vancouver will keep the clock ticking, but the second tick at B is locked in.
Now, if you're Vancouver, you can't really afford any mistakes from here on out. Only 6 lives to your side, make it 5. Everyone on the side of Minnesota seemingly look to have an AR in hand. No more respawns for Surge, and this is looking like a Røkkr round.
Yeah, very clean Røkkr round at that. Nasty on the staircase, only good for 1. And Neptune, well, he'll just dive on in because you don't want to give that last tick of progress in. So first offensive round successful for Minnesota with 5 ticks captured and a huge life lead at the end of the first round.
Yeah, Røkkr is shooting right now, man. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, Kenny's just giving them life after that search and destroy. And everyone was able to hold down their own in that round number 1. Gio loves to camp to his top trips window. He loves to be the safety net. And when he needs to be the aggressor, he's also able to do it. But you dominate in the slaying in round number 1. You walk away with 5 segments. Minnesota now in the driver's seat.
Yep. Calls for a lot for Vancouver to try to respond, to show some life since the first map. And if Minnesota win this break off and get spawn trap control, woof, you start to really feel like the momentum may just carry them through the rest of this series. But a lot to ask. Here's Nero through mid. Estriel down low on the other side through the ropes. Patience for Vancouver, trying to get a read on what exactly the defense of the Røkkr want to do. And now that they have the information, it's just about actually following up on it. Good kill from Neptune. 1 more. Yep, able to find that as well. Won't be able to get out with his life, but for Vancouver, they stopped that initial aggression for Minnesota.
Yeah, they just initially to start off that break are just playing for that aggression. They were not really focused on anything else besides catching these kills, of these players working on these pinches. Now that they cleared out their spawn, it's time to work their way through this A objective, but need to line up a couple more on the outskirts. Nasty and 04 already combined for 2 first segments. Are going to be worked on, and now Estriel, your job is to work on this pitch.
Yeah. Nice patience from 04, 3 in a row. Clearing out the top of Grandma's house. Maybe a route here for Nero. No, Booza was watching that. Takes care of it quickly. Second tick of progress should be good. And maybe more than that. You can rotate over quickly here if you're Vancouver. You've got 04 manipulating the spawns to push Minnesota over towards the bottom side of the map, while you still have Nasty on the A zone by himself and Neptune getting to work on the first tick at B.
You're up by 5 lives. Can Neptune get anything done at this B point, or at least get some information of how many players are playing on that side? Now you have a minute and 56 seconds to work with. Booze is starting to come alive on 3 in a row. You need his AR to be felt on a map like Protocol. So you're halfway on the progression over towards B. You're currently up by 4 lives. You're just looking now for an opening.
Yeah, but Minnesota have created a space through the previously captured A zone to get Estriel around the back line, and the ARs for Minnesota are keeping Vancouver kind of stuck in no man's land. Neptune is kind of doing the same thing to Minnesota's defense, though. It's just down to if 04 could stay alive, and no, Neptune will be called upon to find the trade. So everything kind of gets back into neutral corners. Minute 20 on the clock, 5 life advantage though for Vancouver, and well, they're trying to get back over to B, but Neptune gets shut down.
Oh, that's a big kill right there from Gio. I feel like without question throughout this entire season, he's been like one of the best ARs up close and personal versus SMGs. He just whips out those gunfights out of nowhere, and it always leaves me jaw drop. But now Minnesota have some good space to work with. You take their 3, you push up on the map, and now Surge are going to waste a lot of time to work out of their spawn because you keep on finding kills.
Yeah, Gio down to a bullet, waiting for help. It's a clean feed for Minnesota. And now Vancouver are feeling very claustrophobic as they can't get out of spawn. Booza, no, dance with by Gio. 04 misses the player around the back, that's Nero. And they can't get the trade, wow. Just like that. Vancouver looked like they were cooking up a solid offense. They were up 5 lives, now they're down 10. And it's not getting any better. What a turn up from Minnesota. And it all starts with that little bit of success that they found through the previously captured A point. They get around the back, they get players in for a spawn trap, and Vancouver gets stuck.
It's unbelievable how Minnesota are playing when they're at this level. Like, Kenny gets you through the search or destroy, but usually when Minnesota find a lot of success is when this young man is on point. Nero just gets lost in your spawn. AR, SMG does not matter. The guy is just full of raw talent, and he is never going to shy away from a big moment. Røkkr now quickly up 2-0 in the control. You're still up by 2 segments. And if you allow this guy to not play in that 3 p.m. slot, yeah, he's usually going to give you hell.
Yeah, that's so true. And if Minnesota can come out and win this offense and just completely shock Vancouver with a 6-0 search and a 3-0 control, you look at a back-to-back red card like, okay, we can do this if you're Minnesota. Again, a lot on the line for them. Certainly sitting outside of the playoff picture, but trying to keep the deficit close between them and Optic. And a chance to also get into the winner's bracket, which could be huge for their point tallies in Dallas. But still have to go up against this dangerous Surge team who are now starting to find a more successful defensive break-off, and they've got a spawn trap in play.
And Gio's not just going to play his life. Look how close he is towards that Hellstorm. He knows how valuable at least 1 kill can be, but overcommits onto the gunfight versus Nasty, and Nasty makes him pay for it. Now if you're Vancouver, you got to play this round with a little bit of frustration because we're down in segments. We're obviously getting outslayed, but if we can get some Hellstorms going into these next couple of rounds, it's going to stand a better chance.
Absolutely. But Estriel, Nero. Whoa, nice shots from Estriel. Long range with the Jackal doesn't make a difference. Nasty with the trophy system, just trying to be the solo defender on the A point, but there's just too many Røkkr members to deal with. So the clock will pause. 31 seconds on it. Abuza clears Estriel off the zone. It's going to force Kenny to have to fall out the window to get back in the point because the clock is under 30.
Yeah, you need to get some segments. You do not want to get shut out here, so thankfully Kenny's going to be thinking about that objective. First one already locked. The double stack almost good for the second one, but now it's on Gio. If he can find a couple multi-kills in the feed, finesse a little bit longer, and that's exactly what he is doing. He stalls out time for Estriel to get into the play. He eventually will fall, and so does Estriel, so all of that for nothing.
All that for nothing. 15 seconds left. Kenny, the last one playing forward. He's got Nasty for free, but would need more than that to get his teammates out of this mini spawn trap.
What?
Oh, that'll work. Couple of tags onto 04 deep on sidewalk. Clock comes back to a pause at 6.2. Minnesota have the kills to try to keep themselves in place on the point. Kenny with the pistol, quick swap back over. Second tick looking good on A.
Third one might be guaranteed because the other two players from Surge are already working on this deep pinch. They're not going to be in a position to get back into the play in time. So now an extra minute added. Minnesota only down by 2 lives. And now if you're Vancouver, this is a crucial moment in the game. Thankfully, your players who are working those pitches find a couple kills. You already lead to 3. Last players in their spawn, and we now have map control again.
Think gunfight's still on the way, though. They got to read that 04 is playing over towards the outside at pillars. Good read from Kenny, but 04 is better on the angle. Neptune follows up. That's 3 dead for Minnesota. 12v6, 30 seconds on the clock, and Minnesota are a bit stalled out, just trying to get some feet on the ground over towards their spawn. That will open things up, but Neptune's on the pinch, and again, everything comes to a staggering halt with 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, 10v3. You're happy as hell if you're Røkkr to at least walk away with some segments here because Vancouver this entire round just dominated that mid-map presence. And one opportunity Minnesota found themselves and they made the most of it, and they might be able to do something here. Nope, 0.6 seconds. Kenny's just gonna instantly fall. And Vancouver finally put one on the board, but now you're down by 5 segments. You win this offense through all 6, you're gonna be the team on defense again, but you gotta get it through this offense.
And we'll see exactly what that call looks like. This Vancouver team, I think more often than not, you think about their offensive breakoffs, it usually results onto a focus towards A. But do they have anything that kind of maybe helps them read over towards field? Because looking at how Minnesota have broken off, they love to get Nero through mid and at that front door at 10. And if you could just find that long range 1v1 over towards top tower behind the B point, you got to be thinking that you could be sprinting over towards the zone. Defuse is going to be the first one over to the left. 04 Neptune looking to want to play through spiral. And yeah, that's exactly the case. Again, you've got Nero at the front doors. Astral tried to assist, but there's no one on the B point. And a chance here for Vancouver, to just have their break off, move on to B.
Yeah, perfect call there from you, Alan. Just this time, step up in their pacing on their approach. Because last time they wasted at least 30 seconds in their spawn, trying to clear out their spawn, and didn't really give themselves a lot of opportunities to think about an objective point. But now kills are going your way. You already have space taken on the backside of tower. First segment locked here at B, and now Nasty, your job is just stay alive as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, and to keep these spawners for Minnesota out and deep. Neptune almost. No, but gets caught on the attack sprint. Nasty thinking about the follow-up, but he's caught the hefty part of a nade and is just going to wait for his teammates to try to give him the assistance that they need. Geo able to win 1v1, almost able to find the response on a Nasty, but instead he turns that into 2, almost 3. Kenny, the last one left, trying to have a little bit of an angle onto Neptune. Second tick is done at B, but Kenny has saved the zone and almost gets the pistol for the full 4-man feed.
That's an insane play right there. Again, has another massive moment for his team to have another lifeline of stopping that B pressure, because this round could have got heavily out of hand. But with players like Kenny, the experience that he has, he is not going to shy away from any moment. Now Minnesota have map control. You have Estriel roaming through bottom trips. It's going to take some premature shots and get baited switched out. Now Surge got to direct their way over towards A.
It's a heck of a shoulder on a Neptune. But Kenny, 25 and 20, trying to dig back into this life deficit, which Minnesota are facing at the tally of just 3. Vancouver having a little bit of a hard time getting out of spawn, but are now starting to get a little success over towards the A point. Geo has to stay alive here. You've got Vancouver on both zones at the same time. You got to make a decision if you're Røkkr.
And these segments just keep on getting away from you. 30 seconds left on the round, but Vancouver already have 4 tally to their name. Abuza lines up a double. He's on 4 in a row. The nade is going to have that player weak, and now time extended, and you're up by 6 lives. But this final segment needs to be guaranteed if you're Surge. We can't get it done through the kills.
Yep, and Vancouver's taking their time for now, just making sure they don't get caught off guard as they make their way back over to B. Big moment here. Neptune doesn't get the first look at Nero. 04 playing backstairs. Teammates have cleared out lockers. And so now he's just waiting for them to get into position to watch over the top of them so he can make the play on towards the zone. But Kenny able to step up for the first. Leads to Estriel behind it, but Neptune with the win. We should stack this. Just don't get the kill, and they do get it by progression just before that dive comes in. So I believe Vancouver should have the edge now to start this round 5 on defense.
100%. They are going to be the team on defense, and I love the adjustment from Surge on their previous attacking round to their second attacking round. They wasted 30 seconds on their initial break call. This time they said, no, we're not going to allow you to take all the map control initially away from us and wait for you to eventually run into our preempt. No, we're going to dictate to how this one is going to be played. Abuza shuts it down with a lot of successful kills over towards the B Street. SMG's continuously getting lost on the backside of tower, and Vancouver have bounced back all the way from down 0-2 to now be the team on defense going into round 5.
But will that matter after Minnesota has already shown so much success on the attacking front? This comes down to, can they get it over the finish line after finding 5 ticks in the first round, winning it by progression, or by kills rather, I should say, and then following up their second offense with a full win on the A zone. Opening 1v1s, going the way of Minnesota, largely speaking. Kenny follows up to find 0-4 for that trade. Oh, Gio, nice little finesse onto a booze that just stays away from the gunfight until he feels good about it. And that's going to lead to the first tick at A, done and dusted.
Yeah, Nero already takes a lot of space on the backside of Grandma's, but he's knocked down to 10 HP in the drain. He's still going to commit on this power position. He's going to catch 0-4 off guard. Even though 0-4 finds a kill, he should allow his teammates to still be contested here at this A point, but Neptune lines up a double on the pinch, and now you're forced to hit the reset.
Yeah, and you have to take a breath here if you're Minnesota. Don't force this because you're so close to capturing A. That third tick has been fully depleted. Vancouver come away with a couple eliminations to keep the defense playing forward, in particular Neptune at helicopter to keep the sidewalk safe. And if he finds kills, he's immediately in position for a spawn trap. Gio looking to try to track down this player. Topside Grandma's looks good for it. And Neptune also has been traded, so Vancouver not able to fully get their spawn trap into play.
But now you got to get past the lines of Nasty, who's already behind enemy lines. He knows that the play is going to be over towards this 8 point. Going to run right past player narrow capping the spawn and should be able to almost line up someone, but the time does get extended. Surge currently up by 1 life. They clear out 2. But there's still players they aren't accounted for.
Yeah, chase is on for Gio. Pistol in hand for Neptune. Can't find him. Whoa!
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. Neptune is stuck off the map. Don't love that. And now all of a sudden Minnesota through the middle of the map are trying to get their way over towards B, but picking up and keeping the Surge defense alive is 0-4.
Oh man, if you're Neptune, big shout out to my teammates, man, because I don't know what I was chasing a ghost there on the Geo. But at least the ARs from my squad still holding down those crosses. 14v14 in lives remaining. A minute left to work with. You have 0-4 trying to time this flank through mid-spiral, but Minnesota there waiting for it, and Estra still doesn't win the gunfight.
Yeah, 13v13, 50 seconds to play. Gio touches the zone. 0-4 can't quite get up top on ropes. Who's the next one to go here for Vancouver? It may have to be Nasty, as there's 2 players down low. And Nero and Gio are still hanging on the B point. That's a second tick of progress that's moving very rapidly.
Let's go.
0-4 back into the play, finds the first. Nero pushed off the ladder. Kenny's seen down low, and 0-4 able to get back on, but not before that second tick gets locked in.
And they still haven't accounted for where Nero has gone. So now if you're the player off the respawn and Abuza, yeah, the comms are definitely hitting on the side of Surge. Now everyone is accounted for. 35 seconds. You're currently up by 3 lives. But you know, Røkkr only have like 1 more or 2 more good pushes at this.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 more good push. And a couple of thorns in the side they need to deal with first as Vancouver continue to show force close towards the Minnesota side of the map. Route by Gio trying to get around the back. Clock to a momentary pause as Estriel will fall. Kenny in trouble. Can't get the first. Gio would have to do something special here. First one's good. Second one, no. What a snap from Abuza. And not done yet as Vancouver have the crossfire over the top. They'll take the round 5 defense and the swing map in the series.
Whew, that's got to be demoralizing if you're Røkkr, because the first 3 rounds are basically flawless on your end. ARs are finding kills. SMGs are slaying the Abyss. It dominated in the segment column, but Vancouver just needed 1 lifeline. They did it on their defenses. They get to their attacking round and have a beautiful break off to the game of everyone just committing over towards B Street. You were finding successful kills with the ARs watching over. SMGs were also getting lost into their spawn, but in that final attacking round there for Vancouver, they just had Minnesota on their toes at all times because they're showing presence at B, they're showing presence at A, and you really couldn't make a good decision on what you were trying to execute on your retake. And unfortunately for them, Doesn't matter if you're up 2-0. Vancouver are that squad with the teamwork that makes the dream work. They come back 3 rounds in a row and take the advantage now in the series.
Yeah, that's one of those that really does. You kind of look at it, rather, I should say, and you think that might be where the season could be determined. There's a map that looks like that. Now, again, there's going to be a chance here for Minnesota to still put something together at the major if this series goes, well, the way that it had been so far in the respawns. But the critical point about this series for Minnesota is not just the 10 points, but the ability to find yourself in the upper bracket at Dallas, a bit more of a lifeline to try to catch up to Optic, maybe even face them and beat them. That would be incredible net points for Røkkr fans, but the story of the year so far for Minnesota has been a lack of ice, and that may have come into play there in map number 3, now forcing them to have to win back-to-back red cards.
And it's going to be tough, at least if you do force it to that map number 5, because Vancouver Surge, they love red card search and destroy. They just haven't been able to play it in quite some time. But you got to get through this next HP. Where if you are Minnesota, you have a couple reps on it. Overall, as a squad, this is one of the ones that you love to play. You had a 3-3 overall record. You find yourself pretty decent off the rotations, but probably one of the best teams in holes. So like when you're fully set up, you're soaking up a lot of time here, but we see it on the other hand as well. When they are not fully set up and they're forced to try to find breaks, that is basically never going to happen, especially versus a squad like Vancouver Surge. It's going to be a tough one, but if you're Minnesota, backs against the wall, you know how desperately you need these 10 points. You got to put it all together here and not roll over and die here on map 4.
Yeah, and I think the thing too kind of about this, to kind of maybe take this into a more like an immediate story point, this Minnesota team in Hardpoint had been good at rotating throughout this stage. And I think that is one of those things that obviously we didn't see. It wasn't evident in the vault. That's how they lose that map, even though Kenny gives them a lifeline to continue to keep the game relatively close. But on a map like Red Card, you have to just be right on top of the game. And I think the thing about it is it's gonna have to be good fundamental Call of Duty coming out of Minnesota. You know, we've seen moments where the team will come out and they'll be down by 90 points in the first 5 hard points, and then that gap becomes too big to make up because they're so late to getting a read on what their opponent is doing or just getting themselves into a rhythm. In map 4, with the possible playoff on the line, you have to come out and play fundamental COD from the first second of this hard point, because we know Vancouver is going to run around you. You just cannot be lost doing just finding red dot chases and, you know, hoping that you can break with like a 3v4. You just have to play good fundamental COD is the long and short of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we definitely need good fundamental COD. And what we saw in map number 1 was the biggest thing that you want on a vault hardpoint is the P3 to P4 chain. Vancouver won every single one of those rotations in that situation. On a map like Red Card, you want the P3 to P4 chain. You want to be able to be that team to trap them on the backside of the staircase, be the team initially to start off at Sage, because that's one of the most difficult hills that we have on this map to try to find breaks in, because ARs are just mowing down over the crosses, stuns and nades are getting invested, and there's a lot of car bombs on both ends that make an impactful play. So if you're Minnesota Røkkr, that is your key. Just don't allow Vancouver to dominate the power spots on the power hills like the way they did in map 1.
Especially early. Keep yourself in the game. Don't go down by 90 points. We said that all the way back in Major 1 qualifiers. It's still been a persistent problem for this Røkkr team when it comes to hard points, really throughout the entirety of the year, no matter what the roster has been. So with your season potentially on the line, trying to get back-to-back red card wins, keep the gap between you and Optic close, and maybe even have a chance to square up a head-to-head battle in winners round 1 if you find a way to beat this Vancouver team. Lots on the line. Whereas for Vancouver, this is about just getting more comfortable and trying to put yourself in a position to be a major champion, or at least be in a caliber of a kind of opponent to where you may be a contender again for a championship.
Yeah, they're sick and tired of getting 4-0 in the grand finals. 04 might have to change his name is what I've been hearing around the streets, but 30 seconds still here to play with at P1. A perfect break off there from Surge to apply all the pressure through the middle of the map, dominate early hedge control, but Minnesota respond instantly with their ARs. Now they're going to be able to take the lead, and they have head control on the stage side, which they want for that P2.
Yeah, I like that moment early on here for Minnesota, talking about what their composure looks like. We lose that battle over the top of the hard point. Let's just make sure we can keep contesting hedge. You do better than that. You win it. Now you're back into the hard point, and you're going to have a marginal lead as we head over to P2. With the read on the Neptune early, he'll just get out of there, stay away. And Nero will be the first one in for Minnesota over towards streets.
It's just tough because now Kenny, the only player that was staying alive over towards stage, he falls, and now all of Røkkr swanning on the backside of this P2. Vancouver have stage control, they have top hedge control, and Nero simply is going to get outnumbered. The break is good enough for Surge, and now if you're Røkkr, you cannot allow this moment to start to spiral out of control.
Yeah, big life here for Geo. Oh, and he gets stunned and dealt with quickly. Neptune falls inside the hard point, so Minnesota chance to contest with the trophy system down, but 04 picks up on that immediately with now 3 in a row. 6 and 2 for him early in this hard point. Caught on the reload, though, as Minnesota continues trying to fight for this last 15, but again, it doesn't have to just be on the hard point. They need to play through it as well.
If you're Minnesota, at least in this situation, you will take it, because if you die in the final 4 seconds of this P2, you're going to be blessed with the easy rotation over towards New, but Surge is just cutting their losses. You can have all that outside pressure. We're going to fully set up in through the staircase and bait the team off the rotation to New. Nero tries to approach a different angle from top side, but Abuzer's going to get overwhelmed. Thankfully, the trade still going down and Surge still holding.
Yeah, nice shots there from 04. Doesn't expect that there's a second player initially, but still gives Kenny a workout. Vancouver still spawning over towards garage side. Minnesota setting up over towards bus. Neptune trying to meet that resistance right at the front of it, and will get enough damage to allow his teammates to get initial trades, but Minnesota have cleared the hard point out. Nasty just trying to stay alive, wait for help, but he'll be chased down by Nero, and a chance for Minnesota to get into the hill.
Yeah, and this is that situation I was talking about before the map starts. Try to trap them in the backside of this P3 hard point. Final 20 seconds, we do not want to flip, but we don't want to also give up this time for free. So now if you are Surge, try to push your way on out. Geo making your life a living hell, but you're still finding kills to not make it easier for Minnesota to fully set up at New.
Good first kill there from Kenny over at Ticket. Geo in position to try to at least put some resistance into any rotations for Vancouver through street side. But the player that's going to be in the fray next is likely to be Nero, playing kind of behind this Vancouver setup. Kenny pulling some focus his direction top third as Minnesota have gotten into the hard point, but they do lose Nero. And now you don't really have anyone at mid. Kenny's trying to fight that back over towards this back hedge, but Nash is going to push the issue, find the kill, and now Vancouver can try to challenge the hard point.
Yeah, they just got to get into the hard point. Got to locate where this player is camping on the bottom side. Wall bang's good enough to eventually take care of him. Surge able to find a much needed break. Still a lot of time to fight for. 25 seconds and all the airs from Minnesota starting to set up pinches, clutching up on their one-on-ones, and this is going to be their time. A massive moment for Røkkr to take the lead by a slight margin. Oh, the wall bank good enough from Nancy to not allow him the final 10.
And that's just another moment in a long list of exhibits here from Vancouver where it's just like they should have no business getting into the last 18 seconds, and they don't just neutralize it. They still walk away with the majority of that time, and now look at the map. They're trying to get isolation over towards Geo. They know he's playing somewhere over towards the backside of the exec offices. They find that kill, and now you can stage yourself up for a quick break attempt over towards New.
Yeah, we have the S&D control. Now all we have to do is with our ARs just find our kills over towards the top side of the head glitches. Neptune whips out an extra one. That's all 4 dead. Now we got to take a little bit more space, knowing that they're all coming from SC side. P5 is usually that hill that neither team like to play on a lot of time with because there's so many quick angles for these gunfights.
Oh, Neptune on 2 in a row. Good read on the Kenny. Better shots. And Abuza makes life easy for Vancouver by finding Geo inside the hard point. And 04 will run forward and again continue to find really good positive time for Vancouver, who now have Minnesota a bit trapped. Backside parking garage. Geo runs into his own Semtex. Neptune will drop towards outer hedges, and that's a good follow-up elimination for Minnesota to get some control around the new hill.
Yeah, early hedge control in favor of Røkkr, early time in favor of Røkkr. You're only down by 25. You're right into this game. Now, at least early on, you met the answer of having that P3 to P4 chain to keep you in it. But now, slowly but surely fighting your way back in. AR's dominating outskirts. It's all about the initial kill, and Neptune's able to find it. Now you have the numbers of your search for the break.
Yeah, Neptune knows that Geo's playing on a corner. He's going to find that kill as well. So again, lots of damage from his teammates, but that one was all Neptune. 4 in a row, 17 and 13, 30 seconds of scrap time, and you can see Vancouver, they're just trying to set up to receive this next hit for Minnesota while not giving away the middle of the map, and Neptune has found himself now on 6 in a row. 20 more seconds to fight for still.
Oh, and almost lines up that gunfight onto Geo, but at least sets up his teammate for it. Vancouver walking away with a lot of time here at P1, and if you're Røkkr, you obviously don't want to give this up, but you don't have an opportunity to even contest this. Now off the rotation over towards New, you have 2 players who spawn out. Vancouver are already aware of it. They're going to continuously run up the score.
Yeah, and while they're running it up, a perfect time for us to see how they're going to come through this moment. As Defuse is on 3 in a row, and we head to a surge. Listen to it.
I'm going out of good, guys, okay? I start late, under ladder, start, one time here. Time is low, guys, Nero. Yo, H shoot, one shot, I got you.
Yeah, H shoot me.
Okay, lay down.
Two, there, one door. Make it.
Two close. They're 18 there. Hide for one more on me. One more, nice, it's ready, two guys. I agree, get out of please.
Let's see what we get,
Nice. Mid on me, Gio, it's S2, Gio.
Go, one more stage.
Time dead.
Good time.
I got 2 in all, guys, okay? He's not 10 goal on time.
Mid door on stage.
I'm going top right, give me 1 sec.
I'm going long.
Yeah, good time.
Mid door.
Take your time.
He's on me. Mid door.
Nero, one shot, left corner.
Yeah.
Mid door still.
I don't
I'm one shot.
Yeah, I got that.
Stop blue.
Yo, one more siege, can you?
Siege one time.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
I have the stairs, I'm waiting.
I'm with you back. You can think.
Stairs.
Nice, have time.
I'm in front.
Have time.
I have stairs, okay?
Yo, spawn.
Yeah, on my flank, just in case, bro. Nice. No one flanking.
Nice one.
Yeah,
Start, I think.
I'm walking.
You went spawn.
Okay.
AR. Two.
Yeah, I'm needing my spawn.
Back to me.
One more time. One
shot left.
We can bank time.
Front door. One's H1 stairs.
Bank time.
H1 stairs, trust me, he's gonna scam.
I don't see him.
I'm shot.
One buzz, he's no. He's on you. Be on the spot, Gio, he's on time now.
Okay, one.
Nice.
One more H1 stairs.
Sorry, you're still
We should go mid it if we can.
Yeah, go mid. I'm gonna play slow left, okay?
Go top dark if it's on hold. Go all the way.
Okay. Don't see anything.
Yeah, I got you,
It's one stairs.
I'm going top third. Nice shot.
Nice.
One's gonna be on time. One's on top right, probably.
I need H2.
Don't see anything top right.
That's in top third. H2 dead.
On time, I think twice. I have to look at one is nice. One
shot, blue top. Blue top.
At least one second. Nice. You need that fast. On time.
Arches, can you?
Go.
I'm trying to head, bro. On time, dead. I have a trophy. I'm playing.
Okay, one issue and then 2 H1.
Pick a side. Yeah, I'm playing it too.
I see where's one.
Behind us, and be double side dive. When is it?
2B, bro. Enemy coming.
I'm leaving. Let's go beat Cindy.
Okay, we're good.
He might eat 3 flowers.
That's fine. I'm gonna have it. Go beat Cindy fast.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
Nothing here.
Yo,
I'm gonna hold you paper.
Dubs, he's hitting.
No, take it to paper. Listen, Nero, you went long.
Paper. I'll send someone paper. What do you paper? Just hold.
Just about a 20-point game, but hey, we talked about this quite a bit, Jay, in map number 1 in the first listen in for Minnesota, but Vancouver is so good about understanding that they've lost that moment and they got to play for the next one. You hear it in 2 different comms of chalk it, we're going to have to go through mid, and Nasty even quarterbacks exactly where they want to go. It's just such heads-up gameplay, and all 4 players are buying into it.
Yeah, it's beautiful on the side of Surge, but it's also beautiful on the side of Røkkr for a team who really couldn't find a lot of success on breaking into some of these hills. They have been able to find breaks to keep themselves into this game. Still only down by 30, but Surge dominate the kill feed. Final 25 seconds here at the P5. Gio going to try to make a run for it, but once those 2 players falls, Surge is going to only grow the lead by a little more.
Oh, and that's again good damage from 04. Makes life easy for his teammates. 13 seconds of scrap time, and Minnesota are going to have to chalk this and try to rotate over through hedges to get a look over the top of P1. It's going to have to be a desperate effort, though. But Def Dude watching the cross. Eski is able to find 4 in a row, 35 and 24. Getting it done with both weapons. 04 clears off stage, and Minnesota trying to play the long routes have been stifled, and Vancouver have gone from scrap time on the last hill to initial on the new.
And now they only need 25 seconds to close out this game and close out this series. Our final online qualifier here between Surge and Røkkr. And Røkkr are not looking to give this one up for free. They dominate in the kill feed. They're able to flip all of Surge over towards Eski's side, and now they're just banking on 04 to get something done on his play, but Kenny's aware of it. Røkkr still hold.
And Nero and Gio in a pretty decent spot to contest against any routes from this window position, but Instead, all three will fall, and it's another moment where Vancouver just don't panic. They don't get anxious. They make the right read. They make the right call. Everyone commits, and it leads to another beautiful moment for Surge. 228 to 184. One more member in the hill, but Neptune's already working on new, while Abuza says, I've got old. Don't worry about that. And once again, Vancouver have an advantage over the top P2.
And now you're just banking on what Kenny can get done over reduced stage. Just don't allow them to soak up a lot of time here. But Kenny on the pitch is going to be the deciding factor. He's at least able to find one. Abuza's not giving them an angle, but Kenny finds a double and Røkkr find the break.
And it's also a spawn flip. And now you're starting to get the trap into play. So another moment where what does Vancouver decide to do with 30 seconds remaining? How do they want to hit this round? Geo watching over towards mid. Kenny watching the opposite cross from backside arches. He's in trouble, but he's again killing so much time. And Minnesota are still in the hard point the whole while. 04 able to contest, but Nero there for the trade. 232 to 212, 20 seconds to fight for, and Minnesota still have the superior positions.
Yeah, and already thinking about that rotation over towards New. They no longer know that we can't lose here at P2. We had to start thinking about New, and Vancouver at least find a double kill. And now spawns get a little bit mixy. It's only Nero on this side of the map. Just run and play your life, but he's going to get found, and Vancouver can close it out here.
Two players will spawn inside a garage. A chance for a natural pinch to develop, but it has to move quickly. Geo the first one to fall. The Semtex lands. Abuza cleans that up. And the last hit from backside stairs won't get there in time. Vancouver close out the series and may have been a deciding factor in what happens to Minnesota for the rest of the year.
Unbelievable series between both of these squads, man. If only Røkkr could have showed a little bit more life early into these hard points, or a lot more success in their setups, man, because they did what they needed to do. Trapped them on the end of the P3s over towards the P4s, but the P5 truly were the difference makers in this game, because even though Vancouver found themselves early off the rotation for a majority of them, it's just when we got to like that 30-second mark remaining of the hill time, Vancouver were able to find all the kills and then walk away with that final 20 to 25 seconds, which truly was a difference in this game. Røkkr were consistently trying to play catch up, but when you're not in a position to at least dominate in the kill feeds or set up properly at these new HPs, it's going to be tough to try to take down this Surge squad. You're going into DreamHack down 40, and that is our final online qualifier match there, Alan.
40 and 29, 15 assists, 31 non-traded for Neptune. He's picking up the AR when he needs to and still getting it done with the SMG as you would expect. And you see that late run by Minnesota, down 217 to 165 after having nothing go their way on P4. Make a dramatic effort at it, just cannot get through the leader's advantage that Vancouver were able to establish. And it just feels like, again, you look in the middle of that game flow, it's just, again, 40 for 20s, 40 for 20s. Vancouver just keep growing narrow leads here and there throughout critical moments in the hard point, and it's just too much for Minnesota to overcome. And again, I just have to continue to say it, like that listening could not have come at a better time for Vancouver, because they have always felt like one of the teams that's best at knowing, let's not do something stupid. We lost this moment. Let's play for the next one. And it worked out a number of times, not just in map 1, but also there in map 4. But that closes things out for our online qualifiers. DreamHack next as we finish off with our final Maven Sunday.
I like that one, Steady. We've been hanging out with our kids too much. Let's jump into the breakdown here as we close out the final Maven Sunday from Columbus, Ohio.
It's the final Sunday, dude. It's not about me. It's the final
it's all
Sunday.
about you. It's all about you, and it's all about Kenny, because Kenny put up the infinite KD. But it's Vancouver that gets the dub.
His best series maybe of the year. Unfortunately, it doesn't turn into a win. For Vancouver, good closeout to the end of the qualifier. You end up winning 3 straight. You're in good form to maybe make a run at this major. I think this is a really tough matchup for Røkkr, because Røkkr's best mode is Hardpoint.
Yeah.
The problem is when Surge are in form, they're the best, maybe the best Hardpoint team in the game, right there with Thieves.
Yeah, and I think in this map 4, the biggest thing for me was the fact that like Neptune was good for 2. It felt like every single life. Like there were so many situations where I was sitting there like, how does Neptune get 2 there? And then obviously we head into that P1 where Minnesota Røkkr has an ample opportunity to put themselves not only back into the game, but to take the lead. And Neptune goes on a 6. I mean, absolutely untradeable. If you're side Minnesota Røkkr, you're feeling the pain there. The slaying just started to slow down, and it just wasn't enough.
Clint, I got a question for you. I'm looking here at the numbers. The ARs held their ground for Minnesota, but you kept both Estriel and Nero at -10 and -11. Is that credit to the Surge's communication, the ARs watching over everybody, or the front line?
Could be like a map thing too. It's Røkkr, which you're going to see like 3-4 ARs at a lot. So your sub players kind of turn into AR players on a lot of these hard points is maybe part of it, or just a little bit of an off game. I think that's been a problem for this Røkkr team. I think you just kind of know what you're going to get. Kenny, a great series is awesome, but like Estriel and Nero, you just don't know if it's going to be a takeover or if it's going to be a bad performance. That's why they've struggled.
At the end of it all, Minnesota is 40 points back of Optic Texas going into Major 4, and you are going to see Vancouver Surge just 10 points back of Toronto Ultra after their dub tonight. To talk about that, we have Abuza joining us in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Abuza, congrats on a win, a shaky search and destroy, but outside of that, you guys run the respawns.
Yeah, that was the S&D was a tough one. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, for sure. we bounced back the map after. We were done like 0-2 and we came back, so that was good for us for sure.
Very strong.
I guess I want to ask you though about the rewind. I don't want to focus on the negative because you just won, but like that was a problem for you guys in the last major too, like against Thieves. And a lot of the problems it felt like developed street side on rewind. It was like Scrap finding openings, Hydra finding openings. Here, Kenny obviously goes 11-0, and I know that's kind of your responsibility to some degree. You're that guy that plays outer, and is like as good as you are at dealership and locking down a lane. It feels like things get a little bit off on that map. Is it something you feel personally is like a you thing, or is it a team thing? What's going wrong with rewind?
I just think it's a team thing for sure. For example, like yesterday against Toronto, I think we played the map pretty good. I mean today, like Kenny just didn't die down time map, so that was pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie. I think we're good. Even on this map, like. If tomorrow we're gonna play it, I'm gonna be still confident on it, no matter what.
Okay.
Abuza, as this is the last online match, not only for you guys, but overall, I kind of want to ask you because as you know, Vancouver Surge is the biggest, I think, story so far this season. You know, adding in Neptune, and you guys start contending for championships. Where do you feel your confidence is right now heading into DreamHack, having to made it to 2 finals and falling a little bit short, you know, and that control being that pain point? Where, speak to the fans, speak to us, you know, where confidence lies for Vancouver Surge right now heading into the tail end of the year?
I mean, of course, like with the team, like we know we can win the tournament for sure. We just didn't play that good like in grand final both times, but we get better every time. Our control's getting better. So we're gonna try our best to get the W for sure.
If you guys do win Major 4, who do you think gets to keep the trophy?
Probably me. Like, I want this one so bad.
I love that answer.
I love it. I love it.
We were talking in the green room yesterday when Team Envious won their very first trophy over in London. Merc did not let Hastro have it. He said, I earned this trophy for the team. I'm keeping it. I can't wait for that moment for you, Abuza.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck, bro.
Thank you.
That's Abuza. That's
so
Vancouver Surge. They're done for the night and done for the online stage of the 2025 season. From here on out, it's all majors and, of course, COD champs. Let's take a look, though, at the start of the day because Boston came in with a 1-3 record, 3 map wins. They walk away with a 2-3 record, 6 map wins.
Yeah, I think they needed something positive heading into the major. It's been their worst qualifier. They've been so consistent online, just not really been the case here, but come in, make sure no surprises at LAG, get a solid win.
9th seeded.
I mean, for Boston, I mean, of course, going up against LA Gorilla Maids, but I will say, like, they were playing well. They got a win versus Optic Texas. I mean, not a team take lightly. This is a situation where Boston could have been caught slipping, right? And the slope could have just gotten steeper from there, but they didn't. They stopped the roll, and now you have Awakening. I mean,
is it a nameless problem? I was thinking Giga never does this when Ant's watching and putting the pressure on him.
We should have interviewed him and asked him about it. Then, like, this
Giga was dodging my questions this time, but when Nameless is back, we're going to get him on the mic 100%. Congratulations, Boston, taking down LAG. Their dreams of a winner's bracket shattered today. On the other hand, you had Optic Texas feeling the pressure of Minnesota, 30 points back at the start. They expand that to 40 with a dub over Toronto Ultra. An unexpected upset, but Maven called it.
Yeah, I just guessed. But I think the thing that was most interesting to me was the interview with Hoop, when I asked him like why they kind of played out of their competition or beat people they shouldn't, lose people they shouldn't. And when he said like leadership, I wanted to scream Kenny at the top of my lungs. Because it's just funny to hear that, because like they had that guy. But this is an impressive win, and that's something hopefully they can figure out, because that leadership, a voice in the chaos is very important, and it sounds like they're working on it.
Hook saying he's trying to step up his game. Love to see the evolution as a man has been in esports. Is he on a decade yet? He's got to be closing in on it.
Why is he still like a young player to me? Like he's a vet.
He's coming up on 26. He started at 16. Let's take a look though at our Puckett's Powerhouse Player of the Day. He goes by the name of Kylo. He was the only player. Can we fix that KD to a infinity sign for Maven? We haven't.
It's been triggering me, but I'll be okay.
It's infinite KD. 11 kills, 0 deaths. He drops 1,200 damage, 2 opening duels. The man took over Search and Destroy. Despite that win, it was a 3-1 the other way.
Listen, he was literally basically Mace Windu taking down Palpatine, and then Anakin was the ice that they needed, and was like, just kidding, you're not winning the series. You might have won the battle, but not the war. But shout out Kenny, dude. This was unreal out of him, especially from the way that the start of the season went for him. I mean, 11-0. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's the only flawless one on the year.
Yeah.
Somebody tweeted me one of like TJ back in Cold War doing it, going 12-0.
How many years ago was that? 4 years? Jeez.
I don't know how many there have been, but a really impressive performance. And yeah, Puckett Powerhouse, despite the loss, is questionable. But it is that impressive.
Yeah, Mercury's earned the first one. Kenny earns the second one. We celebrate the L's here occasionally.
I like that. I like that.
Here is a look at your overall KD leaderboard. No surprise.
So for the 1,000th time.
Back up to the #1 spot. The challengers, though, are surprising. Look at Super in the 3 spot. You got Real in the 7th, and you have a Miami Heretics team with the #1 seed going into Major 4. It is crazy. The script is getting wild at the end of the season.
I mean, this is all well and good, but how do these guys perform on land? That is going to be the big thing, and well, here we go.
Screenshot it. It's real. FaZe plays Cloud9. You have LA Thieves versus Surge. Røkkr versus Heretics, and Optic versus Ultra. Who has more of a chance of knocking out Optic? You could see Cloud9 run into him in that second round of the winner's bracket. Røkkr would have to run into him in the winner's bracket final.
I know they just beat Ultra, but that's a tough round 1 matchup for Ultra. And I think for like Røkkr, because of Heretics Hardpoint struggles, that's actually kind of an okay matchup. So anyway, we'll talk more about that top 8 run for champs, but maybe it becomes interesting with this bracket.
It's gonna get wild, and it all begins on Friday. That's right, no Thursday, which means we have 2 streams as we bring all of your favorite casters and all of your favorite matches to life. I'm looking at this one. LA Thieves Vancouver on the Alpha stream is going to be insane, but Miami versus Minnesota may be the match of the day to watch on day #1 of DreamHack Dallas.
No, this is lit, bro. I don't love this only 5 match thing that we have going on with this last qualifier, but because leading to some of these crazy moments, but these matches are nuts for round 1. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait to get DreamHack.
On behalf of everyone who has been working on this show, it has been a blast. We hope you guys have enjoyed the qualifiers. Do us a favor, show some love to the amazing crew who puts on this incredible performance every single weekend. It's the Emmy-nominated Esports Engine crew, part of the EFG gang, and we are celebrating in Columbus. On behalf of everyone, we are done with the qualifiers. On to land. We'll see you at DreamHack Dallas in just a week.
Woohoo!
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on.
Absolutely crushed. I swear to God, Rookie of the Year. No way. I don't believe this.
Good luck, mate. You'll need it.
Oh, wait. 1v1. Oh!
The greatest of all in time, you'll believe it. Greatest don't evolve. Happens in the feed. See my gritted jaws. Wonder who gon' feed us. Hundreds and tens, hard, fresh Adidas. Thought I knew men, most of them was fevers. I'm more than man, I'm a natural born genius. With my medal, I don't pedal back. I'm too smart to meddle with a fellow. Keep the metal at. They pedal for the stats. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to call the kettles black. Hello, I know you feeling mellow and thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just the rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' need these boards, time to let go.
In blue, running blue, left side blue, left side blue.
Just shoot.
Dude, yeah, shoot. Already close.
Go, boys. Time I don't need you. Lifespan forever, Jesus. Said we never, beat us. Death will never see us. Backflip out caskets, pieces. Black boots and black suits with creases. No committee, they give us pennies and pieces. We cause vibrations, give us sedatives to seasons. Render the season with the seasons. This ain't my kingdom, this my teaser. They say I'm cocky, pointing fingers. They say my life is
That's what we do.
Everything I dream of is something I achieve. You are underachieved. I'm Kakarot, I surpass you, Vegeta. Standing by God, pull your feet up.
Still time.
Wow. Nice try, bro. Good try, bro.
I love this.
Not getting that. But
You got it, you got it, you got it.
No,
Good
Wow,
Good mate.
wow. That was the perfect hop. It was the perfect hop.
No, literally the perfect.
Because it's still 50-50 for him.
I don't think. Dude, why does he just like slide out in here, bro? Good. Oh, brain dead.
Bro, my timing is map insane, dude. We're good, we're good. Wow.
Madrid, make some noise. The winners bracket finals starts right now.
Domination teams in complete control. 2 on the point phase have done it. Strap is absolutely ripping and roaring. Another 3 in the phase. Multi-kill after multi-kill. Hydra looking for anything. Whoa! Unbelievable round.
Just don't know what Celia can do. MacArthur. Oh!
Unrelentless and undeniable.
You get in, and now you're back in front.
Tough one. Let's get them out. It is winners bracket final time, and Joe, this is simple, bro. You've got a new team looking to kind of start their legacy, right? On the other side, a team trying to cement their legacy. They've been doing it for a long time, and just think of all you've got what? Strap first draws. You got the MVP conversation every year in Hydra versus Sep. We got storylines all over the place. I'm looking for a bang out. This should be fun.
Yeah, cement their legacy. They already have a lot of cement on the ground, by the way. I mean, they're just doing what they're doing is Atlanta FaZe, but the question marks always start here on Sunday. They get here, but it's just, are they going to win?
No, yeah. How many times did they look like the best team over the course of the weekend? And then, they get to a final, and I'm like, well, what team am I watching? Somebody gets hot and just ends up smoking them. You got to think that's still in your head a little bit, right? Even though you've had all the success at Major 1s, you looked, it's been like top 2 over the last 4, right? You've won 2, gotten second at a few. You're very familiar with this Sunday, and they've been hot, bro. It's like what? They've lost 2 at Surges in their last 10. They've lost 2 Hardpoints in their last 10.
And those have all gone to like a round 11 or been a 10-point hard point. Like they've been very, very good as of late.
Yeah, and then on the other side for LA Thieves, I mean, yeah, your hard point it's starting to turn around.
Yeah.
Right after the break, it wasn't great, but again, the question mark for them is, can they find a search? Now, when we get to majors, searches are always a little bit different. There's a lot more preparation. There's overnight where you're going into VODs, you're creating these counter strats, but sometimes that just doesn't matter.
What's going to be the big thing for you? Is it the search and destroy really for Thieves, or is it what we're going to Control? They're both undefeated, right? Like that should be an incredible one.
I think for me, honestly, it's going to be the hard point. I just think that when you looked at FaZe in the past, if they have struggled on a Sunday, it's typically their hard points that sort of falter, right? It's like they're on these streaks, they're getting hot, but it feels like on that Sunday, I'm looking at their hard point, and for LA Thieves, like this has to be their bread and butter, is the hard point. This is where they were #1 early in the year.
You see Scrap versus Draza, you got the numbers there for Scrap, but I think that's expected. You kind of need that on this Thieves team. Scrap is going to be that powerhouse heavy hitter. Draza didn't come into this team and necessarily need to drop numbers. I thought he instilled a swagger and a confidence in these guys. He's got the comms. He can, I don't know, he can do it all. Whatever weapon he has out, he can be the guy that early rotates. He can be the guy smashing you in the face. But for me, it's always been just about the swagger and confidence. He does not lack that at all.
Yeah, I think maybe when you look at those stats, it's sort of what you expect from Scrap. On the other side for Draws, it's sort of this ascendance again of the ARs. They really struggled early on. We've talked about it time and time again. Sells back to his stupid numbers.
Yep.
But Draws is right behind them, and they've really put it all together as a squadron. It's been a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to see. But the fact is, this is what we've been waiting for the superstars to go against each other to make it to a final.
Absolutely. A red card hard point on the season. You see, it could be a solid one for both teams in Rodo. They are first and second. Expect these teams to come out and battle. The fans going to be behind this Thieves side. Well, I mean, anytime FaZe are playing, it's pretty much rooting for the other side, usually in the stadium. We're expecting that. Scrap just saw the numbers first draws, but now just how he's been looking at the hard point, a 1.3. That is just spectacular numbers out of Scrap.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, right, I mean, he kind of looked at who they matched up against, but Carolina, Miami, both finished top 4.
Yep.
I mean, so yeah, two very strong opponents. On the other side, though, you didn't play the superstars FaZe. They destroyed Ultra.
They certainly did. Yeah, they've had the hardest test. Certainly, they didn't make it look that hard. That was the biggest challenge. Thieves, maybe not tested yet, but it's time to get tested. Just Titans across the stage right now, looking to go to war. Great shots there from Scraps. He rings through, true on the headshot. There's another one. He is beaming. As you can tell, he's feeling it right now. Look at the chow the window as well. As he gets out of 3 straight, a nice little start.
And listen, we talked about it yesterday, right, with their matchup versus Ultra. Let's not forget where this duo came from in Scrap in Envoy. It was from Ultra last year when finally Ultra changed the dialogue around their matchup versus FaZe, beating them on land time and time again. A big reason of that is because Scrap, he loves to play these guys. He grew up near Sip, used to go to local lands together, and right now, everybody is flying on LA Thieves.
Oh yeah, you are smashing them out the gate. How much time can you turn this into? 6 straight, working towards the Hellstorm all the time in the world. And you got a bit of a split push now coming in as a Beast. He's going to be on one side. He'll work out with Draza. The other side of the bench will be Cell and Sip as they look to open this up and finally find their time into the point. But so far, so good for Thieves. Envoy not involved yet, but everybody else the hot hand. Hydra, another multi for him. Finally, maybe some hard point time now to Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, maybe, but Yossi just right off his spawn. I mean, that was a very slow push there from Atlanta FaZe trying to set this up, get the spawns, but you already see number 6, Hydra. The guy is a complete player, and well, he's gonna make the right play right now, trying to go on that pinch, get his teammates into a better spot for that P3. And while Ghosty, my guy is beaming. He is leading the lobby right now with 9 kills. Hydra still hasn't shown, right? You can see Sip trying to find him. With the spawns that are coming up, he's on the next hill, and this is a big win for LA Thieves. You only give up 9 points through these first 2 hills, and well, there is Hydra, big one-on-one, and Hydra's gonna win it. Takes down Sip with a quick trade.
And the last time we casted FaZe here, I mean, Sip was kind of that guy always dealing with that player, always watching for the push through, the wrap through, the guy that's gonna flip out spawns, able to pick up that kill. He was so good in that position. Finally, they're able to deal with it, but you got a 40-point advantage if you were Thieves, already a minute off the play clock.
You just got to think it's a slow start from FaZe. Eventually, they're going to heat up a bit. We're going to start to have more of a battle in the kill feed. Maybe this is going to be that stretch. You got what you want. You're running this from the front. You got the spawns in the back for LA Thieves. FaZe getting exactly what they want. You think about this hard point next. In fact, can they hold it, though?
Yeah, and again, number 6 off spawn, Hydra. He's going to try to take a route, but on the hill, BZ gonna lose that gunfight, but there we go. Due to Hydra's play, they gets them out. That is just the type of player that he is. And Envoy continues to win gunfights. So he earned some time there at this P3, but the important story for LA Thieves right now is they have the P4 rotation. They have the spawns that they want here at stage.
Oh, you nail it. Hydra makes the play to get out, right? It was looking real good on the minimap for FaZe for a moment. No longer, though. Thieves, another chance to get a great hold here inside of the point. Cell can't locate him. Feed lights up white. All Thieves on the board. Dross didn't spot him behind the card, so jump shot there from Scrap. Tough shot at range. You get to the AR. You can't win it if you're FaZe, and Thieves continue to roll. You're what? Outside of Envoy, who's -3, everybody else looking around double positive. 15 and 8 out of Scrap leading the way. You know he loves this matchup. Car helping, team kill in from FaZe. I mean, you got to think with just how lopsided it's been in the slang. Maybe you're lucky to be down 70, but it's still early. Like 70 is significant at this point.
No, it absolutely is. And I mean, really, it's just the ARs locking it down. Abizi's in hell. He's 4 and 13, just spawning up, trying to get to the hill. That's why maybe you have Envoy at 6 and 8. He's got a minute on time, running the only sub on the squad. Well, alongside Hydra, as he's getting active, 12 and 6, catching Abizi off a spawn. But LA Thieves right now, they are rocking and rolling. Let's hear the comms.
Good fucking start, baby. One shot. Last two. Easy. Yo, ticket pushing chips. Let's go take ticket pushing chips.
Listen,
Red edge, easy. Absolute going red doors. Red doors dead. Nice.
That guy's behind you, I promise you.
Yeah, I know. I spawn elbow. He spawns on you, middle. He spawns the middle or mid. That's self. In ticket. In ticket.
He searched that.
No, that's him. That's him.
On
Cheers, weak. Give me. No, I'm mid. Make sure we drop. Look my chairs elbow. Look my chairs elbow. No, we're fine. Okay, spawns are fine. They could be ticket. Chairs are ticket. Alright, one ticket. Chairs. One ticket. Tell their side. Look my lights. I have search. Look mid. Perfect. Look right here. Look my lights.
Yeah, what's outer?
Alright, top right, boys. Top right. Oh my god, I'm easy one shot. Alright, top right. Keep that time white, Paco. Keep it white.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to hear with you.
Do whatever you want. Let's get this 10. Oh wait, there's a great 10. Respond here, Paco. Do whatever you want. You can go pitch 2 no. Let's go gold. Yeah, let's go gold. Take out that boys. Nice ticket. Yo, take a round. Double pitch. No, he's spawned. He's in ticket still easy. One top right. Here, keep that white here. We can just keep that white. Yeah, Abyss on time. There you go. Yellow side time. Yellow? Okay. Yeah. You're red doors. Sip, one shot in ticket. One shot in ticket, boys. 8 on time. 8 ticket, boys. Dross is red hedge, by the way. Red hedge still drops. Red hedge drops, absolute. I don't know what he's doing. Red hedge says 2 maybe? Might be closer. That's 10. 8 ticket.
Mid time.
I'm coming red hedge. Yo, keep time right here. 8 ticket.
Nice.
Yellow hedge.
Yo, it's already dark. Dark.
One shot down. They all spawn there. Trust one shot down. I don't know if he's going back. I have your ticket. Yellow hedge, boys. I need help.
One quad.
I need help on the right. Ticket it draws then. One shot. It's mid doors. MCU. S1. I'm keeping time right here. S1. Yo, go left of spawn. I'm already Juzzy. S1 draws and yellow hedge.
Mid time.
Those comms were incredible. I mean, they were fired up and the passion was there, but it was never like too much. Never seemed like chaos. The small talk was there. The gas to the teammates was there. I love that.
Well, I think the key really is Ghosty, right? I mean, he is so calm throughout this storm. You can hear the other 3, like the adrenaline is getting to them, no doubt about it. They are fired up. But Ghosty just said, hey guys, we're up 100. Let's keep the time white. Hey, we're spawning here. Let's make this play. It's exactly why they wanted him on this roster. On top of the guy also has 20 kills. But if there's a chance, maybe for FaZe to get into this game, well, you're thinking it starts here. Maybe he can put it together with this P3, but they go 3 dead. Draza trying to play his life, and Envoy's gonna find a double.
This might be familiar for FaZe. Remember where they played in the online league the first time? Like, they got smashed in the map 1. They're still able to push it to 5 games. In fact, these have been bearing people at Hardpoint. You watch the series versus Carolina, it was truly unbelievable when these guys are clicking. Maybe the scariest force in the game. Gunfight after gunfight, they're able to take.
They're still up over 100. Scrap's on 5 straight, leading the lobby, and you've already got a head on rotation. It's Envoy's going to be here. You've got help to come quick. 2 spawning out deep that are going to have to try and get by Ghosty. Ghosty's going to get by both. Ghosty is Terminator right now.
Yeah, he's just going to put them in the trap, and then Scrap is there, but that is all set up by Ghosty. He has read the spawns. 2 could have split out, finds both the gunfights. That's where it gets messy. Let's not forget, folks, this is Atlanta FaZe's Hardpoint map pick, by the way. So such a strong start here as well. Ghosty gonna get in the hill now. He's on 4 in a row. And well, it was a slow start for Envoy. He says, screw it, I'm gonna pull out a 3rd AR. I'm gonna just slow things down, work the objective, do whatever you want. It is working out right now.
And as you said, Ghosty with the little moments, like just keep the Hardpoint white. No need to panic. Like don't I don't know, over push things and allow this crazy stretch from FaZe to get back into the game. They just kept the clamps on. No opening for FaZe whatsoever. 24 for the win for Thieves. This has been pristine. I mean, you heard it right when we went to the listed in. I think it was Scrap. It's like, way to come out so effing strong. Like, they just came out with the thunder, and FaZe have never been able to bounce back.
Yeah, only 18 more seconds. One last player is going to be Dries trying to get on this. He is able to win the gunfight. So you can contest some of this time. Try to get maybe over the 100-point mark. But really what we talk about in a situation like this, if you're FaZe, just try to get something going. The problem's going to be, well, there's a Hellstorm coming above you. So he's just going to call that in. He's going to find the first. Still winning it. He gets all 3.
That might seal it. Split spawn in for a moment for FaZe. They'll try to battle back in, but in the point go LA Thieves. 10 needed for the victory. No opening for FaZe. They've been able to do nothing all game long. It has been all LA from start to finish, and this is a good old-fashioned ass-whooping. Thieves fry map 1. Oh, now they do. It's a moment for that final tick, but lordy. That one's gotta feel good for the crowd here rooting for Los Angeles Thieves. Cinder, nothing but stop Miles. Unbelievable stuff. Just smack them.
And well, that's what you wanted to see if you were a Thieves fan. I mean, their hardpoint has been so darn good. And again, that was FaZe's map pick. They've been incredible on Røkkr. It's one of their strengths. Doesn't matter here. He had 33 out of Scrap. Ghosty with some just incredible moments. He's able to drop 30 as well. And a couple of chances where maybe you get them in the spawn trap. Who's the one to get them out? It was Hydra. On the other side, I mean, 15 and 27 from Zella. Don't see that often, but maybe a key here is going to be a BZ, right? Can be such a confidence guy. Yeah. And the last time they played in the minor, when FaZe won 3-1, BZ was probably the MVP of the team. Right?
No, he was.
Felt like he was hitting another level. A very slow start there.
And it's been difficult. This is where the widest gap should be with regards to game modes. It's a search and destroy. You see the advantage there for FaZe, but Ghosty's been unbelievable. And that's where you're talking about great search players. You know what Scrap can do, what Hydra can do, what Envoy can do, what Ghosty can do. They can all be prolific search and destroy players. They're just waiting for it to click. And what a better time than to click in right now in a winner's final. And maybe you go up 2-0 and you're in such a great position.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing on that graphic was the opening duel win percentage, right? Number 1 versus number 12, 62% versus 46. And who's the key there for FaZe? It's always BZ. It's what we talk about. Can he bounce back after a map number 1? And already look at that number 3. Look at that red arrow all the way behind enemy lines. 30 seconds off the clock, but everything may come down to him.
And sometimes we touch on it Hardpoint, like, does the team start to heat up a little bit? It's getting blown out. That never really happened, right? Like, you never did.
Oh, here we go.
Yep, he got picked up. And now it's just a gunfight. You're not going to be able to win. Maybe he'll take some focus towards him that allows the other 3 to make a play on the other side. Envoy tucked in a corner. He's down to 9 HP, but there's the first blood. You think the trade might come in, but he's got coverage from his teammates, and it hasn't happened yet. 30 seconds to go. Scrap shooting everything but the player. Now the pressure coming in for FaZe. They know they've got to go. Envoy not able to take down one, but Scrap is. He's under 50 HP, but still up. Stun trying to keep him back. Shot's a little bit shaky through the tractor, and he'll get shut down. Now,
just so much time off the clock.
Yep, 2v2, and you just got to hop on this almost immediately. Cell able to get it, but Ghosty's still got the angle, and there's not enough time to actually get on it. Well, there is, but you think you can run this out, right? surely. Yeah, he'll get the angle. Yeah, I mean, he had to literally insta-stick. There was no other option to...
Yeah, it gets out of it in about 8 seconds, but because Ghosty turns around at the right time, finds Abizi. Abizi's got the sub, so can't take the gunfight. Abizi's just thinking, get me the hell off Røkkr with this Jackal right now.
I mean, as good as the Jackal has been, over the past month and really this weekend,
this is just a one map.
There's still just, there's spots and there's maps where you got an AR in hand, you're feeling pretty good. Except it looked like every dude, everywhere Scrap was stepping, I swear, bro. Like the fight through Tractor looked so awkward. His shots into glass, like he was shaking.
No aim assist.
Yeah. No, that's what it looked like. He had no aim assist in like 3 straight times he was shooting. Abizi does manage to get 2, but around win to Thieves. Ghosty, after that great map 1, he'll be the closer for him. Early on, just kind of baiting out info. Oftentimes you'll see that defensive push up towards Hedges, playing aggressive on it. It's pretty passive right now from Thieves. Passive until Simp's like, guys, I nearly got laced from bomb. That was Scrap that got the shots in.
Yeah, he's thinking there's going to be another challenge, maybe through the top window or mid-hall, but that kind of gives them some info, the way they're playing this, right? To me, this just says Thieves is playing around a retake right now with this A bomb site. The thing is, though, Simp has the bomb. They're going to go. He's going to push on forward with this. He's going to find the first, there for the second. Not worried about the objective. Now he's going to start to work it, but Thieves, again, just talk to you about their attack, how strong it is, #1 in the league.
No, I think you know it there. Just you got so much info. You kind of knew the positions they were playing. That's why you see Simp so casually work up and be able to make that play. I thought the gunfight got away from Abizi for a moment, but ultimately able to win it. Got some damage in there from Abizi, and Simp can close it out. I think he ends up getting 3 in the round, but nice patience there on offense. It's just an information game, and then you take that info and you execute. They do it perfectly.
Simp's gonna find the 3rd. Yeah, they're just walking up. They're just walking up right there. Again, there's already, 40 seconds off the clock, so as long as the flank is covered by Celium, they know there's gonna be multiple players here. It's the double chow alongside Abizi to close out the round.
I mean, how often do you see that push up there too? And like the guys on the insane heady kind of watching that cross, and the play looks so horrible. Well, it usually went an AR trying to push, but it looked like him and Scrap were almost looking at the same side. Like no one's holding that inner push. Let Simp get up for free, and well, he makes you pay. We have so many awkward gunfights in that area of the map. So far, so good though for both teams offensively. Try and keep an eye on the adjustments that come in from the defenses. Well, Hydra giving him numbers early. Draza tries to play aggressive towards Hedges. He gets caught, but then his Scrap drops. That's a great pick. And once again on the minimap, you'll see Abizi is trying to take the route. Remember, Ghosty had the timing, but Joe, that becomes harder when you have 3 people versus 4.
Yeah, he might have to go though. Simp's gonna be in a tough spot. He's very aggressive, and well, there is the shots. He needs 1 more bullet. Now you would imagine a double challenge gonna come in, but it's kind of just arrows all over the place. Hydra takes down Simp. Abizi's still trying to chase this guy, but Hydra worked in on the ace right now.
Abizi finally hunts him down, but Soldier, you are last alive.
And there's just fights everywhere.
Yeah, try to pull off the 1v3. And as you said, Hydra working the ace. Bomb getting planted now. And this might be a little bit of luck in the timing. I think he spotted him. Oh, the slide out. Doesn't matter that he got eyes because the movement, the gunny there for Hydra. I thought that was going to be free for Abizi, but when it's Hydra, it's never free, and that'll be the ace. Let's see all 4. Gets the first blood and close out. I mean, the 1v1 at the end is massive too, because that might come down to a 1v1. How big of a momentum shifter could a 1v3 be if Abizi pulls it off?
And I mean, that is just, he hits the stairs, right? You get the momentum down the stairs, the slide, Abizi gets fried. But that is the second death, first death for Draza on defense. Both times kind of getting caught in that area. He's going to have to pick it up.
Yeah, no, I feel like we've been seeing people get absolutely zapped. It's usually just that super slide close range. You lose somebody and you're gone. That probably looks sick from Abizi's POV. But he's back to doing his thing in the map too after going double neg in that first map. Once again, just taking space up mid, playing for info. We'll see if they opt to push this out again or if the call is going to be this planet. What do you see on the map?
Well, all four Thieves are here, so they're going to go before this plant maybe comes in. You have all 4 players here, numbers to Thieves, because Celium's across the map. There's the adjustment, and well, the play works out perfectly.
We were talking about defensive adjustments and who was going to do it first. First, it will be Thieves. They're like, we're not going to allow Simp and Abisi to push through this time. We'll have everybody here. We're going to dictate the pace. They do it perfectly. A clean round and a great adjustment from Thieves. Now, well, the pressure onto FaZe to make the same adjustments on defense. That big thing we'll keep an eye on is Draza. He's been getting caught. Spots haven't been going his way. We'll see how he looks to improve.
Well, it's just sort of this give and take battle, right? And again, you see what FaZe is working with, so much room towards that bomb site. Do they want to go for the plan? Do they not? And as soon as LA Thieves have just an idea that they're all there, they group up, retake the area, and they do it beautifully.
I saw Scrapstat outside yesterday. I'm like, all right, finally the boys are clicking. They're playing well. He's like, I hope so. Like, they're trying not to get my hopes up yet, because
one day at a time.
Yeah. You know, you start the season, they look so good. Then it's question marks all over the place. But Hydra, God, what a player he is. He can fry you from any angle in any way. He's on 5 straight right now. A much needed first blood though for Abisi. Simp able to get 1 too. Hydra wins 1. Maybe he has no right when anybody's so weak. The trade should eventually come in. All gonna fall to Scrap. Now his turn into 1 versus 3, and it's not going to happen. FaZe get into a 4v2 early behind the tiny terrors, and this one they're able to take. Is that an adjustment thing, or more is a different bomb site that's being focused?
I mean, that is just a tiny terror round. That's what that is. You ran into the B bomb site. Abisi first blood, Simp the second, and well then Simp closes it out. So yeah, I mean, you just have to switch it up, right? Throw something different over towards B. We really haven't worked B from either team, but they were ready for it.
That's funny. There's been so much trash talk between these guys and these teams, but you know, you talked about Scrap and Simp's history, and like Simp and Hydra, even though they're like, it looks like they're out for blood in the MVP conversation, like there is so much respect between these two and what they're capable of, and I don't know, I feel lucky to cast these guys. Like, they are special, bro. LA though, still with the advantage. Knock, knock, here comes the tiny terrors. Top 1 versus Envoy, some wall bangs in from either side. Not too much HP. Wow. That's gonna be another first death from Draza though. How does Envoy get 2? I thought maybe he's gonna throw out Simp get 2. He's still looking. He spots him, goes vertical. The trade should be there though. It is. Now we're down to a 1 versus 1. Abisi versus Hydra. Hydra's got the angle, and that is a circus of a round.
How does Envoy get 2 there? I mean, he is getting wall banged, left in such a difficult position.
I don't know if Draza got any bullets into him.
And I mean, just catches the timing on the outer players. Hydra working the flank, able to win the 1 versus 1, but this is it. The slide again catches Draws, just not having a great map. Both ARs. We'll see you later.
Envoy making plays, and I mean, there were a bunch of insane moments over the course of that, but it's Envoys that decides the round. Comes down to a 1 versus 1. I kind of wish Abisi had like a chance. That became like a real dramatic one, but
I thought he would see him, but even if he does, he's just stuck.
By time he does spot him, he's on a heady, and there's already bullets coming your way. Round advantage now up to 2 though. Envoy making noise, just wants to knock right at the door, but Abisi ready and waiting. You don't send more of this at B though, so the round will slow down for a moment.
Well, this is starting to kind of remind me of maybe like early phase, right? It was the subs who were playing fine throughout the year. Well, the start of the year.
Even when they were struggling?
Yeah, but it was just kind of the ARs. You're getting a 3 and 10 performance right now from Zell and Draws.
We'll see if that changes as we get deeper into this, but you really want this map, considering your control has been your weak point this year. I know you've been strong on Hosi, but 0-2 hole into your weakest mode doesn't sound great. Abisi trying to nade and chow. Nade not going to hit. He looks left. He's on the right, down to 22 HP, and somehow he's able to win that. No idea. But then the rest of the team steps it up on the Thieves side.
And the problem is, again, is Abisi has a sub here, right? Which gunfight does he take? He needs Draza to get involved, or does he? He's going to win the first play in his life. Scrap left in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds. Abisi going to slide out, but he knows there's got to be a pinch. Where's the second one finally? Draws activates.
Yeah, that looked very scary from Abisi's POV, having sub in hand, but lucky that the 1 chow from bottom stage is one that he's able to take. He has to hit about 15 bullets as they're all wall bangs, but he does it. And what a rebound from Abisi after what a 15 and 30 performance or something in that ballpark in the map 1, taken over here in the map 2 to keep his team in the fight. You've had a couple chances where your Thieves, you put this map 2 away,
The tiny tears, though, keep it a minute.
Yeah, he's had a couple of first bloods. Again, 3 first deaths right now for draws. But, you get an easy one there towards the end of that round. And sometimes that's all it takes. Just give yourself a
easy
free
one,
kill.
or like he gets pops 1 double or triple, and we've seen him turn it around. Like he can be such a confidence-based player. The round to tie it up. Now for FaZe on offense. Josh maybe scaring him more than actually doing damage there as the shots back him up. A little 2-man game here forward between Cell and Draws. The two that are really trying to get it going. Nasty, heady, deep from Envoy. Once again, a reposition. Just keep getting information, keep repositioning.
This might all come down to Hydra. I mean, you see number 6, he's the lone man over towards that A site. He's going to start to move. Well, he's going to shoot, so now all of FaZe looking at him. That is just rough timing for him. Meanwhile, this 1v1 going on, but FaZe should start to work this A-bomb.
Cell's had so many annoying engagements here. Let's see if they are going to isolate him or opt to leave him. Scrap looking to get top. He'll finally take out Cell, so they isolate him and we go into a 3 versus 3. 40 seconds to work now. The next kill going to be a big one. Envoy somehow able to stay up with 13. He gets fried, but he's still alive.
And Abizi actually repinches this. The timing on point. Only gets 1 though, then gets caught. So still doable here for LA Thieves.
Yeah, you think he's got 2 there for sure, but not able to do it despite having a hot hand this game. Gem spot, he gets info, I believe, on both. Now just playing your time. Oh, Lordy, about to toss an A. Nice little side breach out. Beautiful there from Sam. He'll fall, but time, you should be okay. Draws it, just has to play his life. He's getting caught. 9 seconds to go. Just has to stay alive. Can he get back to it?
Oh, my eyes close. It is so close. He might have it. He might have this.
Oh, with .1, Scrap gets it done. What a round.
I mean, there's a let. Why is Draws it here?
That's a good question, Joe. To which I don't have the answer. I mean, he's sliding back and forth, trying to finesse the best he can. He thinks the child's going to come out wide, but Scrap just holds his ground. He gets the 4 straight into Defuse one more time at .1. Are you kidding? And that's the only way that he's able to win that. He chows wide. There's not enough time. Unbelievable. We should be looking at 4-4, but instead a misplay from Draws and a clutch from Scrap, and that rivalry grows. A round away from a 2-0 edge, but Cell's like, I'm not going down without a fight. He'll get the first blood.
Well,
he'll get the second.
He needs to fight. Absolutely. Yeah. He's up to 4 now. Scrap, though, takes out Sip, and, well, now he's going to try to get lost, but on the other side of the map, again, Abizi getting very aggressive, trying to find Yosti, but there's just so many staircases, the elevator, there's a lot to clear.
A little vision there from Scrap as he comes.
Is this going to work out for Ghosty?
Scrap's just sending it. Draw sees him, though. Draw sees him, and he's able to win it. Big one there for Draws, a little bit of revenge. You get numbers now, big time. This is just going to be on Ghosty. I can't get over that last round, though. Holy. Abizi will end it. FaZe, stay up. Maybe you should be looking at a round advantage. That is not the case due to the play from Scrap. Scrap's streak finally comes to an end. Abizi still in takeover mode as he's nearing 1,500 damage at 11-6.
And now I want to see, I mean, really what we haven't seen from LADs is any defensive sort of aggression, right? They've been playing around the retakes. They've been playing from their spawn. I mean, maybe last round you count Hydra, but he's just kind of on an island over towards A.
You mean more like team aggression?
Yeah, just are we to have anything maybe through middle ticket, maybe Hydra on a quick flank if it's an outer bomb site? Or they're just going to play with the retakes. I mean, they've worked so far.
I mean, scary thing for you might just be Cell. Seemed to get a little hot there at the beginning of that one. Kind of a non-factor, and then suddenly he's getting 2. RC out from both sides. You see it from Abizi and from Scrap. Draza, that's a much-needed first blood from him. Caught so often early in this one. Able to take out the car as well. And slides out and gets dropped. I mean, he was probably going to get isolated regardless, but maybe you play that a little bit safer.
Well, I mean, he's got so much room. Hydra's been the lone man there. He's got to react it. Well, the timing.
Oh my God.
Scrap with his second around. He's up to 12, and now it's all down to Sid. 1 versus 3 LADs take a 2-0 lead.
Just some insane rounds over the course of that search and destroy. Nothing but high fives, handshakes, and love out of the Thieves. That has been their pain point, search and destroy, but not the pain point there. They come away with the victory, the fans are riled up, and you've got a massive 2-0 advantage.
And this is what I talk about. Search and destroy on a Sunday is just always a little bit different.
Yeah.
Overnight match, you got time to prep. And there's always just some clutches that come into play.
The Hosienda for 3 and 4. FaZe have got to take both if they're going to stay alive and push it to a map 5. Overall control this season, it has been one of the best modes for Thieves, whereas FaZe, it's gotten better.
Well,
it started like what, 2 and 6, 2 and 5, whatever it was.
You look at the streaks, right? 7 in a row, 5 in a row for FaZe. If you take away Vault, they have 1 loss on the other 2 maps. That's probably the key. But yeah, yes, for Thieves, they have been #1 all year.
They can close it out here. Looks like AR's out. We'll see what the call is going to be on the other side. If it's right back to that 4 sub setup we saw out of Atlanta FaZe, but the subs getting work done early as Hydra, well, nearly. That would take out 3. It looks like Draws will have an AR out, at least for the opening break. We'll see if that changes as we get going, or if, yeah, maybe that was a matchup-specific thing for Atlanta FaZe. Looking for your early openings. Pretty trade efficient from the offense so far, and no, that's where you get the extra domino there behind a multi-kill from Scrap. That'll get you out onto A. Maybe first tick of progress done. That'll be exactly the case. First bit done, first retake opportunity out for Atlanta FaZe. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, they're all just kind of pushing all the way through. So you're gonna have the first gunfight right there. That's gonna be from Simp. Now the other 2 through Connector. You don't get it done quite. There's still 1 more player here. He's almost done with this, and there is the Jittex last seconds. I was like, they got to get the last one, right?
Yeah. I was like, they're not just gonna let him get this. Like, this is some reverse strategy. We'll give him the extra minute. They didn't get it all cleared though. Got a little bit off of it, but not completely done. Scrap out the 5-1, through on the trade. Timing, I think, horrible. He should get hunted down in a moment. That'll be the case. Draza, okay, so now Draws does have a sub out.
And again, map just kind of flips. I mean, LA Thieves, they kind of just go top halls and onto the B point, where the other side, you had a BZ pushed up, you had 1 pushed up towards lobby, so you have to work your way back. Envoy with a nice shot onto BZ, but now he's got to find Simp. Well, LA Thieves, they have to extend this time. 1 tick towards A. They just got a couple on it, and there we go. A is done.
Lives-wise, minimal advantage for Thieves. Still a ton left for either. A lot of time to work with. Crazy chow from Simp from the top window, but nearly able to pluck Hydra out of it. You get numbers around the point for now. You'll get onto it and stop the clock.
And losing A is tough because now B, it is 1 spawn out, and you have to run so far from Boathouse. 1 player is still alive, though. That's going to be Draws. He's going to finally flank on through, and, well, you get some kills. 1 team kill is there. So the numbers now into a 2 versus 2.
And you've got Draws and Cell both with subs. Still some ARs out for Thieves. We'll see if that changes over the course of this map and mode, but that'll be the case right now. Simp able to stagger this push a little bit. It's his play through top halls. Looking for more, gets info on 1. Back and forth we go. Just hoping to get back to full HP. Not gonna happen. Ghost is gonna push it out and shut it down. 2 dead for FaZe. And Cell with a big 2, really to keep them battling here on defense, Joe.
Yeah, and the reason why you may be wondering, like, why we're seeing 4 subs for FaZe is because they're trying to control this area, right? This rotation is so fast from A to B, from balcony and top hall through that window where it's just sub heaven. So they're controlling top office, and I think that's why you're seeing this, right? If you lose this, if you have an AR running into that staircase, it is hell. So all running the subs on both sides, but Hydra and Dosey, they're gonna try to match it 5 versus 9. 30 seconds remain. This is what I'm talking about. Now it's LADs with office control. Off the balcony is Envoy, and it's looking like B might be done. As LADs get done with A, now capturing B.
Yeah, you got like no lives left either. They'll get the final tick. Great stuff there from Thieves. Good patience to wait and group up on those attacks to close it out. But you gotta love the vibes you're seeing out of it. I mean, it reminds me almost like of the old New York squads with Hydra. Like, they just seem to be having fun, just cheesing on the stage. Well, things going well when you're up 2-0 and now up around up control. Vibes couldn't be more different on the FaZe side. And I don't know, I think they've really improved in that regard, at least since they come back from the break. But kind of hard to be positive vibes and laughs right now when you're a hole like this, Joe.
No, I mean, that's just it. Yeah, you're just trying to figure it out. What do we need to do a little bit differently? Can we finally get going? Back onto attack, and well, Draza, he's going to find two through the opener. This always feels like there's another Thieves player there, pulling off a multi-kill. This time it was Ghosty, and well, Hydra, the movement, almost able to catch Cell.
Yeah, hell, just making him take that much time to actually kill you. Sometimes buying a couple seconds can be the difference. BC just looking every which way, wanting to get involved. When now the stun comes in, he's going to get Chow, tries to hit the slide on forward, but it's a bit delayed, and Hydra will put him down. A minute left to work with. AR in hand for Draws. He's got Cell up top to give him a little bit of help, and that should be 3 dead, and it is. Draza with the multi. One player up top. Cell just trying to stay up. Covering fire in from Draws. Over they go for the contest. You get the second tick done, and the Tiny Terrors do find 2. You still have the progress here. You should have the extra minute and a 4 life advantage. So you won't be able to get A first like Thieves were able to do, but pretty efficient here out the gate.
I mean, what a play from Draws. Not only does he earn the Hellstorm, he gets that triple kill. And I mean, he's the one that's able to catch Envoy on the flank.
Nice
so,
shots.
I mean, that B point is all this man right now. We talked about, can you get a moment to get somebody going? And well, it's this man. Now they have to try to close this round out.
Yeah, I mean, if him and Cell turn up, it feels like we're going the distance. This might go the entire way, but well, you still have so much to do. 8 streak will end as Hydra shuts it down. Cell, his POV for now, top hall, so get the teammate to spawn in Rockside and come reinforce this. His next gunfight's going to be big, and well, they're mostly going the way of Thieves. Great sequence there from them. You go 3 down the other way, you're at risk of really losing some progress, but that won't be the case. Get right back over to Draws to see what work he can do.
And well, he's going to get some help. So now you have one player, though. It is Envoy, right? He loves to find those routes, to find the openings, but Sim's looking for him. Just trying to see if he can catch a timing. Well, yeah, imagine. Oh, the mantle. We've all been there. But Abizi gets 2, 3 dead. Ghosty, he's shooting as well. So FaZe going to group up on the point.
That is tough. The mantle cheese. Abizi's getting his toes shot off by Ghosty, and he eventually drops. He's still got a minute to work with. This might be a thing that comes to lives. They closed it out of the ticks, right? It didn't come down to the final
they have
kill.
all 6. They have all 6.
I thought so.
That's big.
That might be the difference. If we're talking about a round 5. Assuming FaZe can win this round.
Or is it? I mean, sometimes, I mean, we've seen 5 offensive round wins on this map.
That's true.
And they're going to invest this early to try to close this out.
Not going to connect on anything, but the teammates will be able to find the kills behind it. No respawns remaining now for Thieves. Ghosty, find a nice little timing. Scrap able to pick one up as well. What a 4v10 this would be if you're able to pull it out. Well, unfortunately, Shot going to go in between 2. 2 of your teammates will drop, make it 3, and now it is just on Hydra. Nothing going. So both teams able to get it done on offense. Main difference here, well, I don't know if it's a bad thing or an advantage. You might have offense for around 5 if you're FaZe because you don't get it done through the ticks.
Yeah, I guess it's probably just dependent on the team. But this is probably the play of the round right here. He's able to find the first, but I'm assuming he gets a call out. He must. Maybe Simp off spawn, but Envoy was waiting.
A stun might hit him in the face at the same time.
Able to get the 3rd with the pistol, and that was the B point done, plus the Hellstorm.
You kept chatting about just, it takes a moment, it takes a play sometimes for a player to get into a series. Maybe that was it for Draws. Do you think nerves wouldn't be a thing if you're Atlanta FaZe and you've been to championship Sundays this many times? But it's still a thing. It
Always,
still is.
always.
You still got to calm the nerves a little bit. Maybe they're starting to calm because Thieves have just been unbelievable so far. We'll see what Hydra can find out the opening from this one. He is clearing top halls and won't get a lot of information through to the team and also finding kills, hoping to trade. They're able to do that, but Envoy with a multi, and that's going to be instant pressure, especially as Abizi gets picked up on the back side of it. Right onto B they go. Teammates spawning out 4 on Rockside though, so it's going to take them a minute to trek over. And it looks like for FaZe, they're trying to deal with that first. The players that come off a spawn, then apply the pressure on over towards B, but how much time is actually going to go past?
That's a huge kill from Abizi. He's going to get one off of it, right? So now they can go a little bit slower on this, or does it matter? Oh, he needs just maybe one more bullet to get done with B, but while that's happening, you're pausing the clock at A.
Scrap's just pre-firing everything. Absolute demon. One, 2 ticks at B, now 1 done at A. Circus fight there in office. Envoy continue to winning on the objective, trying to get this second tick done. It is so close, not gonna happen yet. Ghosty a chance to finish it. Absolute beamer there onto Abizi on the balcony. 4 straight for Dan Ghosty. He'll finally drop. Nice centering there really though on the slide out though.
And maybe from Ghosty's POV, he kind of knows that if they have 4 subs, I'm gonna take as many long-range fights as I can. Great shots under that player top hall, but still trying to get done with one of these points. And maybe with those 2 kills, they're able to do so. But FaZe's going to try to contest this before it's complete. Last player there, that will be Simp. He's going to have to win both, and he does.
Okay, that's a massive 2 to at least take some time off of this. You think the extension eventually going to come in, but you delay that a bit. You try to bring down the lives a little. And really just this clock, but now second tick, there it is. You got 2 done at either site. Here comes the swarm now from Atlanta FaZe. Scrap, no chance in that one. Cell put him on skates, having the high ground. Nice shot from Envoy. 7 HP left, but absolute win. Unfortunately, he's a bullet as he tries to hop out. Now time really dwindling. Under 30 to go. FaZe with an opportunity here to hold for the first defense. Lives basically square. Here go Dan Ghosty, the boys. He's got a sub in hand now.
Yeah, and I think FaZe just don't know where's the push coming from. But yeah, they're going to spot Ghosty. Hydra's going to get taken down. Meanwhile, Scrap's touching it. It is just chaos on the map right now. As LA Thieves trying to get done with one of these points. FaZe, they know they don't want that time extension to come on through. Boy, he's had a couple of multis. Maybe add one more. Doesn't need it. Has the help. B should be done, and A might be done as well. They're on the point. Someone's got to go. That's going to be Drazah. He's got to win. It doesn't happen. And we are all over the map.
We haven't seen that yet this year, where you basically cap both points simultaneously. I mean, to be fair, throughout the course of that round, you're really working both back and forth. You get to 2 ticks at both. You said it multiple times, like they're just fighting everywhere on both points. The fact you seal it like that is awesome. So the tick advantage gets even bigger. I thought maybe Simp's double was enough to alleviate some of the pressure there, but it's answered what by Envoy and Hydra's kills. Instantly after that, then you got the map control, then you close it out at both points. Terrific stuff there from Thieves, and yeah, we just don't see that a lot often.
And I love what LA Thieves is doing. I mean, they're always putting somebody on the point, right? And what that does is like it allows FaZe, they just have to try to get aggressive through top halls.
FaZe backs against the wall. You're at risk of being 3-0'd here. One more round, and Thieves move on to a final. It'll be a loser's battle for FaZe. They got to be panicking. I'm going to hear the comms. Let's hear Atlanta FaZe.
I'm one shot. Yeah, I'm going to go get on B here. I'm getting on B. Yeah, I'm getting on B. Buy 1 and 10 on me. How's your moment? He's going too dark. One's in you, one's in you. Dan was in you, Dan was in you. Yeah, let's go right. Push your mic. Standing right. I'm starting him close, Chris.
He's trying. I'm a touch.
I think top 20. I'm hitting office.
I'm one shot, bro.
I'm using. I have to jump out.
Hey, I'm one shot.
There's side.
So one shot.
Top pot. Dan, Dan, top pot, really weak. Nice.
You pop you.
I'm
staying you.
I have fucking
staying down. It's you.
Yeah, I'm
two office. 2 top office. One's going behind. One's working close.
You want pitching our side? Pitching dead. 3 dead.
I spawn close.
I'm seeing Dan.
Here, I come down. Stay on for you.
I'm coming to sack. I'm coming to sack.
I'm trying to play the top right.
What's their 10? What's their 10? Guaranteed.
Close. 10. One shot. Nice.
3 shot. Outside 10. Paco weak. Paco one shot. Absolute on point. Nice. Good fucking win. I love your hold on, please.
Hey, I'm trying your
Zach, I'm stunning. I didn't stun them. They're side heady, Zach.
Nothing left.
They're side heady. Two there.
2 rocks. Nice, one more.
Nice. Shit on.
I'm fire.
Hey, spawn super deep.
Yeah, go right.
Spawn boat.
I'm going on him.
Fire now. What's the top office?
Yo, rock heady, MC. Okay.
I'm just not running fire.
Nice. I'm nothing there. Side.
They're open them.
Nice.
I'm trying to. They're open.
Oh my God.
Opposite. 3. This is looking for one.
Yeah, sack this shit.
They
want to top close. Yeah, I'm gonna go repitch.
Well, at first I was a little worried about him maybe panicking. Right when we got the listen in, like comms were a little off. They were in a bit of a blender, but since then they hit another gear. They turn up and take over. The best control round we have seen so far. They'll get all points. They'll outslay by a wide margin, and seems like things are starting to click a little bit.
Yeah, even when the LA Thieves finally get some numbers, maybe it's a 3-on-2 on the map. We were on board with Cells POV, and he just takes 2 gunfights with the sub, uses the movement. out towards Rot to take down too, and then the map flips on its head. This is why you're seeing 4 subs.
I think that engagement with Scrap at Rock was like the most perfect representation of why they're running 4 subs. Like Scrap had to reposition twice to try and get like an AR advantage fight, and you just kept cutting the angle of yourself, cutting the angle, and eventually it's popping and dropping him. And that was frustrating, you would think, from Scrap's POV. So that was a really, really good look at it. Round 5 though, to maybe decide the series. You win it on the Thieves side, series is done. FaZe win it, we're going a little bit deeper. As the subs trying to get in position, you see the ARs just trying to back up and hold the angle, and they're able to do a nice job. It would be one of those rounds where FaZe would do it, or sorry, games where FaZe would do it all through offense if they're able to do it.
He's got a big kill. This is a huge kill from Droz. He's gonna chow that. I thought he was just gonna try to take his time. Because the rest of your team they were gone. So he was pausing the clock. A lot of map pressure from LADs off that break.
The AR is hitting right now. The AR is getting it done. Ghosty applying pressure with the sub, and this has been a really good sequence with Thieves. You're up 5 lives. You haven't had that chance to really crack the defense open. Maybe this is your best opportunity now with 2 dead, 3 dead. Looking for 1 more, and they're able to get that as well. So that'll be everybody cleared off. Finally, some position now to stop this clock, maybe get the minute extension. The one player that spawns out is going to be all the way across the map. That's going to be number 3 to BZ. We'll see how he activates.
Yeah, and then on the other side, it's Envoy. He's trying to get on through. He's going to be up top, but he's going to get caught. Here we go, Thieves. They have to be careful here. You can't allow a transition towards the other point. Ghosty's going to slow that down. A nice double from him.
3 life advantage for Thieves. Subs now up close and personal. Cell going to be able to take that one. He's shooting a ghost.
No, I was looking at the mini-map. Like, who was he shooting at?
I have no idea what Cell was shooting at. You still do have 1 AR out.
Yeah, and Scraps has got to play his life. Simp's trying to hunt him down because Simp wants to get on A. And well, now they are trapped. That is going to be all 4 dead. Draza up to 30, 10 in a row as a squad for FaZe.
Look, you wanted Draza and Cell to maybe turn up. They're the ones with 30 plus currently. Thieves, though, not out of it yet. Here comes the next big wave to try and push this out. Second tick is done. Abizi is seasoned. Abizi is seasoned. That is filth. Series isn't over yet. FaZe now a chance to smile.
Wow. The stardom is showing on the stage on both sides. Another look at it from Abizi.
Yeah, that was clean. That was absolutely clean. And this is just one of those where if you're Thieves, like, we had a chance to put them away. We let these goddamn guys stick around, and now we're going a bit deeper, and it feels like Cell and Draza starting to pick it up a bit. We are going to watch it from a BC though one more time. Let's see the replay now. Just with the pistol, that's just an annoying death. That is just an annoying death. Then those shots are crisp. And these are even cleaner. Just the sub is disgusting. They've got 4 out in this mapping mode. Well, you saw the advantages there. Thieves still with their opportunities to win it, though, obviously.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, is somebody going to try to match this? Right? I think Thieves does have a team to do it. And Josie can flex, so...
Just like if you haven't done it at all, it's the thing. Like, if you haven't done it. It's not as simple as, hey, boys, let's pull out 4 subs, right?
Well, it might be.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, with the gunfights, yes, but it's just you're in different situations. You play different spots. You play stuff different. You do. But this particular series, this particular matchup, he is fired up, he is turned, and he wants to put Draza in the dirt. We'll see if he'll bury him here on Hosienda. If we get to another search and destroy, the question mark was going to be the search and destroy for Thieves. So far, they've answered the call with the map 2 win on red card. Maybe the 2 best hardpoint teams in the game, and the first one was not close at all. Can they do to them what they did to Carolina? Just absolutely throttle them in the hardpoints. Here we go.
And this is what, you asked me, what am I looking at? It is kind of the hardpoints. There's just going to be some times where there's just talent on Sundays that we saw in map number 1 where sometimes it's just not going to go your way. But on this second one, can you get us to a game 5 if you are FaZe?
We'll see if they can do it. So far, FaZe coming out shooting. They'll eliminate everybody outside of Envoy, and Envoy, he's able to get 2, so keeps himself in a nice position, allows the boys to get off spawn a little less harassed. As Thieves now fight into the point. cancel him, but this time able to win it, because Zabisi's also able to connect onto a nade.
And not a lot of time earned so far. The big thing we always discuss, going to be the right side of your mini-map towards that P2. And Garage, probably the money hill that we have seen so far on the year. Is FaZe winning some gunfights, but Hydra's going to bring it back, so he's going to allow his teammates to move up the map. And well, look at the position already, and Cell's going to spawn out. So FaZe got to be ready for this. Abizi trying to play his life. And then Hydra's able to find another one. So he gets 3, almost finds the 4th. But he's going to make the plays to make this messy.
Yeah, you may not get complete control, but I think you're exactly right. You won't get the pristine setup you were hoping for if you're Atlanta FaZe, or will you? Because you now get 3 down, but you're spawning close, right? They weren't able to get that perfect position where you're able to spawn them out deep and really make them pay, but this is pretty good considering how messy it looked for a moment. You at least get to some of the power positions, especially deep. Then Abizi comes in for some free pickings in lobby. Scrap tries to push out and get statue control. He's able to do that. You lose your lobby player in Abizi, and now is your big time to swing on this. So the pressure is going to be to Simp and Cell at the point to go big, and Simp and Cell are doing exactly that. Cell, just a turret from Lambo, line them up and frying 3.
And you know, you're not even mad that you lose spawns if you're FaZe with 25 seconds left. They know what is next. P3, where Abizi is trying to get set up. He's trying to cut off the reinforcements from D's on rotation. He's going to find a double. Now, Hydra and Envoy are through. And Envoy's going to find one, but you can see Cell. He knows. Scrap Ghosty coming off spawn.
Nice stun. Abizi, still here. This could be an incredible transition. You're looking at a really big lead if they get a good chunk of this time. Just trying to avoid all these nades. You hear the Simtex is just raining in on above. Sells POV for a second as he gets one. Draza nearly getting his head clipped, trying to provide support there from Abizi. Abizi has been alive for what feels forever. Finally, he is going to drop. You think maybe you're in if you are Thieves, and you might finally be there. You're able to break through, and I know there's only 25 or 30 seconds left, but still, it's a big break, because you're at risk of being down 100.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, in a more classic style hardpoint map, a couple of hills in a row, and you can immediately be down around 80 points, but they are going to get some of this scrap time. But you see on rotation, again, it's going to be Thieves that are going to have to break early on to Zip. Abizi, well, just Abizi is here now, so you're going to have a one-on-one.
Who wins it? It's Abizi able to do it. Scrap nearly takes him out. Abizi! It's another multi-kill on rotation. It'll be enough to get the teammates in. Draza can't win it off the block. Trying to get there quickly before the rest of the troops get in. The shots are there. Cell with the multi. Cell not going to have a triple because Abizi's going to put him down, but the talent on full display right now for Atlanta FaZe.
And I don't know if it's just a P3 thing, but they got 4 subs again.
It's a Hosi thing, bro.
On Hosienda. It could just be that specific kill. Again, just trying to control top office, maybe just trying to win it around the hill. But Thieves get in.
And this is one of those points. You get like one pick, head start swinging, and things fall apart fast. Thieves, despite getting beaten and battered early in that, do get back through. Draza will peek on through. Ghosty with the triple. Hydra falling up, and that, the best moment you've had from Thieves. They'll secure the rest of this time. These will now get ready for our second set of rotation. Advantage to FaZe. Thieves have done just enough to really stay in this one, though.
No, they have, yeah. Only being down 40, considering the way this map started.
It could be way worse, right?
It could be a lot worse. And the fact that they really haven't won a rotation on a lot of these hills. Envoy doing a great job, up and down, back into the hallways. Immediate trade, though, for FaZe, but the key going to be that P2 rotation. Still a lot of time left here on P1. But these are going to know we have to flip these spawns.
And to be fair, like FaZe have relied on a couple insane like individual plays to have early control of these hard points. Those start to flip the other way. Who the hell knows how this begins to go? But what a great P1 this has been for Thieves. They're finding kills all around the map. They're doing a great job soaking up this time, and they're going to bring this back nearly to a tie game if they get it all. But
there's the flip.
As they flip on through, a massive moment now for Thieves. Their chance to take the lead in this one. Simp, though, putting one on skates. Envoy now to deal with it. Trying to dip, dance, and dive is Simp, but he will finally drop. New hard point popping. Now Ghosty in position. Can he do damage from here? But right through small door, it'll be Draws. He'll get in. He'll be in his spot, and he's going to find the kills. You die at the most inopportune time if you are Thieves and FaZe. Early control of a P2 again, but it's a real close spawn now up driveway. You have a chance to fly this in. Out of the play is going to be Abizi, at least for a moment. The utility is hitting inside of the point, and you're panicking if you are FaZe. Simp's going to be the last guy up. By the time you get there, if you're Abizi, you can drop. What a break from Thieves.
you take advantage of the close spawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the G is right before P2 spawns in. Scrap dies, he spawns out. FaZe know this, they try to take the 3 versus 3, and they do a good job. Even with Simp dying, they just get in through side door. But the number's too much right now for LADs with those close spawns. We are so close to a tie game yet again. LA Thieves trying to put this series away. Let's go to listening with Thieves.
I'm trying to go get 10. I'm going to go get 10.
Yo, N10, Dylan, N10. He's on new. He's on the fence. Outer fence. Nice, and see. Go back to easy. And behind you. Behind you, stone. Stone. Need it on time, inside. Need it on time. Absolute time. Watching window pinch. N10. Window. I'm going to check the split. No. Yeah, they could be secret. Secret up front. Yeah, they could. 2 front. I'm blocking. I have air in a roll. I've entered. They got her. I've entered. I'm blocking. I have air hunt. One is air hunt. To you. One is you. One is secret. Paco, secret to close. Secret dead.
He's a huge 20, boys.
I'm watching you in the time. Hit me 2 on ult. 1 in 10 and 1 in ult. 2 in 10. 2 in time weak. He's under 5 stairs. He's really weak. Nice. He's spawning back ult. Go new. He's a storm. Storm's that time, okay? Nice. I'm trying to use it. I'm gonna go close. One there's mid. Yeah, mid. My bad. On new. He's out top open of easy. I'm going mid. Yeah, I'm gonna go close. Yeah, one's mid. I'm going close.
Chow, pull me.
Close of easy, done.
Nice.
I'm gonna pinch off. I'm sliding right away. There's that. Close. Nice. Come on, go. Easy, watch out. Right now. Have you right? No, it's offside. There's side. My bad. I'm going mid. On time.
He's sunning in on time.
Sun. Yep, I'll send it.
Low mid, weak. Draws.
Low mid, one shot. Sun nated. Nated on him.
Drops a mid. 2 by time. I saw him.
On time. Waterfall. 2 on hill. 2 on time. 20 seconds.
Absolute. 2 on there.
I'm gonna go left. Top tower. One shot top tower, bro. One shot. Top close. Get her close with me? Actually, let's go low. I saw him. There's 2 up there. Let's go low. Hold on. I'm pitching a little bit. I'm pitching a little bit.
He's still.
Well, there are a couple of moments that really stand out. I mean, if you look to the P3, I think it was Envoy that called he was blocking spawns in the back. I think he was on like the office steps. You get real unlucky, 2 spawn in the back. They aren't ready for that at all, and things kind of collapse from there. Then like the sim play at Røkkr was just absurd.
Yeah, he gets a 4x multi-kill, but LAD's not going away. They're gonna find a 4 dead. That's what's coming up. Gonna be that P2 in about 40 seconds, but they're gonna take all the time that they can. Sim's trying to take a route. See what the timing is like with Hydra. Well, BZ's gonna find the first. Maybe that allows Sim to go. And well, they're gonna try to flip the map. It's just, do they do it? And well, yes, they do.
That is beautifully done from FaZe. Now about 50 points away from the victory here, and then we go all the way to a Vault Map 5. I think you heard Scrap get a little flustered in the comms too. Just he's like, one shot, just losing some fights you really think he had the advantage on. But with the kill there and 10 seconds left, yeah, you're going to get early pressure here. You're able to spawn one out. It's going to be Cellian that's going to be coming out deep. You're going to have that natural pinch to try and get in. You rely on the rest of the team to step up, and the Tiny Tears maybe do enough. They're able to take out 3. Draza will get the 4th, but it's the Rock side close spawn. Last time you were able to funnel your way in from driveway and really just break through the line of Atlanta FaZe. You're trying to do it again, this time from Rock. Look at them do it again. Scrap gets in, they break again. You still have people here to keep it messy from FaZe, but it's been Thieves with how many breaks now, Joe?
Yeah, a lot of them. And I mean, that was just a pickup, right? They catch Cell trying to hit the pinch. They still have close spawns, do FaZe, so maybe go at this one more time. Maybe you're waiting on number 3, though. That's going to be Abizi. He wins the gunfight. Abizi has had some massive ones and then Simp with another.
Break after break from these teams. Not the worst thing for Thieves. You break up that time, you're not going to be able to get set up over at P3, or are you? Because fanning out quickly and knowing the situation is Atlanta FaZe. Simp trying to line him up. Oh my God, too clean for him.
And I think maybe that's what Scrap's frustrated with. This sub is just melting right now. On this stage, we have seen some insane slide gunfights, and both teams fighting for map control.
Yeah, you're spawning all over the place. You have one all the way out deep. I think you might catch him. Simp's got to wait. Simp gets a spawn in behind enemy lines as the split comes in. Now Simp is going to go. Able to get one and get in the shed, gets his team back into the point. 17 needed for the victory. Sim trying to slide across, just 9 HP remaining. I don't even know why he's going vertical. Trying to get back to full. He gets back enough, he's able to take a fight. Looking for another multi, chest bumping another. The slide and snap back, not enough, but then it's to the other tiny tear to BZ. That's got the reinforce.
I mean, this is just chaos on both sides. Everybody trying to contest. Steve's trying to stay alive. FaZe trying to get us to a game 5, and well, I don't think it's going to close out here, so it's going to be a rotation towards our Røkkr. One FaZe, they might lose this. You're going to see 5 and 6 off spawn. They should be there first, or will they? Through top open. Come Atlanta FaZe.
If you're going to win this, if you're Thieves, this is the moment. You have a 3-on-3 towards the point. Envoy with the opening pick. Stuns are connecting. Draw, shooting everything but the players. It's picture perfect from Thieves. You're spawning pretty close, though, out by driveway. If you are Atlanta FaZe, you're trying to figure out where they are right now if you're Thieves. You're thinking maybe they spawned out behind you. Maybe you got a split. That's not going to be the case. Fanning out will be Ghosty as well. Ghosty able to get a kill as he pushes it out. Envoy wins one at the front. Strap to reinforce. That's all 4-10. And now you're searching for the victory if you are LAT. 20 needed for them, but here comes FaZe again.
Is that going to be a mistake? Maybe trying to push too far forward if you are Hydra. He's going to be the first one dead, but close spawn. Here we go. Celium's going to find the first. Here comes the reinforcements for FaZe. 10 seconds needed. 12 seconds on the other side. Ghosty's going to take it down, and at the rock, who is it? Simp once again.
Multi-kill Demon, enough in the point for the win. One of those is the team kill, and then Cell's able to make you pay. You're trying to contest, but the contest not long enough. They've got the tick. They should have the win. It's the 250. We're going to a map 5, baby.
It's a 4x multi-kill on one side. It's a 3x on the other. Simp going massive at P4.
I don't even know how Simp was even at 28-28.
I don't know either.
I swear every time he got a kill, it was 2, bro. Like, so many multi-kills, but what, dude? Just both teams pushed to the rope. When you needed to break, you got it. Thieves, it felt like, at least early on, FaZe could have put them away a few times. Like, at least got to like a 100-point advantage, but Thieves would break, they would break, they would break until they were broken.
And I think, you know, Hydra kind of goes for the jugular. You get the perfect 4 dead, and he's thinking, I have some room, some space. And Cell takes him down, and Cell then gets a second. Like, he makes the initial opening play. If maybe Hydra just like kind of prones top open, waits for him, it might be game over. Instead, it allows FaZe to get onto the point.
Woo! What are the hard points this weekend? I mean, it couldn't have gone any other way. Thieves FaZe the distance in the winner's bracket final. It is map 5 time. You've got absolute gods of their craft on either side of the stage. Who's going to make the play? Who's going to maybe make the misplay? Like at the end of that map 4, the pressure is on. Both sides are feeling it. This is how our map 5 metrics look getting into this one.
Yeah, not too many. What 2-1 for Atlanta FaZe, 2-2 on the other side.
It's the rest of the league that has about 40 of them.
Yeah, no. Again, just opening a dual win percentage, maybe going to be the key here. But on a map like Vault, it should just come down to retakes. Honestly, like, who's going to have the slip up? Who's going to turn maybe one into a double kill? That is normally the difference maker, right? You hit a nasty slide, maybe a lineup, whatever it is. We have seen it all year long on this map.
Yeah, you're just on the receiving ends of 1v2s around that A side, where you just a little comms off, a little shoulders off. Sometimes you're like Cell, and you clutch up in those positions. We saw him have one of the nuttier ones this year, but this map is just, it's as one-dimensional as they come. It's just is it like who's gonna make the least mistakes or who's gonna make the best plays?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of just like, for me, it's just who's gonna retake better.
Okay.
That's just what I'm looking at near that A site. Maybe who's just got a different look.
All right, Madrid, map 5, here we go. Winner into the grand final. And what do you know, Joe? It's an A plant.
We all knew that was coming.
Why is that on the bingo card?
Yeah, well, because it'd be crossed off right away.
True. Get crossed off right away, or multiple members of the FaZe team. Cell stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's hit the 13 and getting hunted down. Him and Semp trying to clutch up with a 2 versus 3 now and work this retake.
That's got an AR.
With an opportunity, but not much of one. You're trying with the pistol now. Yeah. Best of luck. They couldn't get those situations on the map 3, but getting the AR advantage here, yeah, that's just good luck.
Well, you get the bomb down, you get the first blood. There was a quick trade, but second one comes in, gives them the 3-on-2. When you stay patient with Cell on the street. So Scrap's able to find Simp there, the final kill. And yeah, I mean, Cell's just hoping Simp can make a play to find that kill, because then they have to worry about him. They have to worry about a pinch. But Cell, he just gets isolated.
Thieves strike first. Scrap's probably like, after that last one, like, whew. After these last two, like, all right, I get to have an AR fight against a sub at range. Not just have one smashing their forehead into mine. FaZe's turn now.
It's an A plant.
It is indeed going to be an A plant, Joe. As you said, it's going to be all about the retakes. I mean, if you haven't watched all year, we're just highlighting because that is what it has been all year and what we expect now. The first blood came in for Thieves last time and kind of shut it down behind that. If easy, he's able to be the first blood Reaper this time around and get out. Scrap will win one, but instantly traded by the nade. One more player laying on their back, shut down, and so far, quick A plant. Offense able to handle business in the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be about, you know, can a defense maybe find a first blood nade? Do you just get a hard counter? You know, do you four flank, four through catwalk? I mean, we've seen it all year long. Just again, who is going to be able to find a successful retake?
It's just not easy, is it?
No, it is not.
Except like that one series where we cast it, what was it, Carolina? They
gave up all of them.
Yeah, I think they played it 4 times and all 4 times got retook. We were like, all right, well, guess that's how it's working out. See if anything changes up this time, but you're right up the balcony, hopping right out, and right to the plant, trying to get your ARs into spots, and you're just giving it up and hoping to play the retake. We'll see where the adjustments maybe come in, but this is going to be the conversation all map 5 long. And it's just so much to clear, so much time.
You don't have a lot of A-bomb presence here. It's only really Envoy. So as soon as he gets taken down, look at the other 3 players. But again, Hydra didn't find the first blood. Almost the second. He was so weak, though. Should be a trade from Josie. There is inside the site. Envoy just going to play his life. He knows there's only 20 seconds left. A tough one, and well, on the pinch is going to be Scrap. 3 offenses, 3 A plants, 3 wins.
We continue on. Who will break through that wall first? Scrap, terrific. Into 2 offenses. Leading the way for the team with 5. Do you change up something in the opening hit? Do you just try to switch up something in the post
they're getting all the first bloods, right? BZ's got 2 first deaths and a first blood. I mean, that's shocking. Just what's happening on defense. Him and Draza, kind of the 2-man game for them on defense, trying to work poolside, just not working. So that's what you're looking at for them. Thieves, they lose the first one yet. Can they, what are they going to try to do differently?
You hear all the stuns going off across the map. You got Trophy in for coverage after the plant. Okay, that's a big first blood. It does get traded, but maybe the best chance we've had here, or maybe not. Simp with a multi puts the numbers back in the favor of Atlanta FaZe.
How does he even
just getting away with his life, and I've been saying that for 5 years, Joe.
There we go, though. 2 versus 2.
What's the timing going to be like for draws? Well, Celium gets 1, makes it a little bit easier. Celium gets 2, finishes the round. 2 for Simp, 2 for Cell. The best chance we've maybe seen for a team to work that defuse. They get the first blood, but then, well, Simp with another multi.
Yeah, this is what makes this bomb site so difficult. You can plan it for pool, and well, if you have an AR on a heady out here, good luck winning that one.
Afro looks good.
And I like that from Josh, because there's a chance he just drops down there and maybe dies. Then at a 2 versus 1 with 20 seconds left, maybe Cell does get caught.
Yeah, like from our POV, he had all the time in the world, right? Like he probably is a free one, but
you just wait for Cell. You just wait for Cell to make the play. He's watching the bomb, doesn't overextend.
So sometimes I wish we'd do like replays with the codcaster off, just so you see what it looks like from their POV. Sometimes it seems so obvious when we're casting it, but not necessarily the case. Envoy, hit with an A, hops off the plant, hops back on. Bails out 1, Simp able to get 1, but like you get the number still if you are Thieves. Back
2 versus 2 as Draws gets one. Now their best chance for FaZe.
That was such a sick play. He sees the cross from catwalk towards B. He knows, hey, there's so much A pressure here, they might switch this up. He watches it. So as you said, 2 versus 2. Bomb not yet planted, but both of your players so far away.
Envoy's going to drown. Plan in. Both playing from the site. Cell and Draws, the 2 that clutched the last 2 versus 2, trying to collapse here and clutch on the other side, but this would be a much, much bigger one. Turn the tide in their favor by getting a defensive round win. Back and forth we go, dancing and diving if you're Envoy. First engagements, one off the box heady, still a syntax to use, not the best. The stun, not gonna be the best. Utility, exhausted, but shot on point. They're able to hold the line. Thieves in a scary situation step up to the plate.
Yeah, and I mean, you have the extra utility on Envoy, but maybe the most important thing, it's the 2 AR players on the other side. So this is what Envoy wants, right? Like, come into my web, I got the Jackal, I'm gonna win this gunfight 100 out of 100 times, and well, 5 A plants, 5 offensive round wins.
Surprise, surprise. You got a first blood and a pretty good opportunity last time you were on defense, if you're Thieves, to take the round, weren't quite able to do it. Now maybe you find another opportunity as teams try to make adjustments. Scrap, still your leader at 7. Round edge the Thieves, but the round edge is not going to matter much until somebody wins a defense, because we'll continue to be going back and forth. Envoy just sends it out, and BC does not get traded either. That's just one of those times you're just trying to make a play, catch the timing, maybe disrupt this plant.
Yeah, Scrap's hoping maybe he can get a nade in here. There's no trophy. But they're going to go for the challenge, and Abizi and Sim going to win that. So 3 versus 1 for Ghosty.
And sometimes you're just going to have to send it. You just have to.
Yeah, you have to take a chance.
Yeah,
it's just what it's going to be. One should pay off sooner or later.
Even if it's just like, you know, you're retaking every time. You can't send the same hit. You got to try some different stuff. Hope you catch someone. Hope there's just a bit of chaos. Maybe you make the other team make a mistake. A team kill comes in, but 3 A plants, 3 offensive round wins apiece. We are tied up.
I told you this was going to be disgusting. It is.
It is. Yes, it is, Joe. We thought that right when we first saw the map set. We're like, if this goes 5, lit. Can't wait to hang out today. But here we are. Their jerseys look cool, though.
Mm-hmm.
Teams chatting it through. How the hell do we break in? You just don't have a weakness on the other side when you talk about personnel.
No, BZ's got a car, so yeah.
Okay, maybe this will change things. Maybe stall out the plan a bit. You can see this. Look, they're swinging.
Wow, look at this.
Oh my God.
This is
we haven't seen this part of the map.
And Abizi kind of knows this, right? He's not going to overextend. He knows I'm the only player here, but he's going to actually go in. And while he wins the gunfight, of course he does. Finds Hydra to give them a man advantage.
It's a B plant. And it's a 4v3 retake opportunity now for Atlanta FaZe. Draws against the angle. Scrap's going to drop. Make it a 4 versus 2 on Envoy and Ghosty. To try and clutch up, what will the Ghosty timing be like? He just gets spotted. I think it's Abizi. He's able to shoulder him, and he's able to shut it down. All 4 are going to drop, and that's why you don't go B, Joe.
I mean, it is the right call, right? It's just, yeah, Hydra gets caught. He enters art. Abizi somehow wins that 1 versus 1. A Defuse going to come in. Abizi's going to be close to the Hellstorm here.
Oh, he is.
But yeah, they use the RC chart for the info. And like, you're trying to set up Ghosty on that side of the map. He's sort of lurking, trying to find the pinch. The problem is his teammates die. So no opening for him.
The car opener, the difference. Abizi, the difference. And finally, a defensive round win. First time we see B involved. The retake rings true for Atlanta FaZe. Now, with the advantage up 4-3. But I've done this a long time. Sometimes, Joe, you know, finally one team gets it done. The other team's like, okay, it's our turn. And then we're back to 4-4. Pressure to Thieves to do it, because we're getting right back.
Oh, they're going.
And there are nades coming in everywhere. Some going to connect. Some damage onto Abizi. Trophy now eaten. He hits an ice nade back, so that'll delay that push. He'll stay up on his streak. And you can see still so close to earning that Hellstorm.
And quickly, they're on the other part of the map, right? You see how quickly they go from Vault now towards Catwalk. Does LA Thieves.
You got vision from P2. That's Cell. It's going to look at this. They want to isolate. They want to isolate 1. You got eyes on the Scrap. Hydra's going to get a kill, though. This gets a little more interesting. Scrap nearly just destroys Draws. Oh, hello. Let's go for a swim. Out the pool goes Sip. 3 in front. He gets 2. FaZe find their 5th. It's a massacre inside the pool.
And poor Hydra, I mean, that ladder is just, It's the worst. Like, if you jump, you just are on it.
Yeah.
And it is in an area where you don't want to jump. He does, and that just turns it into, look, he just climbs on top of it. Hello.
It's 2025, Joe. We haven't figured that out yet in games.
Wow, yeah, well, there we go. I mean, and I mean, that trophy is the key because you had a bombardment in the site.
Yeah.
But Abizi, he's got some help from the trophy system.
And his nade back. His frag hits like 2 players, too, that delays that push. A round away now from the reverse sweep and a date in the grand final for Atlanta FaZe. Another car going to be out. 8-6 is Simp. Him and Abizi leading the way in the search and destroy in map 2 and here. They're combined for 15. Plant in. Thieves with the opening blood. Abizi out of this one, and well, Simp gets out of the car and he goes right into the next round.
Yeah, it feels like they didn't really, use the RC car. They didn't follow it up at all. Maybe they were hoping Abizi's able to get through, but he got caught again. I'm not sure if he was able to earn a Hellstorm either. It was so much objective work. But LA Thieves are looking to stay alive, and they do that. We're going to a round 10.
I mean, that round was whatever. It's this one. This is the round everything hinges on. FaZe go back to offense, and you have to get your first stop if you are Thieves. What are you thinking, Joe? What do you do if you're Thieves?
Ask the. I'm thinking here. Maybe like a 4 outer pool.
Just send it.
Just try to take it. Then the problem is they probably just quick rotate to be. It's just tough. It really is. But maybe you hope they don't have a trophy. Try to do the same exact nade strat to open this up.
Yeah. This is everything. Match point for FaZe. Thieves have got to get the stop to get it to around 11, and potentially got to do it again.
Yeah, outer pool. It's going to be the call. Here we go.
Oh, Joe, that's what you called for, and Celium lines you up. He's going to get traded, surely, eventually. Hydra's able to do it. Give yourself a chance in this round. Bomb now getting planted. It's all on Hydra and Envoy. To now clutch up in the 2 versus 3, or they get reverse swept right down to losers for a date with Heretics.
And really, they're just trying to find draws, but he's just sitting. So he's just kind of waiting for his 2 teammates. Hydra is through. He's here now. 30 seconds left. And well, the nade, they had a nade. They have a trophy. And here we go. Draws 1 versus 2.
He's got to go.
Is he going to get there?
He's not going to get there.
I'm just not sure.
He's not going to get there.
Round 11, baby. Here we go.
They finally do it. We go the distance.
And well, they didn't have a trophy. Envoy hangs on to a nade to open it up for Hydra to find it.
Are you kidding me? They finally needed one. They get it here. Hydra, Envoy clutching up. And the crowd ramping it up now for Thieves. It's going to have to be back-to-back. Oh, no, never mind. Offense for Thieves. Okay, offense for Thieves. I thought they had to do it 2 in a row. I was like, oh, lordy. Here we go. Round 11. Gong is in. Oh, wait, what? What? Okay, 3v3. We'll look at that later.
I have no idea.
I don't either, Joe.
But look, they have a bomb site control. BZ's an A. Well, they jump down to this.
What?
What's the timing like?
Oh,
bomb is down as well.
What in the hell is going on? They're starting to set it forward. They can isolate this in the 2 versus 2. They're able to pick him up. Abizi is going to drop, trying to get back towards Bomb, but Simp is able to catch one. It's all on Scrap. 1 versus 2. Scrap just hoping he can get a free pick. Get down to a 1 versus 1. He didn't get eyes on the second player. Able to win 1, but Cell has got the trade. Atlanta FaZe reverse sweep. They move on to the grand final. But what in the hell happened at the start of that round?
Did their name? I don't have no idea. We'll have to hope we have a replay.
No idea.
It was a teammate, and Ghosty blew himself up.
Ghosty blew himself, and there was a teammate on the other side, Joe.
Everybody was just...
I was trying to break it down, but 3v3.
Trying to throw that round.
What the hell was... I mean, we've seen a lot of that this year, but usually like one team. Not both teams are like
Is it just the pressure on? That brings me back to what was it in AEW with like Enable and Pat?
The team name.
Yeah, the team name, like around 11 or whatever.
Skybox.
Yeah, that was insane. This is a little bit different, but for some reason that's what I thought of instantly. It was that play years and years ago. But it is a reverse sweep for FaZe, an unbelievable series, an unbelievable map 5. And despite it being an orgy on the A-bomb site the entire time, there were some moments, bro.
No, there were. And I mean, even in the 3 versus 3, it's a busy, right? I mean, he's got 4 first bloods, 5 first deaths, but those first bloods came at such a critical time, especially in that round 11. I mean, we don't even call it a first blood, but he might as well have 5.
Right.
But here are the names. So that was the team. He missed that one. By a lot. And then Ghosty.
Okay, so what happened with Ghosty?
I'm not sure.
We don't have the Ghosty one from his POV. Thanks to the production team, we were able to catch that one from the observers.
Dude, the mentality. He went from nading his teammate to then winning the next gunfight.
Sure.
I mean, talk about just
and the fact
a 180.
And he was 15 and 30 in the map 1 too. Abizi, who at times has disappeared a bit on Sundays, he did not here. He came up huge. He made incredible plays. I can already see behind us, it's Draws on station. I just gotta know what he's thinking after the round 11. He gets naded, I'd be like, bro.
What a reverse sweep, you just kidding. How you feel right now is amazing. I mean, you get to Montage, you make a reverse sweep here.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Those guys are frauds. It's Sunday, we're on land, reverse sweep, shit's easy.
There is plenty of people here that have been cheering for you. Some of them could be booing. But what, do you want to say something for the people who've been cheering for you on home and right now here?
Shout out to the crowd, the people who love me, the people who support. I appreciate you guys as always. And everyone else, go f*** yourself.